Intellian, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mindscope wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Portland Regional Championships. We're kicking off the 2024 calendar year, extending our competitive season, and we've got a lot of excellent action ready to go for you beautiful folks in the audience this weekend. It's going to be jam-packed. We've got some new decks on the rise, maybe some old decks maybe falling a bit. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more here shortly. My name is Adam Watson, and I'm joined in the lounge here by Jeremy Jallin and Kyle Sablehouse, the homies here. And it's been great just getting prepared for the show, and we haven't even seen any Pokemon yet. How are you feeling, my friend?
I mean, it's electric. It's so great to be back. I feel like I haven't been around Pokemon in so long, but it's really just been 2 events for me. I got a haircut. Hey, everyone. Check that out. But we got 1,500 players, about 1,500 in the Masters division alone for TCG. And it's so great to see everyone back. And there's a lot of cool decks out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're looking pretty cool down there at the end, my friend. Jeremy Jallin, how you feeling in Portland once again?
Oh, it's great. Love the city, love the energy here. Being on the West Coast, I love West Coast tournaments because I grew up here. I grew up playing these tournaments, and just seeing a lot of the old players that usually don't get to travel out to the East Coast events, Midwest events, it's a lot better. You know, I really enjoy it, and getting Kyle back, always good.
I mean, the dynamic duo here in the lounge is going to be a great show. And what I love so much, as you already pointed out, the regionals, being able to showcase a different mixture of players, as you said, might not be able to always travel out to every single event, but we always have a short list of names that we've always got our eye on. And we're going to have some of our course famous West Coast players, really showing up for this Portland Regional Championship. The players are really excited to get started, and I want to talk a little bit now about, what sorts of decks, what the meta might be looking like this weekend for Portland. And I think the big elephant in the room, or certainly the big Snorlax in the room, is stall. Jeremy, you want to kind of break this down for me real quick? We know that these stall decks have kind of been on the rise. Has it been a meta tech, or is it going to be a driving force for Portland, would you say?
Well, right after LAIC, we had Gdansk, and Snorlax stall just won that regionals and really took the meta by storm a little bit. It's like, okay, this deck's an actual threat. Didn't really do much in, I believe, Lille regionals or one of those there. And it is just dominating San Antonio. At 9-0, Cal Connor, starting off very great, and then really just ran the table in day 2, but unfortunately hit a bad matchup in top 8. Didn't really make it through there, but you also had Hale with his version of Snorlax as well, playing the Pidgeot EX and the Luxray V and a lot of other techs. I feel that's the better list going into this tournament here this weekend.
That's a really solid point, and I like how you really nailed it with Gdansk. This is a deck that kind of ebbs and flows as the regionals come and go. We're going to take a closer look now at the schedule for the regionals, so this is going to be perhaps the starting point here in Portland for the next shift in the metagame. Portland right now, Charlotte coming up, Knoxville soon, and then on to Vancouver and London.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice few in a row there with Portland following into Charlotte, then Knoxville. It's like 2 weekends back to back to back. We're going to get a lot of action. See who's going to end up coming out on top with over potentially 2,000 players at some of these events in Charlotte and Knoxville? We're talking about huge numbers once we move back over to the East Coast. And I mean, that's just going to lead into one of the most beautiful locations we have in Vancouver and eventually London for EUIC.
With these regionals being so close together, players have to be much more confident with the decks that they're putting their time and energy into testing as well.
Yeah, this regional, along with Charlotte and Knoxville, are going to be in the same format we have now. It's before Paldean Fates comes out, so a few of those tech cards and reprints and stuff that we're going to see will kind of affect the metagame a little bit. But we just had Charizard win in San Antonio. It's going to be one of the most popular decks here this weekend. We'll see if people are able to counteract the popularity of it this weekend, along with Charlotte and Knoxville.
Yeah, players capitalizing on their read for the metagame, trying to test as much as possible and win in order to get these championship points. This is what's on the line, folks. We got some prize money. We've got these championship points because players are trying to lock in the world spot for Honolulu. If you can get all the way up to 600 points, if you're in that US and Canada Masters division, you are well on your way to that next stage in your Pokemon journey.
Yeah, we've had a lot of players already clutch that mark at 600, trying to continue even further to maybe get themselves an additional advantage at the World Championship level. But you've seen a lot of players around that 400 mark, and that's when these regionals really start to matter, starting to lock in some top 64, 32 finishes. That can be all the difference when you're looking at becoming a world champion.
Yeah, the players are trying to lock that in. We're already, even though this is the first regional of 2024, the calendar year, the season itself has already begun, and it feels like we are making our way through all of these competitive events so quickly, even faster than players would even anticipate. And if you wait too long to get your hat in the ring, you know, those points are really going to dry up. You're going to miss out on those opportunities where maybe the deck that you were most confident on misses its time to shine in the metagame. But as we've talked so much about Charizard EX being great from San Antonio, Snorlax Stall being a big threat in the metagame, we can now recap what went down in the last regional championship for our folks at home who might have missed it. So take a look.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Chip Ritchie here to recap the 2024 San Antonio Regional Championships. Charizard EX and Miraidon EX were the most popular decks in the first day of competition, but as we transitioned into Day 2, Charizard emerged as the dominant choice for this event. It was Azul Garcia Griego who would be the final Charizard player remaining, and if he wanted to claim his 6th regional victory, he would have to make it through Grant Hayes' extremely powerful Giratina V-Star deck. Our finalists would trade Game 1 and 2, meaning everything came down to a decisive Game 3. Grant struck first, scoring the initial KO, and while Azul was able to respond, Grant had established multiple attacking options. Grant then KO'd Azul's ever-impactful Pidgeot EX, cutting Azul off from Quick Search for the rest of the game. As time was called, the match truly came down to the wire. Grant had a great chance to win on his last turn, playing a Roxanne and using Flower Selecting twice, needing only a single Giratina V-Star to win. He was unable to find it, and Azul was waiting with the game-winning boss's orders to secure the victory.
Azul has it, and there you have it!
There are many more events remaining this tournament season, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
That was definitely a nail-biter of a match, coming down to the third game, and of course the classic finisher of boss's orders to seal the deal. Charizard EX versus Giratina V-Star, I think this is certainly going to be a titanic matchup even for this weekend, and I'm curious if players still think the matchup is as close as it should be, or if it has, maybe with some more research being done, favored one way or the other.
Well, honestly, with the way that finals went, it was one of the best finals that I've had the chance to commentate in a while, and just the fact that it was so close, and Grant was digging through that deck. There was like 10, 11 cards in the deck and dug through as much as he could, was not able to find the Giratina V-Star, and Azul top decking the boss's orders off the Roxanne. It's always a lie. So, you know, Azul trying to catch Pramawat with that 7 regional wins maybe this weekend.
Yeah, he's joining the other regional champions that we've crowned so far this season, already getting that invite straight to Worlds. I mean, JW Krewall, Alexander Flatos, who's also in attendance for this tournament. That's going to be really exciting. but this list just keeps growing and growing, and all of these names are just all-stars for the Pokemon TCG that I'm really excited to see perform at even the next tier. What do you think, Kyle?
I mean, Azul with number 6 now, that puts him right there with Ryan Sablehouse, who's got 6 as well. I'll take credit for that one, I guess. But I mean, look at the level of play. We've had so many great champions, a lot of multiple regional champions continuing to find success. And then we also have a lot of great stories like Alexander Flatos was an amazing story in Sacramento. Maybe we'll have another one here in Portland and keep that up on the West Coast.
And all of these players, got their big wins with a new deck, which is really important. We can see there's a lot of viable options in the current metagame, and also really speaks to the way that this metagame keeps shifting. The players should keep trying to outthink one another, and I can't wait. I keep saying it over and over again. Portland is going to be such a big break point because there are so many interesting options. Are you going to try to beat Giratina V-Star? Are you going to try to beat Charizard EX? And we can dig into that a little bit soon here as well, folks. But, let us know who you're rooting for as well at home. You said #PlayPokemon. That's always super important to see who our audience is rooting for, because we have been doing viewer votes to see who we're going to showcase on stream. Players always tweeting at us who they think is going to take it all. And I know that the competitors here in Portland really appreciate your support. All of the homies at home who help them practice or just give them a little bit of extra energy, right, to make it through such a grueling 1,500-person tournament really goes a long way. And as we move forward, this is now the points leaderboard for North America, a great way to really show how many players have been grinding this whole season and getting those world invites.
Yeah, I mean, the top 15 on this alone already have their invite to the World Championship just from these points, but we also have some players who have done that with the inclusion of just winning one of these regional championships. So many great names. Obviously, Cal Connor is one that stands out, just on an absolute tear this year. Honestly, for the last few years, just continually see his name there at the top. Grant Manley, Grant Shen, all the Grants really looking for a win this time.
They always do so well in the tournaments. We start to get Grant mirrors at the top tables. It does become a bit of a fiasco for sure. And Reagan Retzloff is a player that I always have my eye on, no matter where he is on the leaderboard. You know that his training group is solid, just his prodigious nature as a player who's aged up into the Master Division and immediately hit the ground running. There was no awkward transition there. He's been a force to be reckoned with ever since.
Yeah, he has a very unique way of approaching the game, and he's not afraid to take chances. Definitely saw him taking a chance this time around. I'm excited to see if maybe he is one of the players that we can feature down the road, as he's taken a very interesting old school approach to a deck that may have been counted out.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out, we don't even see Azul's name on this list. He has 2 invites to the World Championships and still doesn't have 600 championship points.
He likes to take the hard way around for sure. And just similar to our EU competitors as well who are on the leaderboard, it is a slightly lower points qualification threshold. However, these players, because there are fewer EU regionals, they all count much more. It's basically the same pound for pound. And Gdansk, as you said, Jeremy, having that incredible meta read by Lucas has been really a ripple effect to this day on the metagame with Snorlax Stall.
Yeah, it's really just changed up the format, really. When you have a good matchup against Charizard and Gardevoir, it's really hard to put the deck down. It's just the fact that it's a control deck, maybe you should.
It's only a matter of time before the expiration date kind of hits these control decks. As soon as players really give it the respect it deserves and counter it, it goes by the wayside. But we can look now at the points themselves to see how many these players have able to consume, to just accumulate over the course of the season over on the EU side of things, and almost up to 800 points for Juho Kalama.
Wow. Yeah, you see on this graphic there, you need 500 points over in EU in order to get that invite there. So at Tord Reckliffe, rightfully so, we see the mark being made, but some amazing talent there. Pedro Eugenio Torres, Brian DeVries, Fabian Poole, the cameramans. I mean, it's just over and over again. You see so many great names continuing to make their mark, and maybe we can see some more championships out of some of these big name players.
Yeah, you get Demetrius Eaton second in Toronto. Yuho winning LAIC with Miraidon, the first Iron Hands EX to really take down a tournament. It has been a great season so far this past year, and it's a new year, new players, right? Same old players.
A lot of the same players.
Yeah, same players.
And that's honestly, it's going to be a mixture, I think, as we go through the season. Early on, your fundamentals are going to get there. Your training groups are going to get you there. And when it comes to this European roster of just champions, we only get a reminder about them when the EU regionals come around or when there's an IC or something. But these are players that have been part of the history of Pokemon TCG for so long. But, way back when EU was the region to really, be the force to be reckoned with, I would say.
I mean, a lot of that is thanks to Tord. So often we looked at EU from an NA standpoint, and it was forgotten. It was really, we were trying to make this mark about NA against Japan of every time at the World Championships. Sure enough, they came out of nowhere, surprised us, and then we're like, okay, we definitely need to respect y'all. You're putting on quite a show, and anytime we see them over in the NA region, they obviously put on a great performance.
Well, just with the expected value of these regionals now, you have a lot of these players traveling to North America for these tournaments. Brent Tonnison's a big name that gets brought up a lot. A lot of the Oceania region in general has been dominating these tournaments that they come to. I think Brent day 2'd every single regionals he attended.
He's accumulated a lot of flights.
Yeah.
And once again, folks, as well, don't forget that you're going to be able to vote for our round 4. We're still waiting on that round to start, so you have plenty of time to make sure you are in the chat to wait for that poll to show up, and we'll figure out which of our next tables we pick will be showcased here on the stream. It's a great way for you to see your favorite player up here, maybe a favorite deck if you know what they might be on. But if we get the right big names doing well early on in the tournament, this is a great way for our audience to really throw their support behind that player and make sure that they get a showcase right from the get-go at the top of the show. And with that being said, you already said it, new year, new me, new year, ancient me. Roaring Moon is on the rise. This is a deck that was very highly anticipated. Roaring Moon was, first revealed, the frenzied gouging attack, being able to just take a knockout cleanly. A lot of players were very hype on it, but it seemed like it didn't do too well when the first couple regionals it debuted. But now, things are starting to come back around in its favor. Kyle, why do you think that might be?
I feel like there was a lot of players trying to find its home, and it was, is this a deck in and of itself? Do you need to maybe incorporate this into the Lost Zone engine and try to just use Mirage Gates to sneak in some big one-hit knockouts against high-hit point Pokemon? So you don't have to play like cards like Giratina V-Star and try to do that. You can play a lot more variety. And you see here now, maybe it's really just going to go back to just being its own deck. And rightfully so. We're on the West Coast. We think about all of the history behind all these dark decks and Darkrai's and Evital's going crazy. Why not throw Roaring Moon in there too?
That's very well put. I mean, now that the meta has shifted so much, Charizard EX becomes a great target. All the stubborn players who don't want to give up Mew VMAX, take those 3 prizes. Maybe with Sableye being crowded out of this meta game, you don't have to worry too much about Lost Mine cleaning up that Roaring Moon after the fact. And that perfectly, I think, contrasts with Charizard EX. Just a big, fat Pokemon that's hard to knock out. Great consistency thanks to Pidgeot's quick search. And now it has been put really on the map after Azul's big win in San Antonio. Any additional points for Charizard EX for our folks at home, Jeremy?
Well, first of all, big boned. Charizard's not fat,
Thick, multiple C's.
It is just taken its crown as the top deck of the meta. It is very low skill ceiling, but high. If you play it right, you're going to win a lot of matchups. It is one of the decks where you most often want to go second, which is very interesting for at least Pokemon recently. You want to use that Arven to get set up, get that Forest Seal Stone, Battle VIP Pass, and it has just been very consistent bread and butter. Has a lot of good matchups in the field, and it does have a few kind of awkward matchups, which we have seen rise. Something like maybe Rapid Strike or Snorlax as well.
So you can see the big pillars of the metagame players trying to pick their poison. You know, what am I going to counter? What do I decide is going to be strong but maybe less popular to hold those bad matchups? And as we get closer and closer to picking the tables for this community vote, I hope that our audience at home does keep that in mind. Make sure we get some good matches from some strong players. I'm incredibly excited to kick off this tournament. It's been going already for a few rounds, but certainly to kick off our stream coverage of it. I know the folks at home have been waiting patiently and listening to us banter back and forth. I always really appreciate everybody at home for tuning in, because we couldn't do this without y'all for sure. But I guess one final thing we can get to is our caster predictions.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kyle's really excited about that, because it's not only just the players and the people at home who are trying to make the best choice about what's going to take it all down. It's also us here on the casting side, on this side. So first off, Ethan Hegge's joining us. He picked Gardevoir EX and Pidgeot. What do we think of that, gentlemen?
Safe, boring.
I mean, I've got Charizard EX and Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX. I think that's maybe a little bit safe and a little bit buck wild, as I tend to do.
That's all right. Yeah, you know, got the consistency there of Charizard. I feel like Pidgeot, in the same sense, is catering to that, along with the control decks. And Gardevoir, I mean, that's just Ethan's bread and butter for the last 9 months. It's the only deck he's really wanted to play, so can't blame him there. You went with the fireworks there of the Urshifu, which has been a lot of fun to watch, seeing the multiple turns taken back-to-back. And
I'm addicted.
Wiping out all sorts of boards, so I don't blame you there. I went with a similar strategy there. Got my Aqua Storm back.
Aqua Storm, it did take an earlier regional. We know that it's been an ever-looming threat, and with a lot of multi-prize Pokemon on the bench, could be a nice finale. But you and Jeremy both have the Giratina V-Star. What makes this Pokemon such an interesting and strong pick for Portland?
It's just very strong at what it does. 280 damage, lost impact, great. Star Requiem, take a knockout, guaranteed. It really only loses to itself most of the time. It has a lot of...
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Preach.
That's what I keep hearing. This deck is the best deck in the format 80% of the time, and the other 20% just pack it up and go home. Is there any way to fix that, or you just have to accept that math?
Put it in the right hands.
Yep.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
You just got to draw better, folks.
Yep. Just be good.
Just be good. And speaking of be good, Iron Hands, Roaring Moon coming from Sukovich. I really like these picks. The Roaring Moon is a big threat, but the Iron Hands especially, something that is a big, flashy, splashy Pokemon, something that needs to be respected, but a lot of players still aren't convinced by. Is Iron Hand still real, or with Miraidon falling off, is it going to just be a weird jank inclusion?
Is it as real as Gearhart thought? No. Is it real? Yes. There's certainly multiple ways to play this card, and we don't know what is the best strategy. It doesn't look like Qian Pao is the best way to play this right now. It looks like it does fit into the Lost Zone engine pretty well, and it's certainly a mainstay in the Miraidon decks. And I think that's probably where we see most of its success, but we'll find out.
Yeah, one deck I actually loved to see perform well was Adam Hawkins' list of Lost Zone with both of those Pokemon, Roaring Moon and Iron Hands, along with Dragonite V. It was very weird.
Terrifying.
Very terrifying. Really a true toolbox in the sense of any word, and it consistently put up some numbers. Top 32, I think, at LAIC, top 16 at Gdansk next week, and it is a deck that could be explored a little bit more in this meta.
Yeah, I love that, Jeremy. And speaking of putting up consistent numbers, we have some players to watch here for Portland. Some big names. Alexander Flatos is here. Grant Manley also out in the field alongside Landon Caitler. Keep your eyes on these players, folks. These are going to be our picks, certainly, for some big names to keep our eyes on. Any notable names that are really jumping out at you, Kyle?
I mean, I want to see Grant finally close out, take one of these big tournaments. He always is making the top 8 of these events, and it just seems like something ridiculous happens. Squavit. We'll see.
Yeah, actually losing Portland Regionals in last season to Landon with that Squavit, finding that Giratina V-Star off the top. Such a great moment
Yeah, maybe if you ask Lynn.
depending on who you ask, certainly. But I also want to ask the audience at home, make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know what player you're looking forward to. Make sure you look up that previous match from Portland last season. It was certainly a nail biter. And make sure, again, you're tuned in for the player poll to choose who's going to be on stream for the next one. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon. Keep up with us on all the social media. Your tweets might be featured on the stream, so keep those coming. We want to see all the pictures, all the cosplays, all your spicy predictions, all of your funny edits. And we've got our guys backstage who look at all of those and try to get them onto the stream as much as we can. But I think that is going to be it for us, gentlemen. This was certainly a long intro, but we had a lot of ground to cover to really properly set the stage for Portland. We're going to kick things over to our casting guests and get right into the action.
The new year is here, and more Pokemon TCG action is following here in Portland at the Regional Championships. Welcome everybody into the stream. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Sukovich. Many new questions, many new storylines, and many new exciting moments to come this year in 2024 for Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, it's not even a full year since we've been here in Portland for the Regional Championships, but we have more than 400 additional players compared to the last time we were here in the Masters Division. The excitement for the Pokemon TCG is at an all-time high, and we have another action-packed tournament here for you this weekend.
So much to come, so much exciting action for this event. Let's take a look at the format for these regional championships.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
So much on the line for these players, of course, trying to qualify for the World Championships, but of course those booster packs and that increased prize money this season for the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, that's a huge jump in prizes, and let's not forget the winner of this tournament will also win an automatic invitation to the Pokemon World Championships. So each regional championship has something huge on the line, no matter who you are, whether it's your first regional or you're a seasoned veteran. There's something to play for at all these events.
So much for all of these players, and of course, still battling it out. We're here in round 4, Swiss round 4 of 9 at the Portland Regional Championships, and everybody over on Twitch voted in our community poll to see which matches they wanted to feature. We had all these players undefeated so far: Isaiah Bradner, Aiden Koos, both household names, Joe Turrentine, Chad Ross, Sawyer Melbone, Richard Nagoon, and Bodie Robinson up against Yoshua Tate. And Kyle, let's see who our fans voted for, who our people want to see showcase their match.
Let's see who you picked, and it looks like we do have Sawyer going up against Richard in our featured match here to kick off the stream in Portland. Should be an excellent one to kick things off. We've seen the metagame develop quite a bit in the standard format after the release of that Paradox Rift expansion. Interesting to see how it develops from here. Right now, it feels like Charizard EX is on top of the mountain, but we'll see if that changes this weekend.
Yeah, big thing is lots of these powerful Paradox Pokemon, upon release, have really impacted what sort of was, I would say, a lot of 50-50 matchups existing in the format. And with the release of things like Iron Hands, shifting some of these matchups up to maybe be a little bit more polarizing than they were, so to say, in that format before Paradox Rift.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these new cards have introduced complicated deck building decisions There's a lot of cards where it's not very intuitive the best way you're supposed to build around them, and I think we're still seeing players take some time to figure out, what is the best way to make a Roaring Moon deck? What is the best home for Iron Hands EX? What are the best ways to power up these cards that clearly have pack a lot of punch and can be big swings in these games, but they do have pretty expensive attacks. They're pretty energy intensive, so it is tricky to find the optimal way to use these, especially when you're looking at a lot of these other decks in the format that have been established for a while. People know how to build them, know how to play them, so the big challenge is how do you figure out how to use these new cards, and you also have to practice with them as well. There's lots of things that aren't very intuitive with them.
And speaking of selection, really putting that thought process before the event, let's take a look at the deck analysis. Day 1 here at Portland. And a big shift. Charizard still on top, but the one thing that pops out to me right away, Miraidon down almost half of its percent, down to 10% here in Portland.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that's in response to the popularity of Charizard, which is typically not a great matchup for the Miraidon deck. But yeah, I don't think it's a big surprise to see Charizard EX as the most popular deck, coming off a win in San Antonio from Azul, and it's just, a strong deck, lots of HP, does a lot of damage. You get to play Charizard. What else do you want?
Great selection of Pokemon indeed. A big jump as well. Lost Zone Giratina after a strong second place finish. And speaking of response to Charizard, many players believe that's a pretty favorable matchup into this Charizard deck. You've got Star Requiem, you've got Path to the Peak, you've got Roxanne. And we talked about Pidgeot EX earlier in the opening. I mean, that's the card that allows this Charizard deck to push its aggression and be strong in that late game.
Yep, but as they were discussing in the lounge earlier, the biggest problem with the Giratina V-Star deck has always been consistency. It's not like these other Lost Zone decks where you just have basic Pokemon. You do need to evolve. There's lots of moving pieces that you don't have to deal with otherwise in these other variants. Comes down to sometimes how many times do you need to use Abyss Seeking throughout the tournament. Usually, you don't love using it super often, but if you find yourself doing that, you may not be having such a good time. But the players who are able to set up consistently, we may see them at the top tables.
Interesting note as well, Inteleon VMAX is a deck that's slowly been rising up. I mean, in response to 17% being Charizard, players piloting that deck, how do you think they're going to feel with the decks that showed up in high popularity here today in the meta?
I mean, you probably had to expect if you're going to play Charizard that it was going to have a target on its back this time. You had to expect that people were going to try to counter it, but hey, you just hope that the power of Charizard EX can carry you through. At the end of the day, yes, there are some tough matchups for it, but it can also just do so much damage that it can win against anything in the right circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the powerful Paradox Pokemon. We also have to talk about those powerful technical machines as well. And Devolution is the card that, yes, Charizard's great. Yes, it can utilize Rare Candy, powerful turn 2s, but Devolution is essentially what that deck doesn't want to see, which is erasing all that hard work in the early turns.
Yeah, we finally got back to a place where Rare Candy was playable in the standard format again, and now there's Devolution to knock them right back down. Yeah, there's questions. Should you be running more Charmeleon in your deck? Should you be running more Stage 1s so that you play a little bit of a slower game in those sorts of matchups and just aren't vulnerable to that Devolution? But yeah, I think that's a tech card we're going to see a lot of players bring this weekend. If they're trying to beat Charizard, we're going to see a lot of de-evolving happening.
We'll see how players adapt. We'll see how players sort of navigate their strategies towards this. We're sort of at this point now where we're a few events into this format. The meta has sort of started to settle a little bit, and this is sort of where, as you're talking about, those specific card inclusions, when now it's not as much of what archetypes are good. We've sort of established, yes, Charizard's good, Miraidon's good, Gardevoir's good. Those 5 or 6 decks you saw, those are the powerful decks. But how do you adjust your deck list throughout these tournaments in response to what wins? That could be what you need to get the edge in these events.
Yeah, and it's always challenging. You know, you can only bring your 60-card deck to a tournament. You can't change it between rounds or anything like that. And you always have to make some sort of prediction. You can kind of look at the previous event and say, oh, I'm going to react to what happened there. But then there's always like the next level thing of, oh, people are going to, react to the last event this way, so I'm going to go one step ahead and react to what people are going to react to. And sometimes it works out. Sometimes you go too deep and you were one step ahead, which means you're a step behind. Yeah, it's always the guessing game you have to play going into the tournament. Is your deck going to be the right one for the weekend, and are you going to get matched up with the kinds of decks that you're trying to play against? You never know what's going to happen.
It's not just the play. So much work behind the scenes. I mean, we've been following Azul Garcia Griego and that team for this entire time, and every time we talk to Azul, he stresses how important it is to put the prep in before, trust in your teammates. It's a one-on-one player game. You're sitting across one player when you sit down at the table, but all that teamwork prep behind the scenes, it can't be stressed enough.
Yeah, and I think you see it from the truly top elite players. People like Azul and Tord. I don't think it's a coincidence that those are the people who are kind of practicing more than anybody else. They kind of outwork everybody before you get to the tournament. They're the ones playing the Pokemon TCG nonstop. I know Azul has said he doesn't think anybody plays Pokemon TCG enough. Nobody has played to the point where they have perfected this game. You can always play more. You can always practice more. And if you want to get yourself to the top, that's what it takes to get there. I mean, there's obviously a lot of factors that goes into it, but if you can prepare the best you can, put in the work, that gives yourself the best chance.
Well, these players are doing everything they can to give themselves the best chance to come home with some championship points and even a regional title. Let's get into it. Our first round, round number 4 here at Portland. Let's throw things down to the table and get into your community choice match. Sawyer Melbem, a top 16 player, is in top 4 at Sacramento so far, top 16, a stellar season so far, 5th right now in terms of championship points, playing this Giratina V-Star deck up against Richard, who is a new player, does not have a lot of major results, but as we've seen before, players like Alexander Flatos, who we saw earlier on, who haven't had lots of finishes, you can still have a strong start and cement yourself some championship points and get yourself towards that World Championship goal.
Yeah, you can see the matchup here. 2 cards we've already talked about kind of leading up to this. We're going to have the Giratina V-Star deck from Sawyer going up against Roaring Moon from Richard, the ancient Pokemon, trying to use that Professor Sada's Vitality, Dark Patch, those kinds of cards to accelerate energy and just go as fast as possible.
So as we're setting up, let's take a look at the prize cards. Few energy cards, it's a little bit awkward. Nothing too powerful for Richard, of course. You got to have 6 cards prized, but it is going to be this interesting list that plays Pokestop and the Galarian Moltres V. I mean, that's a card we haven't seen, I feel like, since V-Star Pokemon came out. That card sort of was obviously in decks like Rapid Strike Urshifu, but it's faded out for a while, and now it's found a great partner to support that Roaring Moon EX.
Now, this should be an interesting one. I would say overall, Roaring Moon struggles a bit with like pure Lost Zone decks, Sableye, things like that. But, we have noted the sometimes inconsistency of the Giratina version of these Lost Zone decks, so hopefully we're in for a good one here.
Well, let's get things kicked off. Round number 4, Portland Regional Championships, and an excellent start here for Sawyer. Battle VIP pass off the top can get these basic Pokemon into play. And check the deck to see what's available. And, I mean, it's a pretty big tell here. Your opponent did flip over that Morpeko, and there's really only one deck that's playing that, and it is that Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, it's a funny little card that, like you said, only appears in this deck. Has that ability that if it has no energy attached, has no retreat cost. Does have a useful attack every once in a while. Can actually be used in this matchup to knock out something like a Comfey, and then you conserve the energy by moving it back. So it's a fun, almost like it's a pivot, but it works pretty well in this deck. Another interesting card we see here is the Ditto with Transformative Start. We'll see what Sawyer wants to do with this.
Can transform it into any Pokemon as long as it is in the active spot.
And only during your first turn.
And only during the first turn as well. Now, the big question, though, Giratina is a little bit hefty. It does have a 2 retreat cost, and using these first turns to get some flower selectings. And, I mean, grabbing this Ditto here does signal to me that Sawyer's at least got one of those pivoting cards because, as you said, can only use it in the active, can only use it on your first turn. And that means flower selecting can get fired off, cards can hit the Lost Zone, and, I mean, Sawyer did opt to go first, but I feel like in this matchup, Richard going second, I mean, that's what this Roaring Moon deck is excellent at doing, which is taking prize cards before your opponent can really understand what's going on in the game.
Yeah, I think one of the big knocks against the Roaring Moon deck is it's very linear. It's got one path to victory. It's attack as fast as possible. And when you miss an early attack, it feels like there's very little way to come back. So you really have to focus your deck on consistency, speed, attacking any turn you miss an attack just lowers your win percentage significantly.
Tough choice here off this first flower selecting. Mirage Gate and Colress, and it shows how strong this hand already is. Does already have Colress's Experiment, so we'll decide to throw that away to the Lost Zone, and there goes Ditto, hitting the discard pile, putting another Comfey in play. And a choice in terms of sequencing here for Sawyer. Decided to hold Battle VIP Pass before playing that Comfey or using the flower selecting. How do you feel about that with how this hand is shaping out?
I guess just get more information, see which basics you want to go for. It's tricky because you have Ditto that can go get a basic, and then you have another Battle VIP Pass. It really depends on what you're trying to dig for. Looks like Sawyer valued having the flexibility in this situation. We'll see how it works out. Energy attachment was already used on the Jet Energy. So, yeah, you have to wonder what was kept over Colress's Experiment. Looks like a Mirage Gate. Yeah. But, yeah, always shocking. The first card to go in the Lost Zone is a Colress's Experiment.
Definitely a strong signal for sure. And another sort of awkward choice here. Giratina V-Star and the Psychic Energy. And really prioritizing evolving these Giratina Vs. That 220 HP is perfect math into that Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, we do see the big path to the peak. That's going to shut down a lot of the cards that give you speed in this Roaring Moon deck. Things like Squawkabilly, Luminion, Mew EX, Radiant Greninja all have a rule box, and they're all shut down by path to the peak. So Sawyer saying, you know what, if you want to go fast, you're going to need to find a counter to this stadium. It's just another roadblock to put in the way for your opponent.
We did see one of those Pokestop were in the prize cards, so only has the remaining 3 to try and find this out. And I'm not sure if I see that in the hand, but we'll at least get the Battle VIP Pass, look through this deck, see what options are available, and even with what looks like no stadium bump, may even consider having to possibly dig. I mean, it's tough with how this hand is looking, but I mean, this is your big turn. This is how you push this aggression. I mean, as we've seen, whether it's with Abyss Seeking or just giving this Giratina deck time, once they hit those cards in the Lost Zone, once they evolve up, sometimes it's just too big of a mountain to climb back from.
Yeah, so you can see Richard just kind of looking to see what's in the prize cards here. Looking through all the different Pokemon in the deck. And we'll see which 2 he'll take off this Battle VIP Pass. Yeah. The first question will be, does he have a way to get rid of the path to the peak? Radiant Greninja is important to get energy into the discard pile so that you can use that Professor Sada's Vitality or Dark Patch, things like that, and also draw extra cards. Your Squawkabilly EX, the Squawk and Seize, is really crucial to get you through that first, set of new cards to really get yourself going. And it looks like that's going to be the choice, Squawkabilly and Roaring Moon EX. And it looked like Richard may have had some trekking shoes in the hand, so we may be seeing a very important, top card of the deck here right away.
Risk reward in this matchup specifically, Squawkabilly only having 160 HP. It's a pretty low number to deal with. Here we go, big trekking shoes. What is this card? It is a keep. All right, second shoes, show me what we got here.
Keep running.
Deciding what this card is. I mean, I feel like if it's not a stadium card, you kind of just get rid of it, but no, instead just gonna use this Earthen Vessel, find these energies out, and I did see a Salda in the hand, so that is a potential to power this Pokemon up.
I mean, it's not your ideal thing you would find. Of course, Pokestop would be the best thing, but that may be a decision where you say, okay, this at least gets me to draw 3 more cards, and then maybe I hit the Pokestop, maybe I hit something else. So, yeah, I think that's a reasonable choice. Just say, this isn't ideally what I would want, but I'm not going to get too greedy. I would like to do something this turn.
So we do see the second Roaring Moon come down. There is only 1 energy in the discard pile. Now, of course, that Morpeko can retreat for free thanks to that ability. And the question here, how do you want to play this out? Now, that free retreat only happens if there are no energy cards attached to Morpeko, so if you really want to, you could get an extra energy accelerated, but is it really worth it at that point?
That seems like a waste, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could just attach that wherever you're going to Sada it to. So, yeah, we'll see just the 1 energy for this and a crucial 3 cards. Okay. Does find the energy switch, which will allow for a turn 1 attack with the Morpeko. So it's not the ideal turn 1 start, but you got an attack off. That's really what you're trying to do with this deck. Attack, attack, attack. Every turn, try to take prize cards. You are racing your opponent every game. You don't have fancy comeback plans with this deck. It is pure aggression. So that was a big hit for Richard.
And also finding the Ultra Ball can get more of these Dark Energy into the discard pile. So if there's another Sada the following turn, that can power up more of these Pokemon. Now, the choice here is, how do you want to fill your bench up? Thinking about Radiant Greninja, there is that Galarian Moltres, can always bring energy back with that Dire Flame Wings ability, pending Path to the Peak is not in play. But it is also a great target for that Forest Seal Stone to just give you a little extra consistency.
So not as fast of a start as you would hope for, but again, the attack is the important part. We see the energy switch, a classic card that's been around for ages, and that's going to allow, in conjunction with the Professor Sada's Vitality, accelerated one, switch it to the active, attach, and there we go. Morpeko on the wheel for the knockout and gets to conserve the energy, setting up for a Roaring Moon attack on the next turn.
Sawyer does have 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Great start there. Culver's Experiment, 5 cards, and these are pretty awkward cards. I mean, you kind of want to keep most of these. I guess the switch card and Nest Ball seem like the best choices, but I mean, what else do you necessarily want? Even considering maybe getting rid of one of these Mirage Gate, because that Psychic Energy did hit the Lost Zone on that first turn, and that will be the choice here for Sawyer. Getting rid of one of those Mirage Gates, did value taking that over the Colress the first turn, but I mean, you've got 4 cards in the Lost Zone now. You can use this Flower Selecting instantly, just saying, yep, Battle VIP Pass is not playable. I'm throwing that away. But, I mean, what is your attacker of choice? How do you plan this turn out? And how do you plan the following turn if there's going to be a big Roaring Moon powered up?
Yeah, and one of the awkward things is you have to assume, if you're Sawyer, that your opponent will not put down another single prize Pokemon. If you knock out this Morpeko, it doesn't really advance your win condition at all. You're still going to have to knock out 3 Pokemon that give up multiple prize cards. So then it becomes a question of, do I even bother? If your only attack you can do this turn is like a Cramorant knockout on the active, is that even worth doing? Or should you just leave it there? It's a tricky situation. So we'll see what Sawyer decides to go with and what Sawyer has options for on this turn as we see more and more flower selecting. We're going to get to that magic 7 cards in the Lost Zone after this one, and then things should kick into high gear from here.
I mean, the main problem is if you leave this Morpeko in the active, then what stops Richard from just doing it again, right?
Sure,
Not
yeah.
putting a 2-prize Pokemon up. But of course, these bench Pokemon can be brought into the active via the multiple Gusting cards in Sawyer's deck, the Boss's Orders, and the Counter Catcher.
Yep. Yeah, even an Escape Rope would force a 2-prize Pokemon into the active.
So we'll see Nest Ball before this Flower Selecting. Bench Sableye, so the Signals probably won't be seeing an attack, but this Flower Selecting will put Sawyer up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, turning on Mirage Gate. Speaking of which, another tough choice. Mirage Gate and Jet Energy, both cards you want, especially with Sawyer having 3 energy cards in the prizes. How do you go about valuing these 2 cards?
I don't know if you can afford to get rid of a second Mirage Gate
it's a
here.
boss, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's still a card that, of course, you want. Of course, if this Morpeko just attacks again, you want to have Gust. But Jet Energy is another great way to draw more cards, continue your acceleration, provide some consistency. So,
yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything here. Already filled the bench, so no Cramorant. No, again, probably no point knocking out the Morpeko, and now it's on to Richard to see what's going to happen this turn. Yeah, like you mentioned, if the Morpeko can get powered up again, we could just see another knockout from that and force another awkward situation, but does require another energy switch. So we'll see what happens.
Great way to start off. Sada drawing 3 cards, does find the Pokestop and a second cross switcher, and now Richard has a few choices with how he wants to go about this turn, but listen, a nice juicy 2-prize knockout, that's no bad way to get your second turn going.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Richard at the moment. Looks like we'll get out to a pretty sizable lead. But, I mean, leads only last so long sometimes. We see the Pokestop. Getting rid of a Boss's Orders does find the switch cart. Not the best.
Yeah, Boss is, of course, a card you'd like to have later on in the game, but I mean, another choice here for Sora. I don't know how many Giratina V-Star were in the hand, but by not evolving those, the only way you can take a 1-hit knockout on that Giratina V-Star is to use that Frenzied Gouging to take the knockout. Otherwise, now Calamity Storm can just take knockouts, and you're not putting yourself in that range where something like Sableye can finish you off with Lost Mine.
Yeah, whenever you can use Calamity Storm instead of Frenzied Gouging, it's a huge win. You don't put your Pokemon in danger. So yeah, Giratina V having exactly 220 HP. That is a factor here, especially with the double cross switcher. Looks like Richard's going to be able to play the entire hand down as a Dark Patch, and then has Mew EX to restart up to 3 cards. Hey, this turn's pretty good.
Could even play the Mew EX down before pivoting, but already knows what Pokemon he wants to go after. Double cross switcher, bringing up Giratina V. And I mean, Mew EX, yes, it's great for restart, but it does also have that genome hack.
That's true.
That's a great attack against Giratina V-Star as well.
Yeah, it is awkward to power up, but with enough energy switches, you can do it.
Haven't seen an energy commitment for turn yet. There are no dark energy in the discard pile, so I mean, the choice here is, how do you want to put these energies? I mean, you could prep it on Mew, but I mean, Richard's about to enter that scary zone now where once you go to 3 prize cards, you might have to expect a Roxanne incoming.
Exactly, yeah. You're just trying to prepare as best you can, power up as many attackers as you can. And this is where the Roaring Moon deck is vulnerable. You can power up a couple attackers, but you are kind of vulnerable to Path to the Peak plus hand disruption, and that is an easy way that a Giratina V-Star deck can come back.
So how will Sawyer respond here? 3 prizes already taken. This Giratina V-Star seems like the only hope in terms of clawing this matchup back, but I mean, it's staring a return knockout right away. Sawyer has yet to take any prize cards, put any damage on the board, and there's already a second Roaring Moon powered up. We'll still use these Mirage Gates, grab the energy cards out of the deck, and maybe put some energy onto something like the Comfey. That will give it free retreat out of the active at some point. And yes, this attack is here, this knockout is present, but I mean, what is your next step after this? Or what is your next step this turn to try and put Richard on the back foot? And yeah, I mean, you're going to stare down this knockout from the bench Roaring Moon, but is there a way for you to put a little bit more in terms of attacking pressure so that Richard can't respond?
Yeah, and the question is, do you need to get another Giratina V down this turn? You have to expect your Giratina V-Star is going to get knocked out in return. And then, sure, you could follow up with like a Sableye after that, but then it's a very easy knockout for anything like Galarian Moltres V, even more Morpeko can like get a last knockout somewhere. So yeah, got to put down another Giratina V. You got to expect to power up 2 Giratina V-Star this game. We do see the Iono, which, I mean, is huge hand disruption here, but has to be paired with a Path to the Peak. Otherwise, that Mew EX will provide Richard with some extra cards.
Speaking of which, Path to the Peak right there in the hand for Sawyer. Okay. We'll play that down, bringing this Giratina up, and there's no Star Requiem necessarily, but I mean, this is what you need to sort of slowly rally back. You shut off the restart ability from you. You shut off Dire Flame Wings from the Galarian Moltres V. Will be Lost Impact, taking a knockout on Roaring Moon. How did Richard draw into these 3 cards? Can he power up yet another attacker to keep his aggression going in this game 1?
Yeah, so some interesting, oh, well, that's a good one. Drawing the Professor Sada's Vitality. Does have double cross switcher. It's a little awkward to use. I think you would want to knock out the active if you can. Reason being, Sawyer has already gone through, there's 2 Mirage Gate in the discard, 1 in the Lost Zone, and to power up that Giratina V-Star on the following turn, you would need to find the 4th Mirage Gate. So it would force your opponent to find that if you just attack into the active. Some good cards off of this. You know, find the energy switch. I don't think there's a stadium, though. So still going to be a little bit awkward in the coming turns.
Yeah, I think the choice here is, how do you want to power up this last attacker? We are going to see the energy switch, but I don't. Now, there are the dark energy in the discard pile. That Roaring Moon did get knocked out. Now, one thing that's sort of in my mind is, I mean, if you have this Roaring Moon powered up like this, I mean, I guess your best bet is to bring the Giratina V up regardless. But like you said, with those Mirage Gates down, with those energies still being in the prize cards, let alone if Sawyer could keep up and take this knockout, can he do that with the energies and resources left in his deck?
Yeah, and this is good too. I mean, you can use the Calamity Storm, get a knockout, and it gets rid of the Path to the Peak. So force your opponent to get another Path to the Peak. All you really need is 1 more energy and you could just frenzy gouging for the game. So this makes sense as well. Just make it so that all you need to win is an energy, and this doesn't open you up to any like Sableye plays where your opponent could like counter catcher out the Galarian Moltres V, like Roxanne, and then start to pick away at your bench. You don't put damage on your own Pokemon, so hey, great play from Richard. This has been a flawless game plan so far, and he just needs to attack one more time and he'll win the game.
What can Sawyer do to disrupt at this point? We'll play the Super Rod, so this will put the energy cards back into the deck to maybe power up this Giratina V-Star. Now, there are 10 cards in the Lost Zone, so no need to play Colress this turn. Can Star Requiem and not have to pitch any more of those precious energy cards in the Lost Zone. But like you said, with that Roaring Moon on the bench, one energy card of any type will be enough to just knock out whatever's in the active spot and give Richard a 1-0 lead in this set.
All right. Yeah, feels like Sawyer's going to have to find that last path, or one more path to the peak. That's a tough decision off of the flower selecting. I saw the last Mirage Gate in there. What else is...
And only plays one copy of that counter catcher. So
by
putting that away, I feel like Sawyer understands that there's maybe got to be some sort of stranding strategy or potentially bringing something back up. And I mean, by keeping the counter catcher, Escape Rope can allow you to look at one more card, and then it doesn't really matter what your opponent brings up. You can just choose one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, bring it back up, but still looking for that energy card to power up this Giratina V-Star, and it's not quite there. Has to put away the Roxanne, and it's going to play yet another switching card to continue to dig through this deck. Is there a Grass Energy? Still no.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier there are a lot of energy in the prize cards. One of them was a Grass Energy. It looks like Sableye just going to be the choice here. Counter catcher out the Moltres. Okay, there's a Roxanne to go with it. So if you draw a path to the peak, I mean, there is a chance that this gets stranded for a while.
Does have a 2 retreat cost. Now with no stadium play, it essentially just acts as a 1 retreat cost though, right? Because you can use that ability, put an energy card on it.
Yeah, that's why you need that path to the peak. You need to take away that Dire Flame Wings ability. Also take away Mew EX's restart. If you don't draw a path to the peak here, I think you pretty much know the game's over.
A tough spot indeed. Richard will draw 2 cards off this Roxanne. Sawyer, 6 cards. What do we see at this point? And there's nothing. No Grass Energy, no Psychic Energy. We talked about stranding something. What good is stranding a Pokemon if you can't even attack your opponent's board?
Yeah, I mean, you can't give your opponent much time here. They don't need very much to just retreat and win.
Especially if there's no path to the peak. Sawyer is running those max 4 copies to try and disrupt some of these ability-heavy decks. And, I mean, you can play... I mean, there is still concealed cards, so you can play that, and still no energy cards. Sableye's just going to pass the turn over, and...
Dejected, go ahead.
And we see it. Water Energy is in hand, so, I mean...
That should be it, right?
Yeah.
You just use Dire Flame Wings, put one on the Moltres. Yeah, you attach, retreat, say any attack, and you win the game, right?
Is there a chance that Richard doesn't necessarily see that at this place? I mean,
does he know?
Does he know? Oh, this is sort of, that's right there, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, Sada's great, but...
Yeah, I think he's preparing for Mew EX to restart into some cards. I think at some point he'll probably realize, oh, right, I'm just going to win. But we'll go through the motions here. And, yeah, I have to assume this is going to end with Richard taking the final knockout, taking a 1-0 lead with Roaring Moon firing on all cylinders.
Playing the Pal Pad for good measure, and Sawyer understands that Richard has what it takes to close out this first game, and in pretty convincing fashion. I mean, sure, Sawyer didn't find those necessary pieces, but those cross switchers coming in clutch to maximize those damages. And we didn't even see Frenzied Gouging, which is such a powerful attack, but a huge cost, especially against these Lost Zone decks.
Yeah, Cross Switcher is really good when you draw them in pairs all the time, and that's exactly what Richard did twice. He just like, oh, I'll just draw 2 of them.
Feels like
it's really good.
Feels like Puzzle of Time all over again, right? Just, let me draw my 3 cards. Oh.
Yeah, or the custom catcher.
Of course, yeah, these 2 cards. There is no way to bring back the supporter cards from your discard pile that's not in this list. But speaking of this list,
Cross-Seaver,
Cross-Receiver, yeah. This was all Richard, though, in the first game. Sawyer unable to really get these Giratina V-Stars powered up, and when you don't evolve both of them super quick, we just see this deck just run away with it. Early aggression, putting on pressure, and not finding Path to the Peak late, or those important attacks with things like Sableye or Giratina, and Richard took a pretty convincing game number 1 here in round 4.
And I would say probably the MVP of that first game was the Morpeko. I mean, giving Richard an option to attack turn 1, a single prize Pokemon, that was the difference maker. I mean, if that card's not in his deck, I think that game could look completely different. So having that one prize Pokemon, even this small little attack for 70 damage, was a huge difference maker.
You see one of those Path to the Peak in the prize cards. Nothing too detrimental. I think we're going to have a great second game here, Kyle, as it will actually be Richard starting things off in this matchup, going first. And that could have actually just been a choice by Sawyer, potentially, to just say, look, I know your deck wants to go second. I know your deck wants to attack on the first turn. Let me put you in a situation where you might have a little bit of a more difficult time setting up, and at least I can draw some more cards, maybe with something like Abyss Seeking, but just going to go ahead and trash the hand away, getting rid of some of those important resources like the Pal Pad, like the Cross Switcher, but more than happy to get some energy cards in the discard pile, and not too bad of a hand here. You do have that Pokestop, and this is a great turn to want to play Battle Pass, but you've also got to wonder, is it worth that reward when your opponent is playing those powerful counter stadium cards like Path to the Peak?
Oh, well.
Never mind, Kyle. It was worth it.
I was going to say, Richard's hand looked pretty bad, so I think you definitely have to go for the Pokestop there. Like, there was nothing set up for the next turn. So you just got to hope for the best with the Pokestop, and hey, sometimes you spin it and Battle VIP passes come out.
Spin to win, right? That's all you got to do. Great 2 cards, and also got rid of another Dark Energy card. So if Richard wants to, could grab that Galarian Moltres V. Now, it is a little bit less appealing to have on the board because you did have to get rid of that 4 Sealstone, the 1 copy with that Squawk and Seize, but with playing so many copies of Energy Switch, the max 4 copies, it essentially almost acts as a built-in Dark Patch every turn if you can use that ability.
Yep. I'm curious, what do you think about Sawyer's decision? I assume went second in this game. You know, there's always questions, which matchup should you go first? Which one should you go second? I'm assuming Sawyer chose to go second here. What do you think about that in this matchup?
I mean, with how Roaring Moon can pop off, it really does depend, because at its max, you could see a full Roaring Moon powered up, Cross Switcher to bring up Giratina, and then at that point, your opponent's only got 2 cards in the Lost Zone, so what are they really doing? I think with Sawyer at this point, if you can play Colress, if you can Flower Selecting, and then maybe use something like Abyss Seeking, understanding that your opponent's most likely going to take a 2-prize knockout, whether you want to or not, responding right away when your opponent's at those 4 prize cards, that's got to be priority number 1, so we'll see how things pan out, but it also does depend on how your hand looks, because there are hands that are really great going first, and there are some hands that you've got Colress's Experiment, but no way to really dig through the deck, so it will be on those 6 cards, 7 cards with the top deck for Sawyer, as Richard does have the Galarian Moltres as the selection, did use that concealed cards to draw a few cards, and did find a Professor Sada for the following turn, as we will just be seeing what looks like potentially just debating what to get here. It will actually just be another Pokemon coming down into play, and that MVP from Game 1, Morpeko, coming back onto the field.
Yeah, it is a bit more awkward when you have 2 single prize Pokemon in play. We'll see if that makes any difference at all. But yeah, giving your opponent access to 2 1-prize things to knock out is obviously much weaker than just having the 1 and then forcing your opponent to go all 2-prize Pokemon for the entirety of the game. Yeah, the question for me in the matchup, and I'm not sure what's correct and what's not, is if you're playing a deck with 4 Paths to the Peak, you know how devastating it can be if your opponent doesn't find a counter stadium. Maybe there's some argument for going first when you can play down the Path to the Peak and maybe stop them from setting up at all. But it looks like Sawyer valued being able to go second, maybe get the first attack, play a Colress's Experiment right away. We'll see if it works out, but this hand is looking dreadful. But did go into the Colress's Experiment, so things are looking up maybe.
Now choice time here for Sawyer. Not only how do you want to select these cards, but more importantly, how do you want to end your turn? Because there is the potential to end the turn off with something like the Abyss Seeking. You could also put a Pokemon into the active that isn't knocked out by Morpeko. I mean, when you're in this position where you're going second, your opponent's very clearly threatening a knockout the following turn. how do you sort of navigate your board, and more importantly, what Pokemon do you leave in play to try and sort of prevent as much risk as possible?
Yeah, and how deep do you want to go getting cards into your Lost Zone? You would love to use Abyss Seeking and get more cards in your Lost Zone, but yeah, then you leave a 2-prize Pokemon in the active, easily knocked out. I think that's too much of a risk. I think you need to have a single prize Pokemon in the active. This might be a spot where Cramorant is a good idea. Get that 1-prize knockout, since the Radiant Greninja is potentially one that can be picked off later. You can set up some kind of play with Moonlight Shuriken, then a Sableye to clean some stuff up later. So I think ideally you would go for Cramorant here. My question is, will Sawyer spin the Pokestop? We have not seen that yet.
It's a deadly trap. It's right in front of you there.
Yeah.
Your opponent's sort of like, go on, go ahead and use this Pokestop. But it is really that risk factor. There's not any ways to bring back supporter cards if you get rid of those. You really want to use these Super Rods conservatively. You don't want to get rid of those Pokemon. But like you said, in this position, how much do you balance that sort of getting greedy and trying to draw cards with also making sure that you're being a little bit conservative in terms of how aggressive you're pushing yourself?
So let's see what Sawyer cooks up next. We got a switch cart into a flower selecting. Still only 2 cards in the Lost Zone. Haven't been able to find a battle VIP pass. And oh no, here it comes. I think we're heading into the Abyss.
2 more cards will hit the Lost Zone. We'll bring Sawyer up to 5. These are some pretty solid cards. Does find the Giratina V for the next turn to put another one into play if Sawyer chooses to do that. Even considering just keeping something like the Super Rod, giving that a little bit more value. But, I mean, the Stadium card's in play. Pokestop is there. You've got a pivot into the active spot. I mean, you got to really ask yourself, I mean, maybe Sawyer doesn't have a choice at this point, but it's 2 prize cards for essentially 2 more cards in the Lost Zone, and will that be a winning trade for Sawyer in this game?
Yep, so big turn here for Richard. Starts the turn with just 1 energy in play on that Galarian Moltres V, but kicks things off with Professor Sada's Vitality, a really strong supporter card. Get to choose 2 of your ancient Pokemon in play, attach an energy card from your discard pile to both of them, and then draw 3 cards. Kind of gives you flashback to Welder in a much different way, but very powerful energy acceleration. And will we see a Roaring Moon EX get powered up for that Calamity Storm and just storm in for 2 prize cards?
This is tough, though. No energy switch or Dark Patch in this hand as it is, and Pokestop is still available, so that's still the option.
Here we go.
Let's spin the wheel, Kyle. Let's see what we've got here. There's the energy card and trekking shoes as well. So, I mean, that hits 2 of the 3 conditions that we need to hit at this point. There has been no attachment yet for turn. And
Thin some cards out with the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, look at that, though. So many outs in the deck. All those Dark Patch still available. 4 of them in the deck. You've got 3 energy switch still.
Yep.
I mean, the odds are pretty much in Richard's favor here to take another 2 prize knockout, push the aggression, and yeah, this is where we sort of see this matchup can be tough on both sides, but once there's one breakthrough, it's really trying to play this catch-up game with Roaring Moon that makes it so tough to battle against.
Yep. And we do have 2 sets of the trekking shoes. So first one, going to throw away an Earthen Vessel, does not hit. Here's the second one. Uh-oh, last card.
Finds it. Wow.
All right, there is the Dark Patch. Will allow Richard to power up the Roaring Moon EX. Dug 4 cards with those 2 trekking shoes, and the 4th card was the one that Richard needed to pull off this big attack and start things off once again as the aggressor in this matchup.
Can also use Dire Flame Wings to put this dark energy onto the Galarian Moltres V. That's a potential attacker down the line. It's also something that can't be trapped. You just have energy in play when you've still got all of these energy switch available. And an excellent turn there for Richard, piloting it through, maximizing those outs and getting rewarded, finding that Dark Patch. Calamity Storm, 220 damage, knocking out this Giratina V. Richard off to the races again in Game 2, and will Sawyer be able to catch up?
Yeah, it's tough. We are going to get to 7 cards in the Lost Zone right away with the Courses Experiment. And then you just got to hope, Mirage Gate, Giratina V-Star, get a knockout, go from there. Yeah, this is where things turn into a race. And you just got to hope to be able to keep up with your Giratina V-Star.
Speaking of which, I'm not sure if Sawyer has found that card yet. And of course, you're going to need that to attack so far. Will, now with 7 cards in the Lost Zone, use this Mirage Gate, get the energy cards into play onto Giratina. But right now, only has that 1 Comfey. We do see 2 in the Lost Zone, so there's not sort of that potential we saw when Sawyer had 3 of those out to sort of just keep digging and using those switch cards to try and find more of these crucial cards. The supporter card already being played. I mean, you've got this concealed cards on the bench, you've got this flower selecting, but besides that, you're kind of at the mercy of whatever those top 4 cards are looking like on your deck.
Yeah, this will be a big one. Still have Radiant Greninja to use as well, so we'll be able to dig quite a bit here. One interesting thing, I think this is a situation where you do not bench another Giratina V. You want to get the 1 Giratina V-Star out this turn, and then you know the only way your opponent can knock out your Giratina V-Star is with Frenzied Gouging, which then puts it in range for things like Sableye to Lost Mine and finish off the Roaring Moon EX. I don't think you want to put another Giratina V down here because then it gives Richard the opportunity to do the same thing that happened last game. You know, bring out the Giratina V on the bench, knock it out. Don't put the damage on yourself with Frenzied Gouging.
And look at this, in like a 10-card hand, there's still no Giratina V-Star. Use the concealed cards, use the flower selecting. We'll have 1 more option to use potentially another switching card, like a switch card to look at these top 2 cards. And if there's no Giratina V-Star, I mean, that feels like the story of this match for Sawyer. Just bad break after bad break, missing attacks, not finding pieces, and I mean,
yeah, none of this matters. None of this matters if you don't find Giratina V-Star.
And then at that point, that's where we're talking about this train run in the way. There's really no coming back from that. There is a switch card in hand, so can play the switch card, and then there hasn't been an attachment for turns, so we could see sort of the jet energy come into play to bring this Giratina V back up. But
1 more shot.
Here we go. 2 big cards here. Do we see Giratina V-Star? No, misses the Giratina V-Star. And with what's in hand, you can't use Sableye. You've only got 9 cards in the Lost Zone. You've already played your supporter card for turn. I mean, what, do you shred with this Giratina? I mean, that's just feeding your opponent the 2 prizes. But Cramorant, I just don't know if that's going to cut it at this position for Sawyer, especially if Richard can bring up this Giratina V. How are you putting enough damage to take these last couple of prize cards?
Yeah, I mean, you got to try. Attack with the Cramorant. Try to get some damage on the board. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, things didn't pan out, and this is what we talk about with Giratina V-Star sometimes. It's great in theory when everything works, super strong, lots of one-hit knockouts, but sometimes, you know, you don't find the V-Star, you don't find the Mirage Gate, you don't find the whatever, and your game plan does not go off as you expected. And that is what we're seeing here. Now, it's still not over. Richard still has some work to do.
But has double cross switcher in hand, and that is a huge 2 cards to find. That already seals up the knockout, even has the Pokestop to spin the wheel, find some more of those item cards. And this is absolutely incredible here for Richard. Finds Dark Patch, more stadium cards. Is just flexing at this point with how great he can build his board up.
Okay, Richard doesn't have much more work to do at this point.
Just seeing how many energy cards are still available now. There is a water energy, but that can't be brought back unless there's something like the Soda to power it up. I mean, there's no reason to not play that. You might as well power up the second Roaring Moon. And
I mean, it's 2 water energy, so it actually can't attack.
That's true.
One thing to keep in mind, this deck does play many energy switches, and you can power up Radiant Greninja. And Moonlight Shuriken here would also be devastating. Knock out 2 Comfey, take 2 prize cards. You got to think that would pretty much be game over.
Either or, plenty of options for Richard to select how he wants to play this turn out. Still hasn't even put an energy card into play yet for the turn.
Yep.
Will power up the second Roaring Moon. And I think we're just going to see it, Kyle.
Yeah, Sawyer's like picking up the Giratina V, like, okay, yep.
Double cross switcher.
Yep.
Devastating for Sawyer, taking that huge threat off the board. Richard will go down to 2 prize cards yet with no damage on his board. And what can Sawyer put together to keep his hopes alive here to stay undefeated. Going to even spin the Pokestop for more measure. I mean, does get rid of a few cards there. I mean, you kind of want to see those maybe off of something like a Roxanne, the Counter Stadium, the Professor Sada, but I mean, what more could you ask for here? Another 2-prize knockout, another big threat on Sawyer's board, going to the discard pile. Now Sawyer's in the tank. How do you get out of this predicament?
Yeah. Be honest, not sure. It's going to have to be some, cross your fingers kind of play at this point. You counter catcher out the Squawkabilly, play a Roxanne, lost mine a few times. Hope your opponent never finds a way to move the Squawkabilly, that kind of thing.
I think that's the only option you've got at this point. We'll see the lost mine potentially online now. There is 9 cards, but with the flower selecting, that will bring Sawyer up to 10. We'll use the Mirage Gate first, putting the Psychic Energy on the Sableye, so that will be all powered up to go. And I mean, that's never a great strategy, cross your fingers and hope, but sometimes that's Garatina's best strategy late in the game is say, look, you played a lot of cards, you've got a lot of cards, you've still got Battle VIP Pass in your deck, right? How about you draw into all 4 of those for me, so I can maybe get a few bonus turns to myself.
Just milled some good cards with your own Pokestop. Yeah.
So we'll bring Sawyer up to 10. Easy choice there. Magic number achieved, and another Battle VIP Pass going out into the Lost Zone. And the choice here for Sawyer, do you want to play Roxanne or do you want to play Iono in this position? This is one where, I mean, with still 6 prizes remaining, I gotta feel like Iono is just probably the better option, but you never know what your opponent necessarily has in their hand. Those cards do go to the bottom, rather than everything being shuffled back in like it will be with this Roxanne, which will be the supporter of choice here for Sawyer.
Yep, did see the counter catcher for the Squawkabilly. It's really your only boy out at this point. It's the only thing that cannot currently retreat. Everything else on board had a way to retreat. So when you do this, your odds are not great, but at least it gives you a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance, Kyle?
There is, yeah. I mean, Richard could draw every unplayable card left in his deck. Or, I mean, the odds were high to find a way to retreat.
Yeah,
but
it's true. So Sawyer will still play this turn out, of course. No knowledge on what Richard has. Drawn some more cards with the Lost Zone.
And it's not over, right? Richard needs to take 2 prize cards. So
that's true.
Even if Richard retreats once and gets a knockout, you could run the same play back where you get like boss's orders, bring the Squawkabilly back out. Maybe you didn't find a way to retreat the second time.
I think Sawyer maybe would have wanted to find something like a Giratina V-Star to put, or Giratina V to maybe put back into play, but it's sort of that risk-reward, right? You give your opponent that option to win the game, but I mean, if they've got to get through a 2-prize Pokemon, Sableye setting some Lost Mine math up, but there's no sudden death risk because you haven't taken any prize cards left, so it's just a tough spot for Sawyer. Regardless, we'll still play it out. Lost Mine can take the knockout onto the Roaring Moon if Sawyer chooses to.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to go for. Do you just want to spread a bunch of damage and
it's tough.
Leave the bench locked? That way you don't give your opponent an out to draw Mew EX or Luminion V. I don't think it makes a huge difference for you to take the knockout on this turn, so maybe you just spread some damage around, but it's like gonna leave it with 10 HP, perhaps.
Yeah, I think the fact that you missed the path to the peak, there's no reason to give yourself an extra out, right? Your win condition is limiting your opponent's good draws to give yourself a win in this game, so. You could also just put some damage counters on that Roaring Moon, so if it ever does use Frenzy Gouging, it would knock itself out, but just insult to injury there. Another energy switch can put the energy on the Squawkabilly. That can retreat. Yeah. You can even put the energy that you just discarded to retreat back on the Galarian Moltres for the following turn. Everything going perfectly here for Richard in Game 2.
Yep, so we should see a retreat into one of those Roaring Moon EX. And the Dire Flame Wings, like you said, will get the energy right back onto the Galarian Moltres V. You could argue that it's worth keeping in the discard pile. If you don't have any energy in your discard, then Professor Sada's Vitality would be an out to draw something. But at this point, you got to assume an energy switch, one that's in the hand already, will be enough to close out the game.
Sawyer, you have to take any prize cards. Is there a way to still rally back in this game? Does have another Sableye. Do see Super Rod in the hand. Does find that boss's orders.
Yep.
And this is sort of the problem. You can't disrupt your opponent's hand and bring a Pokemon into the active at the same turn. Sawyer does not have that understanding of not only the energy switch being in hand, but I mean, that's kind of all you have to do at this point. I don't even know if there's a way to Lost Mine at this point. You've got to find a way to not only pivot this Comfey out, but also power the Sableye up. And with how many Mirage Gates have already been played, maybe only one remaining. And I don't even think there's much going on in this hand whatsoever.
Yep, just an unfortunate sequence of events for Sawyer. For Richard, life's pretty good. Got a quick attack off both games. Never really lost any momentum. Yep. And there we see the energy switch. And that will be it. Richard takes a decisive 2-0 victory. Roaring Moon EX at 4-0. Look at that.
Well, future versus past, that's what we're figuring out the question for. What will prevail? There's still plenty of Pokemon to play, but Richard in an excellent spot to start the day off, 4-0 with Roaring Moon EX. And I mean, that is a textbook example of what pushing your aggression looks like in the TCG. Every turn, powering Pokemon up, knockout. Not putting Pokemon in risk, then you're bringing Pokemon up, taking 2 prize knockouts. Taking trades and doing it early, can be a winning strategy. Roaring Moon is the best example of that right now in the TCG.
Yeah, I think Richard had a great game plan going into that. Obviously, a lot of things went in his favor. Drew the cross switchers at the right time, every time. Got an attack off at every opportunity. But, I mean, if you put yourself in the wrong situations, you can draw the cross switchers all the time, get an attack off every time, and still lose with this deck. It's the combination of everything. Good game plan, understanding what the threats are in each situation. I thought Richard showed a really good understanding of how to attack that matchup.
And how powerful it is, especially against this Lost Zone deck of not putting damage counters on yourself and giving your opponent those options. But did that even really matter when Sawyer was just always felt like one piece off of putting it together? It was the one piece off attacking with the Giratina. It was getting the Giratina V-Stars down into play game 1. And like we said, Giratina V-Star, so great on paper. Star Requiem, many would consider the best V-Star attack in the entire game, just knocking out your opponent's Pokemon. But all that is great in theory, not so great in application if you can't fully execute your strategy.
Let's start at game number 2, the Pokestop into the double Battle VIP Pass. You know, there were plenty of moments in each game where Richard was, you know, down to his last hope. Needed to hit off a Pokestop, needed to hit off a trekking shoe, something like that. And every time, it ended up working out for him. You know, there are other situations where you have that exact same thing happen and you don't find the thing you need. And then that's when Roaring Moon starts to look a little less powerful when you miss those attacks. Things don't go smoothly, but hey, you can see why it's a strong deck when it works. Richard got off to a clean 2-0 victory and is now undefeated 4-0.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, Roaring Moon against that matchup, I mean, we just saw it on display. I mean, the Lost Zone decks are good, but how would you really evaluate that matchup now that we've seen that in favor? Was that just Roaring Moon doing its thing and Giratina not having many options, or do you feel like if that maybe plays out differently for Sawyer, we could have a little bit more of an interesting match there?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really say. It just feels like a 50-50 matchup because there's so many unpredictable things that can happen. There's really just kind of inflection points in the games where, you know, if Giratina does this, they'll probably win. If Roaring Moon, you know, misses a quick attack, big advantage to the Giratina player, but you can see there exactly what can happen. The Roaring Moon deck does put a lot of pressure on your opponent to find things in a timely fashion. And yeah, sometimes, you know, you just don't find the Giratina V-Star on, you know, turn 2 when you need it, and that can be the difference in the game.
And this Roaring Moon deck, I mean, people understood this card was powerful when it came out. I mean, I remember watching the World Championships trailer where they revealed all the Paradox Pokemon, and people's initial reaction was, so you just get to knock out your opponent's Pokemon, It doesn't matter, and you don't knock yourself out? That's broken, that's so good. And it is, but of course, having that early aggression, people were wondering, well, what about Iono? Do you need to play the barrel in this deck to draw extra cards? And sort of the question for many is kind of been answered in the sense of, if you get too far ahead, yeah, Iono's annoying. Yeah, putting your hand down low. Yes, stranding Pokemon is a little bit inconvenient, but does that matter when you're taking these 2, 3, even 4 prize leads sometimes against a plethora of decks that exist?
I mean, it just says, I knock you out. Once you get to a certain prize lead and you have attackers powered up, there's no playing around it. It's just, you're just going to say the attack and you get a knockout. Doesn't matter how much HP you have. It's just, okay, instant knockout. It's a deck that has a lot of weaknesses. We can't deny that. It can be disrupted in many different ways. The self-damage, even though you don't knock yourself out immediately, does pose a lot of issues. Like Sableye can clean you up. Even things like, a Charmander hitting you for low amounts of damage can finish you off and can put you in awkward situations. I think the biggest weakness of the Roaring Moon deck is that it almost exclusively uses 2-prize Pokemon. A lot of decks are able to use single-prize Pokemon to throw off the prize exchange. You saw the Morpeko in the first game, but in a lot of matchups, you just have to go all 2-prize Pokemon. And sometimes you just can't win the race when you're doing that. But we'll see if, Roaring Moon hits the right matchups, runs well, gets a lot of quick attacks off. We could be seeing a couple in the top 8 here. Or, I don't think we've seen any make top 8 yet so far, but we could see one happen here in Portland.
Plenty of Pokemon still to play, but for now, Ancient is our Round 4 champion. Let's throw it down to the lounge and hear from our Round 4 winner, Richard, who's ready for an interview.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lounge. Adam Watson here with our Round 4 Community Choice winner, Richard Nguyen. How are you feeling, my friend?
Not bad. Definitely good after a game like that. And who wouldn't?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like everything was going in your favor. Is the Giratina matchup normally a little bit tougher for your Roaring Moon, or did everything just fall where it was supposed to?
For that game specifically, especially game 2, that one just fell into my favor almost the entire way through. If there was any early disruption, which I was slightly afraid of, that might have stopped out the plays. But because they need to chorus and set up their usual plays, they can't really hand disrupt early. So because of that, I was able to punish any Giratinas that were left out in the open. Game 1 though, that was the scary one because instantly dropping Path on that turn 1 shut down most of the plays to go into Squawk ability, Greninja, stuff like that. So I'll try to thin out the deck with the cards that I don't want to see the most, and then try to trick and shoot into answer, but that didn't work out. So after that, I was just playing with more Morpeko and then slowly working my way back into the game.
Yeah, that was very impressive to adapt to that path because I was seeing the match, backstage.
That did not look good.
When you just couldn't even use the Squawk ability. Yeah. It did seem like it was going to go downhill from there, but you stuck with it, and that's great. Now, when it comes to Roaring Moon specifically, this is a deck that, especially at the top of the broadcast, we speculated wasn't really that good when it first hit the scene, and now it's on the rise. Were you an early adopter, or was this a very specific call for your Portland?
It was definitely an early adopter, just because it seems like a fun deck, very aggressive, which is my kind of playstyle back when I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So I would usually playing the turn 2 decks, try to break your board kind of deal, and then going into Pokemon, my friend was most of the stuff was going first, so I was with Roaring Moon showing up like that, I was kind of leaning towards Roaring Moon, if not Miraidon kind of deal. But Roaring Moon just seemed newer, wanted to pick up, and just I like Salamence a little bit more than Miraidon and stuff like that.
Great. And now that you mentioned you've got some experience in other card games, other competitions, coming over to the Pokemon TCG, is there anyone you want to give a quick shout out to that helped you kind of get your feet wet, get prepared for this big tournament?
Oh, I would definitely like to thank my friends, Philip Nguyen, Simon Vu, Ty, Michael, Vincent, a few of the friends definitely forced me into the game to get into that as a hobby. But because of that, I've been able to experience stuff like these regional events, which I've been wanting to get back into. And I guess Pokemon was the easy leeway to get into that, which was really nice.
So being able to just participate in the tournament went really smoothly. Just being able to register and your prep and everything, just no speed bumps there. And now that you're here, is it as intimidating as you thought? Were you as nervous as you thought you were going to be here on the first day of the tournament?
I definitely did not expect to be on stream, but my friends were jinxing it the entire time when all of us were doing well at the beginning, all XO by round 3, and they're they usually pick newer people to try to hop on, see what happens, and it was I hope it doesn't happen, but this round it was oh, you might be chosen. It was, ooh, I don't know if I'm ready for that, but played out well, so that's good.
That's great that it worked out for you. I know we kind of just threw you up on stage, and that's a big part of the community vote that we had. Our audience are watching from home, and I guess I
heard that from my opponent. Yeah, they usually vote for who they want to show up, so that was good.
And yeah, so I guess we've got the audience now supporting you, and you had a really strong showing, so we'll keep our eyes on you, Richard, as you move through the Portland Regional. Any matchups that maybe you're hoping not to hit? The Giratina seemed like you had it pretty well navigated. Is there anything else that maybe it's making you a little bit nervous for this meta?
Guardy seems to be the one that's like a little bit more annoying to deal with, but like still doable. The Lost Box and Friends, where they have like the Iron Hands, the Roaring Moon, sometimes Kyogre, those ones get like really scary more so, because like any of the real like one prizer decks are like kind of just bad matchups in general for this, but like trying to navigate around those like one prizers and like trying to punish them when possible is just like how you try to get through it.
Well, that's great that you at least have a short list of things that you know are going to be pretty rough, and maybe begin to think about those strategies you want to play for that matchup.
For sure.
And one final question before I let you go, of course.
No problem.
Since this is kind of your first regional for Pokemon, you just had on stream, do you have any advice maybe to anybody else who's here today or maybe in the audience about setting up for their first regional? Something maybe you wish you knew before you began that process?
Definitely get a lot of rest. That's going to be like the number one thing. But obviously, if you're like with friends or just like traveling over to somewhere, it's hard to do. Do your best at it, and then besides that, enjoy your time. That's all like what I mainly go for like card events for. Go for the experience of just hanging out with friends, getting a nice excuse to like get away from work, you know, and then just enjoy your time.
That's great. Get rested. Make sure you have fun. And I'm going to let you as well get some rest before the next round of competition begins.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for joining me.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, and can't wait to see you perform even better here in the Portland Regional Championships.
Hope so, too.
We're going to send things back over to the casting desk and get ready for our next round.
Hey, it's not just the players having fun. We're having fun back here at the casting lounge as well. And great to see that that's so digestible for people to see that newer players, whether they're coming from other card games or have gotten into the game recently, that these regional championships have become accessible and easy to play. And speaking of which, it's come a long way since sort of the first regional championships, and I'm sure you have your stories on seeing the game grow. And even for me, as somebody who hasn't been playing as long as you, seeing even from that point growing to now is it is just so spectacular to look back on and reflect.
Yeah, anybody can jump in at any point. I mean, if you're watching the stream right now, wondering if you should do it, I always say just go for it. I don't know many people that have like regretted coming to play at a Pokemon TCG tournament, but yeah, it's we see it a lot. Newer players show up and they have strong showings. It doesn't matter if it's your first regional, your 20th regional, whatever. You have the same chance as everybody else if you put in the practice, come prepared. A few things go your way. Hey, you could be, you know, right where Richard was, you know, getting an interview when you're 4-0 at the event. I think we saw Alexander Flatos. I can't remember if that was his first Pokemon TCG regional, but we've seen stories like that where people come to regionals for the first time and win the whole event, win an invitation to the World Championships. It's definitely possible. So yeah. There's no better time than right now to join the Pokemon TCG.
And there's so many resources available. Check them all out.
Yeah.
Make sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Speaking of which, everybody over on Twitter has been sharing their thoughts on the Pokemon event, whether you're at the venue here, watching from home, or wherever. People have been sharing what their Portland stories are looking like. And we haven't even talked about those beautiful medals, sending it off the new year right. Good luck to everybody competing today. And as you said, 1,400 players competing, and even this local community in Portland, I mean, that's a huge increase. 400 additional players competing since we were here last year in 2023.
Yeah, I think the final count is 1,491 in the Masters division. And yeah, the last time we were here, it was almost like 1,100-ish players. So yeah, almost exactly 400 additional players. That's huge growth just from year to year. So it's crazy to see how many people are coming out to these events now. They keep growing. They're a lot of fun. So yeah, thanks to Maddox here for the nice picture, and yeah, maybe they'll be going home with one of those medals this weekend.
Anybody can become a champion. That's what's so great about the Pokemon TCG. See if anybody else has some things to share. Jarek is excited to be competing in the Portland Regionals today, hoping for a deeper run than last year. And this is some of my favorite things to watch is anytime I'm not at a regional or even here, checking on these social media platforms for players, reporting their threads on how they're doing, how they're performing. It lets you sort of keep up with the action and follow their stories on social media. Easy with that hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Yeah, I mean, there's over 1,400 players. That's 1,400 people that all have their own stories for the weekend. Whether you got unlucky, lost, dropped out early, had a tough run. Yeah, everybody's got an individual experience at this event, but it's typically something to remember. So, yeah, these are great opportunities to kind of document, remember what your weekend was like.
And of course, the friendships as well. Big communities in this game. So many different people coming together to share their love of Pokemon, including Girl Power TCG. And look, flipping heads, it's a great advice. It always works out well. I don't think I've ever wished to flip tails, though, on any of my coins. Has there been a time where you've wanted to flip tails on some of your attacks?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there's some that are like, do one thing on heads, another thing on tails.
True.
Yeah. I mean, there's like the Volcarona. There's like a Lilligant a while ago that's like, heads, they're asleep, tails, they're paralyzed, something like that.
Oh, true.
Yeah, but yes, great wish from Emmy from Girl Power TCG. May you always flip heads on your Cramomatics. Wouldn't life be easier if you could just always flip heads on Cramomatic?
I need to play a will every turn. I need like a will sideboarded in so I can flip heads on everything. And this is what it's all about, having fun, playing with friends. And this is another great thing to see. I mean, look, the competition is intense. These players are battling it out for so much, but even with so much on the line, seeing players just having fun during their matches despite all of that, I mean, that's what makes Pokemon so special.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a competition. There's lots of people here, serious competitors trying their best to win. But I think for the most part, you go around the tables, you'll see people laughing, having fun, just enjoying playing the game, chatting with their opponent. There's really not much like it.
Which makes Pokemon so great. And continue to share your posts with us using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. I mean, look, we're only 4 rounds through. We've still got so much more action and so many more stories to continue developing here in Portland.
Yeah. Thanks to Anthony for this one. But we do have some stuff for you to check out in the upcoming week here on Twitch. We got Pokemon the Johto Journeys, Pokemon Animated Series Season 3 coming up on Tuesday. Then Pokemon Unite. We have some finals here for NA 2022 Regionals and the AOS Finals for Pokemon Unite on Wednesday, so definitely check that out. Those are always a lot of fun. And then on Thursday, got another entry for Beyond the Pokedex. Got one for Cyndaquil. I know a lot of people love Cyndaquil, so be sure to check that out. You'll learn more about Cyndaquil showing up in various pillars of Pokemon. And then, continue with some more Pokemon the Johto Journeys Season 3.
And of course, there's these live events. But if you ever miss a broadcast or need to catch up, you can always catch up at Pokemon.com/Pokemon TV. So much going on in terms of Pokemon inside, outside, of course. It's not just the TCG here. We've got, of course, the video game and Pokemon Go tournaments going on. And I mean, from what we've come through regionals, we had the addition of Pokemon Go a few years ago. The video game is always going through changes, and it's so much more than the cards, right? The characters, the animes we've seen, and so much different things within Pokemon to celebrate and enjoy all the time.
Yeah. But we are going to throw to a quick little break here. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have more Pokemon TCG action here from the Portland Regional Championships. But we'll be right back.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good lip fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charjabug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the beautiful city of Portland, Oregon. We are here for the Pokemon Regional Championships to start off the year of 2024. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined by Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin for the first time in a while, Kyle.
It's been a minute, and you definitely do need to say ballin', because we're shooting it up here in Portland. Excited to be on the desk for the first time in a little while for us, and we've moved through round 4 now. Got a lot of players at 4-0, a lot of big names that are potentially going to grace us with their presence on the big table, and excited to see which one of those names we will get
Yeah, we had a pretty good one for our round 4 to start things off. Roaring Moon taking the win. You know, it works 60% of the time, every time.
That's true. It looks very good when you don't have to worry about Paths of the Peak.
There is a ton of players out in the field today, just under 1,500 Masters, and one of those players is going to end this weekend with a World's invite to Honolulu, Hawaii. Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown for the decks that we have this weekend here for our day 1.
Yeah, it's been interesting. Obviously, a big difference here with the inclusion of Giratina V-Star really starting to shoot up in the numbers. 12% of the meta, and I feel like a little bit of that is just the fear of Snorlax that we've seen, but it's not one of the most represented decks, but certainly it's on everyone's mind.
Yeah, everyone's mind. Everyone is trying to figure out what's the best strategy to play against that powerful control deck that we have. But Charizard EX, most of them I've seen just don't even care about it. They're like, if I play against it, I'm going to probably lose, but I have good enough matchups across the board where I think I should play this deck to try to win this tournament yet again.
Right. I mean, there's 1,400 other players here who are trying to win this tournament, and only, how many of them? Less than 5% probably playing with that Snorlax or control style of deck. If you avoid them, then you're good. You don't have to worry about that likely auto loss.
Yeah, Miraidon EX creeping up in the percentages there a little bit more than previously in San Antonio. It is the deck that won LAIC to start things off for this format. Still very strong, very fast. We'll have to see if it can try to take down Charizard. It's one of its worst matchups.
Yeah, it's certainly gate-kept a lot throughout the course of its existence. Now it has the Iron Hands in there too, so you see a lot of prize cards falling left and right, and that's kind of why Gardevoir has fallen off, but the consistency of this deck really makes it one of a lot of players' favorites.
It's my favorite for sure, honestly.
if you say so.
Inteleon VMAX with that Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX is also one of those decks that has slowly been increasing in the percentages. It is a very good matchup against Charizard EX. And honestly, same with Giratina. Any Lost Zone deck, you really can manipulate those small HP Pokemon to get those extra turns with Metagame V.
Yeah, it's very scary when you know that your opponent at any time could just steal an additional turn. We've seen so often on the stream. When it comes down to time, when you start to take turn 1 and 2, they're like, how did you do this to me? But it's something that you have to worry about, and continually those high hit points and easily accessible attacks dealing a bunch of spread damage. It's pretty impressive.
And then one of those last decks on the list, Gardevoir EX. It has been a deck that, ever since it came out, on the top of the list of, wow, this is very consistent. You have energy acceleration, you have an almost unlimited amount of damage output, you have card draw with refinement. Very good, and it looked like it was going to kind of take the format by storm yet again. LAIC performing very well, but Iron Hands has kind of kept it out of the format.
Right. It seems like Gardevoir waits for its wave and then finds a good opportunity, similar to the success we've seen of Mew VMAX, which is not featured on this list here, but still is in attendance. Occasionally it just finds that right time where it's disrespected enough, and then you can show up and deal a bunch of damage.
We'll have to see if a Gardevoir player can try to take down this tournament. Yet again, it has been one of those decks where very good, unable to really take down a big tournament, kind of like Lost Zone Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, well, we're waiting to see if that's possible too, as Giratina, it seems to be in a lot of great players' hands at this point. 181 players representing this deck, and it has a lot of versatility. Did not have a lot of versatility in that last game that we saw, though, however. It's really unfortunate when you see on the other side just never locking in that path. And I mean, we're left and right. There are one-shot knockouts coming from the other side. That's terrifying.
Yeah, it is very terrifying when your opponent is able to get those Sadas, get those energy switches going. And honestly, Roaring Moon is one of those decks where it can beat pretty much everything if you get the setup.
Yeah, that's something that you need to look out for in this tournament. A lot of players certainly considered that as they made their deck choice for Portland. And I think that's something that we should also touch on. Just the wide variety of decks. Obviously, we're showing these 6 listed here, but there's plenty of other decks that did not make the graphic that we need to worry about, because they certainly could make their way to the top. And it looks like we are going to feature one of those very interesting builds at 4-0 here on our next round 5.
Yeah, it is one of those metagames where I can realistically see 8 to 10 decks taking down a tournament. It is all that close, and it really just relies on your matchups throughout the Swiss rounds of the weekend. You have 9 Swiss rounds day 1, 6 Swiss rounds day 2. If you run into your good matchups, there's a good chance you can make top 8, but even with that, it's going to be pretty hard because we've seen 12 and 3s kind of be the bubble a lot of the time.
Yeah, you can't really prepare for all of the different decks that you're going to see, which means that counterplay is going to be difficult. Having those tech cards locked up for multiple matchups, almost impossible to do at this stage. So we'll see some techs, maybe that Spiritomb inclusion for some matchups, the Manaphy, the Jirachi, whatever it may be, but ultimately you have to make those decisions early on before the tournament starts and then hope that it pays off with the matchups that you get throughout the next 2 days.
All right, well, speaking of the tournament for these next 2 days, I believe our stage is ready. Let's go ahead and take it down. Get a look at our players for round 5. And this is gonna be a great one for y'all here. We got Lee Bui up against Joe Turrentine, and it is Miraidon EX up against Arceus V-Star with that Regigigas V-Star. Now, we saw this in the beginning round 4 of San Antonio with Nathan Stratford, I believe. And both him and his brother were able to make it to day 2, so not too bad.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, this is one of those very interesting decks that occasionally pops up. It's just Arceus plus Ham Sandwich gets the job done over and over again. This time it's going to be the colorless Regigigas V-Star, and colorless is important as it means that you have access to the Sharon's Care that can help out avoid some of those big knockouts throughout this game, and maybe that's an issue that we run into for Lee, as he's trying to find knockouts the easy way with Iron Hands. May not be able to do that.
And taking a look at the list too, it is the Peony version, playing in 2 Iron Hands in here, and this is kind of what Miraidon has evolved into. We saw Nick Robinson get top 8 with this list, pretty much very similar. You really can't tech too many cards in here without ruining the engine.
Yeah, and just focused on that early game consistency, finding those energies off of the generators, and trying to take those early knockouts. If you can take multiple prize cards against those lower hit point Pokemon in the beginning of the matches, you're going to find your way to probably an early game too, and maybe you don't have to worry about the clock throughout this long tournament that we have here.
Now, the way this matchup in particular kind of goes, Joe playing an Arceus V-Star deck, you want to go first. You can get that energy, then kind of guarantee your Trinity Nova on the second turn. Meanwhile, Miraidon, the way it's been going now, you kind of want to go second.
Yeah, there's a huge window there for Lee to get an early attack off with this new setup of the deck. You can get a lot going and attack often. The problem is going to be that you're dealing with a lot of hit points on the other side, which Joe is going to be leaning on, obviously, with that Arceus V. We did see that Lee does enjoy to play those flip cards. It's something that he prides himself on. He's included 4 copies of Pokemon Catcher.
Listen, I'm not as much of a fan as these flip cards before. They have not
seen a lot of tails in your day,
yeah,
Jeremy.
Yeah. So many tails, you'd think it'd be a 9 tails.
Ooh. Oh, that's not good.
No.
You should try to get heads. It helps win a lot. That certainly could be an avenue for Lee to find some victory here, as there are some Pokemon that you can target down early on the other side against Joe. We see there's a Bidoof line in there, the 2-2 barrel that you could work on. Maybe that's Spiritomb or Jirachi, whatever Pokemon it may be. Knock out those lower hit point Pokemon, steal some prizes. Maybe you don't have to worry about the big boy at the end.
Well, honestly, too, going first against lone Arceus V, very easy pickings for Miraidon EX.
That math lines up pretty good. I like it. That's something that we'll have to look out for as well. Shake off the jitters. Let's see this opening hand.
Both these players are 4-0 here going into round 5. Great start to the weekend. Looks like Lee is going to start with, I believe, with a Raikou V is what I saw. Meanwhile, Joe, not really liking that hand too much.
Saw a lot of Psychic Energy start things off. That's not exactly our favorite, but we do have some additional help there with the Zacian V inclusion. That could be a way to accelerate more energies if you're not able to use the double turbos early.
No!
That's 3 of them! 3 electric generators! he's going to use his opening peony and be like, wait, how do I do this?
Now you're just left with the deck with 15 lightning energies. 14, I guess, with the one in the prize cards. Double turbo energy to go along with it. Meanwhile, Joe prizing 4 supporters, but the way this Arceus V-Star deck is built, it's very heavy on a lot of these supporters. I believe 2 of everything in there except for that judge.
This is wild. Can you imagine for both these players? Joe is worried on the other side after seeing his opening hand, but he has no idea what we're up against here as we are going to get things underway in round number 5.
The handshake beats the fist bump there, and it looks like Lee is going to go first here, has that Raikou V in the active, and starts with the fleet-footed. Now, this hand, not very good.
Ooh, yeah, a lot of tools, and there is
Pokemon
a
catcher?
Luminion, but you can't use the additional supporter this turn, but I don't think you're worried about being knocked out when you see Arceus V on the other side.
Not at all. Lee has another Pokemon. Is that Luminion going to bench it, use that Luminous Sign. Ability to search for a supporter, put it in your hand. It's going to be for next turn, though, so maybe we'll see something like that Peony. Maybe Professor's Research, depending if the hand is just that unplayable.
Certainly can get some good information here. I guess I should hesitate to say good.
Yeah, do you even look for the electric generators when you're looking through the deck? Like,
no,
I mean,
I suppose you should, but certainly you expect to see those later on. And they're not going to be there, Jeremy.
Professor's Research is the grab for Lee here, though. It's probably just going to have to finish the turn with an energy on the active. And like you were saying before, Arceus V-Star as a deck does not attack turn 1. Joe does have some options, though, to just try to get a little bit more set up. That Zacian V with the Roar of the Sword ability, able to end the turn by attaching an energy to one of your Pokemon. It does have a Psychic for the turn.
Locks in that there will be no attack this turn. Certainly you could use a Trinity Charge to get some energies, but you're not going to be dealing damage at this point.
Yeah.
And Joe understands this, and this is pretty great. When you have to shuffle your opponent's hand, at least they had a supporter.
Yeah, and that Luminion V now on the bench, just ready for an Arceus V-Star to take a knockout. And looking at the hand for Lee, too, does have a Nest Ball, but that's pretty much it. You got that Battle VIP pass, doesn't really do much on your second turn.
Painful.
Joe did find another benched Pokemon in the Arceus V, so we'll at least be able to survive a couple of turns if Lee has everything, but doesn't look like it.
Yeah, in this situation here, clearly you're worried about potentially seeing cards like Pat to the Peak, but that has been kind of removed from lists like this. You don't see it as often from the Miraidon players, so you know that Arceus V-Star is going to stick around next turn. Now you start to consider, well, do I need to set up an additional Pokemon like that Bidoof so I can continue to find some draw power, or there's some other options here, maybe to focus on an attacker for later stages.
Now, it's always interesting to see the Ultra Ball getting played when you're needing something like an Arceus V-Star. Could signal that Joe already has one in hand, although I saw Boss's Orders, I didn't see the other card.
It was Arceus V-Star.
It was? Okay.
Yes,
yeah,
it's pretty
that's
good.
Perfect. So that means Bidoof is probably one of the best choices here. I guess you can go Spiritomb to shut off that Fleet-Footed from the Raikou if you think the hand of Lee's isn't going to be too beneficial, but
Energies
Zacian
are
V,
cool too.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see Joe's just like, hey, you know what? Let's roar. Let's get this additional energy into play. Now both Arceus V are charged, which is a very strong idea, understanding that for Lee on the other side, it's very likely that you could have an explosive turn, maybe even take a knockout, because it's just the power of Miraidon. But we might not see some generators.
No, yeah. This is... The power's out and the generator's out of gas. That's basically what's going on right here. And I do like spreading the energy a lot, too. Like you were saying, just helps out against the possibility of a knockout. Ultra Ball off the top. Won't do too much. I guess you can find Mew EX, so you can dig a little further with this hand.
Yeah, it doesn't play out the greatest. There's an additional energy that's going to be locked in the hand. This is not like the opening turns where you have access to Squawk ability. You could also have that Luminion, but that's already played down. So you run into this more awkward stage. Certainly could grab some additional Pokemon with the Miraidon.
Oh, yeah, you also have the Nest Ball. That can find Mew.
It's going to play down some more cards from the hand, but you're only drawing up to 3. That leaves a lot open where when you're looking for a supporter card, Jeremy.
I would like to see Tandem Unit before drawing cards here. Just get those basic Pokemon out of the deck. That way you don't have to draw into them. Yep.
Yeah, I think he agrees there. Says, you know what? Let's remove these. Would not like to draw into these Pokemon later on. And it's not like you're going to draw into an additional Pokemon that you'd like to play onto the bench at this point.
And I do like grabbing the second Miraidon here. It's just a very good Pokemon to try to get those attacks off against the regular Arceus V and Zacian V. But doing something against the Arceus V-Star, not as good. Grabs the Mareep, and with these Peony lists, they have thinned down the line a lot. Just 1-1 in most of these Miraidon lists we've seen, but Dynamotor is such a powerful ability.
Right, those additional energy can be the difference in a game like this, especially when we're considering the lack of generators that we will see in this game.
Oh, and attaching to the Miraidon, no.
Just, you know what, I'll find the cards right.
Right.
Well, you found
Peony.
one card, but it's not going to lead to what you expect.
Can discard this hand now, search for 2 of any trainers. In this spot, double electric generator would be where you want to go, but you're going to be forced to just grab the one left in the deck.
This is where I'd put my generators if I had one. There is one single generator. He's going to check the discard pile and see if there was an Ultra Ball discard. There was not. You were just unfortunate.
And looking at the list, too, there is just the one Nest Ball. This is where you can maybe Nest Ball for the second Mew EX, but does not have that available to him right now, and just finds that Bravery Charm.
You consider all the ways to potentially thin out from this point, but ultimately you're just trying to find those 2 energies on top out of the top 5. There are some ways to help yourself in situations like this, but you also are looking at the hit points, and it's going to be important for that Raikou to stick around for an additional turn, so certainly understand the play here.
11 Lightning left in the deck.
Oh, no, not here. Oh, there they are.
And
Woo!
With Lee hitting both of those, this means you have the knockout, and that starts the chain of, yeah, I'm going to get electric generator from the prizes now.
You have to, right? Right?
I believe with the way they were laid out, you're at least getting 1 for every 2 prize knockout that you take.
I mean, that is one way to go about this. Just continue to draw prize cards, and you will find them. You know exactly where they are.
Yeah. Fleet-footed draws an extra card for Lee after everything. Great sequencing from here.
Beach Court saves the energy there on the Raikou, and that is going to be a nice early knockout.
Oh, no. Is there a Pokemon catcher in the hand? Is that what he's thinking about?
For what?
I don't know.
I don't want to do anything else. I want to take this knockout. Let's find a generator. Yeah, they're lined up pretty nicely there. Every 2 prize knockout is going to find more potential energies. Keep the train rolling.
Arceus V-Star hits the board for Joe here. Starbirth, one of the best V-Star powers to ever come out. Able to search your deck for 2 cards, put them in your hand. Double Turbo Energy is going to be at least one of them, then probably a supporter for the turn. I know there's a Boss's Orders in hand. Maybe you get something like a Choice Belt, Boss's Orders the Raikou, or Boss's Orders the Mew, take the knockout, you do 180. I think that would probably be the best route.
I think there's Boss's Orders in hand already.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you just find your resources to close out. Would leave you with not much hand left, but you would continue to take prize cards. You're not dealing with the imminent threat of the Miraidon, and a lot of energies stay on board, which makes you tend to worry about cards like the Raichu V coming out of nowhere, taking a big knockout.
So it looks like Nest Ball and Double Turbo Energy were the choice for Joe here. Nest Ball can find the card like that Mew EX to help draw a little bit more cards.
Yeah, just additional thinning that occurs there. Joe wisely thinking about that. When he makes that decision, does not want to run into a Nest Ball later on, and knew he wanted that Mew, so why not take that additional card out of the deck and maybe find the right resources here, which, what could be potentially a supporter at this point if you're not sold on the boss's play.
I honestly think we might see the boss play before the restart here. Just, you're already kind of locked in. The Mew EX is the draw power for Lee's deck. And if you take that out, it's going to be very hard for him to actually find cards without something like a Peony every turn.
Well, this is scary. A lot of energy is going to be left up for Lee, but the knockout is available. And certainly don't blame Joe there for taking those 2 prize cards, removing the additional draw there for Lee, but you start to worry. Is there enough resources here for Joe to keep up with a potential big knockout on the other side?
Only 2 Psychics left in the deck for
worth
Joe as well. Not grabbing it to attach to the Zacian V. And that is a Trinity Nova for no energies. If Lee can cobble together a big Raichu knockout here, pretty much seals up game 1.
This is almost there. We see Ultra Ball in the hands, an energy, and the... of course, you can always just continue to find more Pokemon with the tandem unit. Ultra Ball could search out the Flaffy. That means it is going to be guaranteed. You can take the big knockout. You'd lose all your energies in play.
But so does Joe.
But
Yeah.
Joe's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, honestly, we'll maybe have to go back if Joe does end up maybe taking this. And maybe it is a good decision to put this 2 energy on the Zacian, just so you have an attacker.
There's a Psychic in hand. It's not a great attacker, but at least you continue to put on some pressure.
This is going to be a big electric generator here for Lee. Do you thin out a little bit? No. Just needs 1. Does not get it.
You're still okay.
Yeah, you have Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball, Flaffy, it's guaranteed. You just have no energy in play afterwards.
No Mew to draw cards.
You get to keep what? 1 energy? You're doing 300?
Yeah, it's 5 energies.
Yeah.
So you get to keep 1.
It doesn't feel great, but at least you get the big knockout here.
Honestly, I think it's fine. You keep the 1 on the Raikou, and Beach Court allows for your retreat. Draws the 1 card off Fleet-Footed as Mew. That's probably the best card Lee could find here. Ultra Ball, discard the hand for Flaffy. You can Dynamotor and restart with the Mew. This is looking pretty good right now.
Not much left, but it's all you need. A 1-1 line. It's going to secure that additional energy for the Raichu V. Restart, ready to go into hand. And for Joe, what are we waiting for? Do you have enough time at this point to even consider setting up an additional Pokemon in this game? Or when you see this Flaffy, do you just get ready for game 2?
Looking through the list, it's looking like we're going to be ready for game 2.
Yeah, this is one of the decisions you make with the Arceus box list is you have the early game consistency with Psychic, where you can use the Zacian and get the additional energies, or you can play that water style where you have Melanie and you can come out of nowhere with some big attacks. This is one of those situations where you cannot accelerate energies to the point that you need.
Does get rid of the 5 energy needed to take the 1-hit knockout. 300 damage thanks to the Dynamic Spark. Lee finds another electric generator from the prize cards along with that double turbo energy, and looking very good for this game 1 here. Joe has just a Psychic energy in hand, has Iono, just decides to play Iono, but I do not see a good route to try to win this game 1 here.
Yeah, we're an energy away at this point. The Flaffy guarantees 1, and then if you're able to draw into it, you have the knockout lined up with the Miraidon. Seems like a difficult hill to climb, but Joe's going to try.
One thing to actually note, too, is Joe is playing 3 Paths of the Peak in this list. Would have been a very good card to stop all these abilities from Lee's side of the board. Has not been able to find any of them.
Wow. Just jet energy to the active and pass, lightning energy ready to go, and that is going to be a quick game 1. Did not look like that from the beginning prize cards for Lee, but he's going to escape that and take the early victory here in round 5.
Listen, I'm calling it now. It might be Miraidon's tournament. If you're able to use your 1 electric generator for 2 lightning energies, it's going to be a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, and then your opponent just chooses not to get energies and attack you.
Yeah.
That's also a nice thing to witness. But you can understand from Joe's side, he's trying to line up the math for maybe knocking out with the boss's orders on the Luminion. He needed 3 psychic energies there, 1 from the hand. It just wasn't lined up, so wasn't able to chain together back-to-back knockouts, but he was going to be in trouble anyways. After we saw that generator find multiple energies, Lee just opens it up and takes a 300 damage knockout, and there's not much left.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of wasting time here for Joe, honestly. There was not much you can do in this position. Having access to Beach Court and Flaffy really just makes this deck too good.
Well, you talked about the ability for Arceus, loves to go first, and then also for Lee, you'd expect Lee would want to go second in this matchup, but Lee went first.
Yeah.
Who won the coin flip there? Do you think that Lee just won the coin flip and said, I don't like when Arceus decks go first against me?
I think that might be the route, yeah. Just because Miraidon historically has a pretty good Arceus V-Star matchup, just being able to apply a lot of early game pressure. Yeah, if you get 2 Arceus V down, it's fine, but like we saw there, you go very scripted of take a knockout on that Arceus V, Raichu that Arceus V-Star.
Yep. It's very easy to deal 220 and then follow that up with the 300 from the Raichu. It worked out perfectly there. We did not see the Path to the Peaks find their way into play for Joe, and he's looking at this hand disgusted.
Triple Arceus V, double boss's orders, double turbo energy B-barrel, I believe.
It's not good.
Flaffy in the prize cards for Lee, along with that Zapdos. Zapdos doesn't really do too much here outside of Regigigas V.
Oh, good. If Joe does take a prize, he'll draw another Arceus V. That's what you love to see.
Now, Joe does have that turn 1 energy here, but is going to play it on the bench just because of Lee's ability to take knock on the active. But that is why Lee plays Pokemon Catcher. Oh.
Joe says, I know you play catchers, but let's see if you get it.
Does have 2 in hand.
It's a huge worry here. You did not find that Zacian. You don't get that extra energy accelerated. Oh, man.
Heads.
Oh, man. Pokemon Catcher heads.
Now, Lee did draw an electric generator, which is not what you want to see when you're going to be Peony. But here we go, discarding the hand, 2 basic lightning, that Pokemon Catcher, and escape rope.
Wow, could you imagine this hand with a Miraidon in it?
Oh,
it would have been unreal. To have the generator ready to go, charge up your favorite Pokemon in this instance would be likely the Miraidon, and then Peony just lines up everything from that point. You already have your pivot Pokemon in the active spot.
Okay, one thing that's actually pretty big right here, Lee, so with this Miraidon list, we've seen a multitude of different counts of Battle VIP Pass. Lee's playing 1.
Okay.
It's in the prize cards.
Oh. That is worrisome. This means that Lee is going to consider Nest Ball in this case to maybe find a Pokemon like that Squawkabilly.
But then you don't have access to Miraidon, so you can't get something like Electric Generator and just burn it here. So I think, yeah, we're just going to Nest Ball for Miraidon, Electric Generator, and then hope to draw something with Restart here.
That's the way that it's got to be from this point. It's so awkward. You don't think about often needing a card like Battle VIP Pass, but in this instance, it would be huge to find both the Miraidon and that Squawkabilly. It almost guarantees that you're going to have every card necessary, and now there's a bit of risk.
Now Lee eyeing down a Raichu V and Miraidon here. Could go with the second Miraidon, decides not to.
I have Mew, I guess.
And then we're going to see a big Electric Generator here, and then an even bigger Restart.
Well, Mareep is taken, although Flaffy's in the prize cards.
Yep.
These are going to be very important cards to see.
All right, big top 5 here after the shuffle. Electric Generator first.
Yes, let's see those energies potentially. 1.
Oh, that would have been a good hand to restart into.
Wow, so close. Honestly, you find 2 there. It's a lot easier to find what you need off of the restart.
All right, restart into Electric Generator for 2 lightning is the play for Lee. I guess you could find Electric Generator for 1 and just an energy from hand, but...
Yep, you could also find maybe a Nest Ball to find Squawkabilly
Nope,
and continue.
already used the Nest Ball.
Well.
Has to be Ultra Ball,
Ooh.
discard the 2 cards, Squawk. Is that double Pokemon Catcher again?
And
oh no, Beach Court Pokemon
Luminion and a
Catcher.
Beach Court. So look at how this worked out. Lee now wants to Pokemon Catcher this Pokemon away. And it works.
Oh, wow.
Calculated there.
Yeah, Joe saying it's such a strategic move here. Joe draws the Psychic Energy. No way to get Arceus V-Star in play. I think we're just going to Boss's Orders. I don't know. Why even Boss's Orders? Yeah, I think we're just going to pass.
Boss's Orders, Miraidon.
Wow.
Miraidon, oh, I guess, yeah.
You
stops the Electric Generator.
You can't Generator to this Pokemon with it in the active spot. Joe trying to find ways to stick around. And
this is the true game of Pokemon here, you know? Draw, pass.
There is Luminion.
Oh, no, yeah, it's pretty good for Lee.
So Lee now considering, do I just look at 1 card with Restart or find that supporter?
Yeah, Iron Hand's not really the Pokemon it wants to be in this matchup. Tandem Unit does find another Miraidon EX here. You can go ahead and grab the Raikou, but I think another Mew EX on the bench would be even better.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you consider your attackers to close out in a game like this.
I guess Luminion.
It's just going to be Miraidon, Raichu likely to get the job done. And here we go. The hand is gone. Generators are available. And at least there's Beach Court to move around.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Lee draws into like the 4th Pokemon Catcher?
Don't say that.
I can't believe you counter-captured it back so I couldn't Trinity Charge.
Both players having a great time with the fact that this is one of the most ridiculous openings we've seen in a long time.
Top 5 here. Oh, it's all energies, basically. 2 energies on that Miraidon. Just need some simple energy from the hand to be able to take a knockout with Photon Blast.
You make it sound so easy, Jeremy. And now I'm worried about this next generator.
It's fine. Lee knows how to play generators, right?
All right.
Got one.
That will be plenty at this point.
That Miraidon had no energy on it.
Of course, taking this prize, these 2 prize cards, means that Joe does get to promote a Pokemon that he'd rather have in the active spot, but this hand is abysmal. There's nothing going on. It has to be basically a great supporter or Arceus V-Star top deck in order to keep up with the power of Miraidon here.
All right, Restart finds a Professor's Research for next turn. For your treat, thanks to that Beach Court. And we're going to get a big knockout here from Lee. Attaches the energy to the hand to that Miraidon on the bench and threatening a lot.
Yep, this is the plan from this point. You've taken those 2 prize cards. If you can get 2 more from Miraidon, Raichu basically closes out. That is a Psychic Energy top deck.
Yep.
You can deal 110.
All right, I've got a very strategic...
What are we doing here? Oh, the strategic moves are back in order. There's another boss.
Yeah, that doesn't help now with the Beach Court in play.
There's no Pokemon that you'd like to grab, really.
Oh, this has been a rough outing for all those Arceus V-Star fans out in the crowd.
Trinity Charge basically thinning at this point to try to find a top deck. I would grab more.
Yeah.
I would put them on the active. I don't care at this point. I need these energies out of here.
Usually thinning is winning. Right now it's losing.
It's barely hanging on.
Bravery Charm could be a pretty good card to help keep that Mew EX around for a little bit longer if Joe actually does get set up in his next turn or 2. Lee does have the Ultra Ball, discard Lost Vacuum and Battle VIP Pass. Will not find anything because that Flaffy is in the prize cards. And this will definitely signal to Joe that it is there.
Based off body posture, who do you think's winning right now?
Is it Lee?
You've got it.
What do I win?
You get to keep casting with me.
Oh, nice. Okay.
There's not much of a reason
Why are we attacking with Squall?
to grab any Pokemon, but honestly, just get things out of the deck, continue to search through, find those energies.
Yeah, I think we're going to see another Peony here.
I think there was a research
Oh,
as
research,
well.
research. Yeah, yeah.
Dude, I got a chance.
You see, you know what?
Research is
I
probably
never
better.
want to see Iron Hands again until like next round against Comphase.
Dude, I got a chance. We'll see. We'll see.
Great
How,
placement there.
how does it feel to
That's a cool card.
not really do anything and watch your opponent live your dream of drawing cards?
You know, I never want to know that feeling. it's so unfortunate, and sure enough,
Oh,
Joe is going
no.
to lose his prized possession there in that Arceus V. He's got the choice belt, the 3 psychic energies, and it's gone.
All right, this is where the Arceus V-Star comes off the top.
Just in time, right?
Oh.
Oh. See, what, 1 card?
Yeah, restart. Oh, wait, we could boss's orders? Oh, no, you're going to boss's orders here, then draw the supporter.
I want to bring up Luminion.
He's going for a pity knockout in the Luminion.
2 cards. Pat to the peak, Raihan.
Wow.
We're cooking.
You can't
You
play 2
can't?
support's at once, buddy.
Yeah.
We got Raihan?
No, you
No,
don't. You played a boss.
Oh, yeah. Right. Actually, just trying to
Oh, that's beautiful. There's
Oh,
nothing
wow.
there for Joe to work with. Pat to the peak. Counters the beach court, but the lightning energy counters Joe.
That was a game.
That was a game of Pokemon.
Yeah.
2024 is looking wild. I'll tell you that much.
Game 3s don't exist in 2024 Pokemon here. Well, your winner for round 5, Lee Hui, moving to 5-0 here with the good old Miraidon EX.
Yeah, who said that lunch breaks were over?
Yeah.
Yeah, both players get to enjoy themselves a nice little break here with over 25 minutes remaining. It's got to be a great feeling for Lee, not only taking out a good player, but also to not have to stress over it.
Yeah.
It looked like a good time.
Definitely both players high spirits after that match there. Not really much else you can do. Just go with the flow, power up a few Pokemon, take a few knockouts, and there you have it. Miraidon, Lee, Hui move into 5-0. Now, Joe, still starting off great, 4-1 in this tournament. It is one of the smaller regional events we've had lately, too, which is crazy to say. Just under 1,500 Masters.
Yeah, just 1,500, which, what, a year or 2 ago would have been the biggest regional ever
Oh, yeah,
for us?
I've definitely been looking back at some of the old regionals, and there was many of them where we're just saying, yeah, this is the largest regionals ever, and it's 1,000 people.
Yeah, nope, that's a joke for us now. We have so many players out here, and rightfully so. The game is in a great spot. I mean, the cards are so accessible as well, and everyone's having a great time. I don't blame everyone for making the trip out here, trying to get yourself some of those championship points, all of the prizes as well, and work your way to the World Championship.
Yeah, who doesn't want to go to Hawaii? I know I do.
I do.
Yeah. And a lot of these players in this event building definitely want to. That's why they're here, you know. And just the introduction of getting that invite for winning these regionals makes all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, for all these players, it really does just take one of those runs. If you have that opportunity, I mean, that deck is going to stay with you forever. You're going to remember that that moment for as long as you're playing the game, and it's so cool to see that opportunity happen for all of us as we're watching it unfolds, and we get to crown all these champions and I mean, start to make names. Some of these players that we talk about, they were nobody for a few years, and sure enough, they're the big names that we're watching time and time again now.
Yeah, Azul, Andrew Estrada, Tor Reklev, no names.
I've never heard of those
not at all.
guys. What are you talking about?
Now, there is a ton of players here in this event for the weekend. It's going to be a pretty great weekend of Pokemon. And yeah, starting this game 1, it did not look like it was going to be in Lee's favor. 3 Electric Generator, Double Turbo, and a Lightning in the prize cards. But after hitting just the 1, is able to find enough energies to take a big knockout on the lone Arceus V-Star that Joe had available. And Jet Energy on the Mew EX, not really where you want to be. And who would have thought that that game 1 was the best that Joe had for this match?
Yeah, right? That was top tier Joe. Do you know this deck plays Regigigas? I haven't seen any good cards played from Joe. He barely got to draw cards throughout the entire game. Basically, was just that restart that we saw for 1 or 2. There was nothing going on there, and you just have to laugh those ones off and chalk it up to bad luck. It looks like Miraidon, especially when you don't have that early Path to the Peak, could be one of those difficult matchups. It can find the threshold to find a one-hit knockout, avoid those Sharon scares. So maybe that was one where you just accept the fact that if you were going to draw bad, at least it was there.
Yeah. And honestly, I think going back to the who decided to go first and all that stuff, if Lee knew that Joe was playing Path to the Peak, I kind of like going first in that matchup too. Just you kind of guarantee you're going to be able to at least get a tandem unit off. Then you have access to 4 Sealstone and all that with your Peony the next turn. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how that kind of matchup goes forward. But Path to the Peak definitely is one of those cards that can throw a wrench into things.
Yep, it's weird when you see the Arceus players focused on Path, because so often they were the ones worried about trying to get their Starbirth off, and now they're the player that wants to use Starbirth, then lock in the Path, and it seems like there's not enough time in a format like this to do such things. Of course, Joe's probably been able to accomplish that in a few of his previous matches, but not here. There's no time when your opponent is just throwing cards left and right and loading potentially 5-6 energies on the opening turn, because that's really just how it works for Miraidon.
Yeah, and also something like a Roaring Moon also seems kind of like an awkward matchup for Arceus in this meta. Just, again, that hard-hitting, big HP Pokemon that you're able to get into play. Anytime you're able to deal 220 damage, very good against Arceus V.
Yeah, it lines up and it makes for some awkward exchanges. We've seen that with trying to get those energies in play onto the Arceus, and sure enough, Pokemon Catcher was ready to get the job done, but the rest of the hand wasn't. Lee was hoping his cards got the memo, instead had to use the Pokemon Catcher again to pull up the empty Arceus and try to buy some more turns, but that wasn't a problem.
Yeah, listen, he loves to play flip cards.
It worked.
Now, I do believe our interview is ready, so let's go ahead and take it down to Skarzig and see what Lee has to say.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the floor. We're having a nice interview here with the winner we just saw on stream, Lee Bui. How are you feeling, my friend?
Pretty good. It always feels good to start off 5-0, and especially with regionals this big, it's always great to get a fresh start.
5-0's a really strong start. You brought Miraidon, a deck kind of known for its consistency, but it was looking a little shaky there. You came out on top. Has the deck been consistent for you so far?
Those were probably some of the rougher draws I've seen today so far. My other games have gone a lot more smoothly, but I mean, once you hit your generators, the deck just flows by itself. So I was able to hit a couple of lucky generators in game 2. Game 1 was a little rough, prizing 3 generators. So I was like, but I knew I would get them off my prize card, so it worked out in the end.
Yeah, having that staggering of the electric generators, just make sure you can keep up your cadence, keep up that momentum. Now, one of the cards I was really excited to see in your list was Peony. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so this is, I just looked at Nick Robinson's San Antonio list that he got top 8 with a few weekends ago. And I don't know, it's just Turbo Miraidon Peony. Peony for double generators, Peony for double catchers. It's pretty good when you search out everything, and then obviously with the double Mew, you can refresh your hand after you Peony.
Beautiful. You just get everything into your hand very quickly, get set up on board, and just start beating down on the opponent. Were there any other really aggressive decks that maybe you were looking at for this event?
So I started off wanting to play Mew because I'm comfortable with the deck. I've had a couple good placements with Mew, but I was like, let's take a Mew break. So then I was looking at Lost Zone Moon. I really like Roaring Moon as an attacker because Frenzy Gouging, being able to knock anything out, is just really good. But I wasn't really comfortable with it in a best of 3. Also, the Manaphy Jirachi combo I figured would be very popular this weekend, so I didn't really feel comfortable playing Lost Zone. So then it was literally 4 a.m. I was like, I woke up in the middle of the night, I couldn't go back to sleep, and I was like, well, this is all I have left. So I just, sleeved up Miraidon, played a couple test hands, added in the Pokemon Catchers last minute, because I thought they would help a lot of my rougher matchups, Mew, Rapid Strike, and Zard, and so far they've been working out pretty well.
That is something I think we hear about maybe a little bit too often. It's the last-minute epiphanies, players locking in those final decks. Now, Miraidon, you said you were able to only play a couple test hands. Were there anybody else in your sphere that is a no Maridon player that you had just a little bit of vicarious experience from, or you're kind of just going by vibes at this point?
Yeah, honestly, my first real game with the deck is round 1 of today. So it took me a couple rounds just to get like the sequence swing. The deck kind of plays itself, but there are some few sequencing things you can do to maximize your energy hits off of generator. So once I got those down in the first 2 rounds, I feel like I'm more comfortable with the deck now. I know what I'm doing, and hopefully runs well for the rest of the tournament.
So you're already feeling comfy. That's great to hear. We know this is a very big event for especially this portion of the country this time of year, and you're 5-0. Are there any matchups that you know for sure are going to be pretty rough that you think just aren't going to be too popular for this event?
Honestly, just Zard. I figured this might be a Zard tournament. In theory, Pokemon Catcher should make that matchup a little more winnable, but I mean, I haven't faced a Zard yet today, and I haven't exactly tested the deck against Zard. So, I mean, we'll figure it out when we get there, honestly. So I guess Mew as well. Mew's usually a known like bad matchup for Maridon, but again with Pokemon Catcher, because usually in the Mew matchup you just try to gust the Genesect as fast as you can, and obviously with Pokemon Catcher you can P&E for Gust Outs now. So hopefully that should make that matchup a little more winnable as well. But again, I haven't tested it, and hopefully it works out the way I planned it in my head.
I'm honestly loving the setup here, folks. Right, last minute revelation about the deck, sleeves it up, some text for the Pokemon catchers for the bad matchup. This could be, the starting of a new form of Maridon going very aggressive and fixing those bad matchups. Let's say you make day 2, you're going strong throughout the rest of the tournament. Pokemon catcher ends up becoming the new Maridon tech. Are you just going to say, yes, everybody should have been doing this all along, or are you going to really let people know that, yes, this was the Libui technology?
I mean, it's hard to say that people should have been playing it all along, because again, I came up with it like 3 or 4 hours before the event, so obviously like it wasn't like a common known idea, but I do think if you're playing Maridon, you're already kind of accepting the fact that you do have to run a little hot, and if you have to run hot with your generators, why not just run hot with Pokemon Catcher? Because that has an equally strong effect, honestly. Like not having to use your supporter for a turn to gust an opponent's Pokemon, it's pretty good. So I was like, if I'm trying to run hot Maridon, might as well, commit to it and try to run it all the way.
That is very well said. Very bold, very daring at an event of this size, just saying, I'm going to run hot. There's been a lot of decks, throughout the history of Pokemon that's been their claim to fame. Chen Pao, even Giratina, sometimes he's run hot a little bit in order to keep above water. Any other friends here at the tournament that you are trying to check up on or here supporting you for this potential very deep run with Maridon?
Yeah, honestly, I came up here with the Tabletop Village crew. There's about 30 or 40 of us this weekend, so I was checking up on how they're doing, hoping their rounds went as well as mine did. And honestly, shout out to the friends and family at home for always supporting me.
That's great to hear. Big shout out to Tabletop Village. They've been great at supporting the community at that, down there, and it's great. I'm so happy that you're bringing Maridon to the table. This was one of the big decks that we didn't really have a chance to cover too much at the top of the show, and you're just reminding the folks at home that this is still something to look out for. Any final thoughts that you have before I let you go and celebrate the rest of your very extended lunch break after the quick win?
Honestly, people that know me know I'm the biggest Maridon hater, so it is kind of funny that I didn't bring it to an event now. I always just call Maridon worst Mew. It's like if I want to play a deck that hits hard, I might as well just play Mew because I draw more cards. As I don't have to hit generators in order to attack. But I mean, the deck's treating me well so far, and I don't know, maybe this tournament would change my mind about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you've hated the deck and now Maridon's trying to sweet talk you a little bit, give you a good record here in Portland. So thank you so much for taking the extra time. We're going to send things back over to the casting desk and get ready for our next round of competition.
What a great interview from Skarzak there, hearing from Louis about all his, last-minute revelations.
I'm glad that I'm not the only Maridon hater. Even the Maridon players sometimes don't agree with it, but honestly, this iteration seems really fun. It's a style that I can get behind. It has a lot of opening plays that look pretty interesting. Just the fact that you can burn the entire hand, draw so many different cards. I mean, we didn't even see it at full force there. It was not performing great, and it still easily was able to take out the Arceus player on the other side.
Yeah, and some say it takes a village, but wow, 40 players coming down to play in the regionals here? That's crazy.
You get a stretch limo, just get all the homies together? Okay.
Big bus just coming down from Seattle, you know. Let's go ahead and check in with our players to watch for this weekend, see how they are doing. And of course, Alexander Flatos, Grant Manley, Landon Kettler, Landon and Alexander, both regional champions in their own right. Alexander is starting off 1-2-1, still in it, but it's not looking very good.
You know what? He wants you to count him out. He wants you to say 1-2-1, can't make it into day 2, but there is the potential, of course, have that 5-0 run throughout the rest of the tournament and make it into day 2. Our other 2 players here, Grant 3-1 and Landon at 3-0-1, both looking to be in a more favorable spot here going into the later stages of the opening day here in Portland. And it's going to be some exciting stuff to watch. Maybe we get the repeat, get to watch these 2 players go back to the finals again.
All right, well, let's see what these players are playing for this weekend. Let's take a look at the prizes we have for these regional championships. And look at that, $10,000 for first place. Go down the list, $7,000 for second, $5,000 for third and fourth, $3,000 for top 8, $2,000 top 16, $1,000 top 32. That's a good chunk of change, Kyle.
Where's the under the 33? And
is that where you usually end up?
Yeah, I end up in the 128 one where you get a high five from your favorite judge.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's it doesn't feel as great. So maybe I should work a little harder.
Maybe. It has definitely been a season to remember for this 2024 season for Pokemon. Just the increase in prizes, all those packs, just the invite to Worlds, it really puts a lot more pressure on these players.
No, yeah, you certainly understand that, like, everybody wants to become a regional champion. When they enter this event, that's the expectation so often on a lot of the top players' minds. But now the fact that not only that prestige comes along with it, but you're also earning all those booster packs, the money that comes along with it, those are things that fuel you to continue to move on into later stages. You can play, 10 more regionals now with all the additional money that you have. It just fuels the fact that you get to play Pokemon throughout the entire season. And it's a big motivator for a lot of players.
Yeah, who doesn't love playing Pokemon?
I like playing Pokemon.
Me too.
We should cast Pokemon.
What are we doing? No, it is just a wonderful event series, and seeing the players just put forth the effort that they have and the consistency that a lot of these top players have been putting in throughout the entire year, last year, moving into this year, 2024. It's going to be a great one.
Yep, I mean, you also can take a look at the juniors and seniors, just the fact that they are starting to rake it in as well, $2,500, and so often we see similar names in those top 8 positions continuing to find success. They're starting to get a lot of money too.
Yeah, well, there's not just the regionals going on. There
Go
is
on.
also another contest of sorts.
Go on.
It's an art contest.
Oh, no, I'm not good at those.
Have you ever wanted to draw your own card, Kyle?
It would not go well, but I would, yes.
Yeah, we've seen your Lugia.
What about my Jirachi who forgot his hat at home?
Yeah, maybe that too.
Yes.
Maybe not you, but maybe our own Skarzig has submitted something for this art contest. It's the second year that it's returning, and honestly, I loved last year's as well. Just the different amount of Pokemon that you get to draw for this great. Get a look at all the different Charizard arts, Pikachus. I believe there's Koraidon in there now. There's some other stuff, and honestly, I'm not very good at art. Kyle's not very good at art. That's why we talk instead.
That's right.
You at home. This could be you, honestly.
We know you can draw.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the creativity that we've seen throughout the entire contest. All these different arts and ways that you can show off your love of the Pokemon trading card game, and that's something that we're looking to see. I saw on your Twitter you've got some representation from friends.
Yeah.
The Cramorant artworks, those were unbelievable. Very cool to see. So I would love to see all that from you watching at home. And maybe you will be an illustrator listed on an official card.
Yeah, honestly, that's a dream. Not of mine, because I cannot draw. Like, if we had like a worse art contest where like they take the worst art of everyone, maybe Ethan would win.
Yes.
But
yep, Ethan has locked that up.
No, we love Ethan. We're glad to have him back from Japan. We're borrowing him again for a little bit.
Yep. We only get to borrow him for another few days. He's going to be traveling back pretty soon. It's going to be exciting to hear even more stories from him playing in all those great events. And I mean, it really, we don't get that much insight from
not at all.
what's going on over in Japan unless we're looking over at his Twitter, seeing what's happening, or of course there's some other websites to check out that can help us out, and it gives us a lot of insight as far as what to expect. We've got a lot of great cards coming out throughout the next few sets, and those are all going to be affecting our major tournaments soon.
Yeah, honestly, speaking of affecting major tournaments, that Golden Go list that got third in the Champion League.
Okay.
I really hope we see some of that this weekend because it looks pretty spicy. You know, that Milotic to be able to stop the Iono.
Yeah, you know, holding on to a lot of cards can be a great way to win, and certainly we will have to see if somebody has the ability to make that work.
He doesn't believe in Golden Go. Well, that does it for our round 5 coverage. When we come back, we're going to have round 6, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Well, I hope you didn't go anywhere, as we are back in Portland, Oregon for the regional championships of the 2024 season, the first regional of the year 2024. It has been since last year since I was able to cast with you, Kyle.
Wow, a whole year, Jeremy. What have you done since then?
Some casting.
Oh.
But with Pablo.
Oh, you jerk. I wish I got to cast with Pablo.
Pablo's amazing to cast with. I love Pablo. Again, Pablo's playing in this tournament too.
Sure is.
Did win the league challenge last night, going 6-0 with Charizard.
That's just a flex, you know?
Yeah.
You could be in bed sleeping, relax, and get ready for the event. And he's just like, nah, I'm just going to continue to ride the wave and just win all these games.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in on some social media posts from y'all at home or in the event here this weekend. Be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to have your own tweets featured. Let's remind everyone how we do things in Pallet Town. Pikachu, hashtag #PlayPokemon. Love to see it. That is a fluffy Pikachu.
Yeah, a little cosplay action there, representing Ash and showing off. It's nice to see the original for me, you know. I can relate to Ash. There's a lot more going on with everything else. This is my home.
Or have you not been keeping up with the new anime?
I'll find time.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at another one. We here.
Woo!
Hashtag #PlayPokemon. Look at that Togepi.
Is that real?
Maybe.
Wouldn't that be something, you know? Taking pictures with the Togepi right there. That'd be great.
Oregon Convention Center. It did rain a little bit this morning.
Unlucky.
I like the rain.
Raining over here in the West Coast. It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Ooh, look at those. What are those?
On my way to Portland for the Pokemon Regionals with the drip. That's a dang Daniel.
I like
Absolutely.
it. Yeah. I kind of want to like fill in like.
Oh no.
Like.
I wouldn't get the colors right, even though they're right there. That's a lot of markers, and you got to be very detailed. I think it's great the way it is.
All right.
Very comfortable too.
Oh yeah. I believe that does it for our tweets. But again, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to get your own stuff featured on stream, as we're in between rounds trying to figure out who we're going to feature next. Again, we just finished round 5. We've got round 6 coming up. There's 9 rounds of Swiss for day 1 here, and all these players are trying to hit those 19 match points or better to make it to that day 2.
Yeah, honestly, probably going to need better.
Better.
We've seen that so often. You bring in 20 match points, maybe you can have that ride where you win those 5 matches in a row, take that ID, and you're guaranteed for the top 8. But it's dangerous. 19 points, and you could go 501 and potentially miss in situations where we have the big numbers. Of course, with 1491, maybe there is that window where you don't have to worry as much about that bubble if you get those 5 match wins, 34 points, whatever it may be. But winning early is going to be the key for a lot of players to find their way into the top 8.
Well, it's better than winning late.
Sure.
But if you combine them.
But if you win so late that you're the last game played, then you're the champion. Boom.
Can't argue with that logic there. It's already been a day. Again, we've been walking around a little bit, seeing some of the decks people have been playing. Is there anything that's like kind of caught your eye?
I mean, there's always some interesting stuff that we've seen. I think Greedent was one of those I was not prepared for.
Yeah, Iron Valiant, Greedent with Suicune and Melanie.
Is there a Palkia too?
Who knows?
Yeah, like there was so much going on. I've heard some very interesting stories about ways that you can potentially take additional prize cards in this game. Sure, that is one way to go about it. You can get greedy on them and find some easy prize cards, and maybe that's doing well out there. I have heard stories of the Goldango doing some pretty cool things, so sure, there's that route too.
Yeah, other than that, we got our typical meta decks, but they have been kind of including a few key cards for certain matchups, stuff like that. We've seen a little bit more Tool Jammer than we have in the past. We've seen some TM Devolutions that have started to pick up some steam a little bit. Of course, there's a couple more of the Roaring Moon decks that, you know, if they run hot, they can make it in. And Lee was saying, yeah, if you run hot, might as well play a deck that lets you do it.
Yeah, give yourself the opportunity to find that success. And it is interesting that you mentioned the Devolution, as we've run into
that conversation once more, where players said so often, I don't have time to evolve in a meta like this, in a format where players just continually take these one-hit knockouts as early as going second on the opening turn. And sure enough, now players are like, you know what? I've got time. I'm not gonna knock out a Charizard. We can't make that happen. Instead, I'm just gonna de-evolve your Pokemon and watch you struggle.
Yeah, there was one deck that I saw that really caught my eye. Klefki Regidrago V-Star.
Okay.
Uses another TM, but it's that Turbo Energize.
Yeah. Yep.
Could be a pretty cool deck to feature down the line if it does well.
Yeah, you shut off some abilities and get those energies accelerated, and have a plethora of attackers that you can use with the Regidrago. There's so many interesting dragon Pokemon that you can attack with, and maybe that's how you solve a meta as wide open as this. You can target 10 decks if you play 8 different ridiculous dragon types and throw them in your discard.
I'm just thinking about the prize cards, like, oh no.
There's so many things that could go wrong, but I mean, you think there are a lot of great Pokemon that you could attack with, and I mean, even just Giratina alone.
Yeah.
Good card.
And if you pair Giratina V-Star with like the Lost Zone engine,
ooh. That could be a deck.
That could be a deck.
That could be our second most popular deck in the room. We did see at table 1, it was a mirror match of Giratina V-Star. Guess what won? Giratina V-Star. Yep. 5-0 here. There's a few other 5-0s that we saw. I believe there was a Mew VMAX at 5-0, another Giratina V-Star at 5-0. Obviously, those numbers are going to continue to fly in as the results are closing out here for round 5. We did see a pretty early closeout here on stream.
Yeah. A little bit of time to go. We're still waiting for a lot of the players from round 5 to finish up, get the pairings up, get the players situated. Going down the list, we do have quite a few 5-0s already finished up for this round. Isaiah Bradner starting off 5-0 with Lost Zone Giratina.
I wonder who influenced him.
Who?
Me.
Oh, okay.
No, probably not. But I do get to say I thought of it first.
Nicholas Moffitt 5-0 with Miraidon EX. You got Derek Hu with Charizard EX 5-0. Denny Koo with Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. That's 3 Giratina V-Stars up in the top. 5-0. Could be a pretty good deck. You know, it's pretty good against Charizard if you draw the V-Star.
Yeah, we have noticed that is also something that can happen. It's one of the few Pokemon and all of the Lost Zone engines that you just cannot search. It's an evolution, and finding it at the right time can be difficult. Unless you're me, I find it all the time, but I just don't find the Mirage Gates and Goal Resist to go with them.
Listen, it's hard to play a deck well, and, you know.
Play it okay.
He's been much better than me
Seems to be like a lot of players are doing just fine with this deck, and rightfully so. It's interesting to see that Charizard not at the top right now.
Not top, still very good, still sticking around there a little bit.
See a tie there at table 8 with 2 Charizards, so certainly will be in the mix, but not at those top seeds. So
I do eye down a 5-0 Golden Go.
Oh no!
Stop. Are you ready to make it rain?
I guess I have to.
I mean, it is the Pacific Northwest.
I don't hate it. I just it needs to be refined.
Yeah.
So desperately. It has very little identity right now, and I feel like so many players have tried to make it work. It just hasn't. But if it does, it's so cool.
Oh, another name there, John Ang 5-0, Lost Zone Giratina V-Star yet again. I think him and Isaiah are playing in similar lists.
I assume that it is the exact same 60, and John has been a hater of Giratina. So it's very similar to watching Lee play with the Miraidon deck. Sometimes you don't have to like it to be good with it.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those decks where if you hit those generators, you can just win games out of nowhere.
That right there, table 14, that is cool.
Yeah, Braden Elfert, Origin Form Palkia V-Star, not bad.
Yeah, that is fun to see. We saw the list earlier on, and that looks like something very exciting. So maybe we can find something like that for you. On round 6, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, I promise we will be closer to finding some action here in Portland. Don't go anywhere.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out. So.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player. Take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Furbank, Laser, N to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 U.S. National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
All right, we are back yet again in Portland, Oregon for Portland Regional Championships for the 2024 Pokemon season. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin for the first time in 2024, and we have round 6 coming up very shortly for y'all, so don't go anywhere. It has been a great day so far, and we might see something a little bit special.
I mean, pairings are in.
Yeah.
We have that. We have players lining up here, getting ready to play in their next match here, so it's going to be exciting to see all the players trying to get to that potential 6-0 mark now. You talk about 18 match points, and it starts to get pretty real from that point. You're going to be locking in day 2s in the following rounds, and there's some interesting decks thrown around there, Jeremy. I think we're going to get graced with one here on the main stage.
Listen, it is going to be great. We're still waiting for our players to actually get seated, get everything going, but let's go ahead and take a look at the standings that we have updated for this round 6 here today. Terrence Miller, first seed there, 5-0. Ton of 5-0s here, going all the way down to 11th place. Terrence coming off a top 8 in Peoria earlier at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, with Sablezard.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a very interesting deck to see finding success so often. Was counted out We see Terrence this time around is going to be playing Mew VMAX, and once again, that's another deck that has been counted out. It's not showing up as well represented, but is still finding some success. Talked earlier about Nicholas Moffitt and Lee Boy playing the Miraidons, finding a 5-0 record for both those players. And earlier we saw that John Ang along with Isaiah Bradner were both finding some success there too. Looks like Isaiah may not have got that 5-0. Where is he?
Yeah, I don't know.
Whoops!
No, it is pretty good look so far, but also a good mix of people playing their first regionals and just trying to break into this Pokemon scene.
Yep. Well, I just checked. He is Isaiah is 5-0. He's playing against Cal Connor this time around. So maybe we did miss a couple of those names there, but still plenty of great 5-0 talents, along with a few others there at 4-0-1. Grant Shen, another great name to see. It graces us in that top 16 there, and be cool to see one of these young guns doing it again, finding their way to the top.
Yeah, it's all about that championship, that medal, that invite to Honolulu, Hawaii at the end of the season. That's what these players are playing for, along with, just a ton of money.
Pride.
Pride.
Honor.
It's definitely going to be interesting, especially this matchup we have. We can't talk about it yet. Again, we're still waiting on our players. But it's a surprise.
Yeah, it's there's obviously a lot of great players that we have out here. So many different decks to choose from. So it's a lot to consider for us, and thankfully we are going to have a fun one to play with. And it's a lot of cool players out in this top stage. I mean, we're talking about players that consistently find their way in the top 8 of these regional championships. Players that have won these events before, and the consistency is just something that we just haven't seen throughout all of the course of Pokemon. To see these players consistently doing it, we're used to it when we had maybe like 3 or 4 regionals. There weren't this many times to represent yourself. They're doing it with like 12 regionals.
Yeah.
How do you stay this consistent over this course of time, especially for players like Cal Connor?
Yeah, Cal starting out 5-0 here yet again with Snorlax. That means in day 1 Swiss, he's 14-0 with that deck.
I mean that's pretty ridiculous to think about. Then you're talking about playing against the clock, against great players, all the different decks that you could run up against, and then also just the travel that goes into it. He's probably been competing at all of these events that we've seen. So kudos to players like Cal finding that way to continue to find success.
Yeah, definitely earning his top spot on that leaderboard there with championship points. Trying to break 1,000 for sure.
It meant a lot to him too. He took to Twitter after his performance in San Antonio and was just speaking about how important it was that he was the #1 seed, seeing all of his hard work pay off and be the #1 on the global leaderboard. And I mean, kudos to you. Not a lot of players can say that they've done that.
And it's really, we're hoping for some of these players to try to break into that scene. We had our first finals where it was both players' first regional tournaments where Alexander Fleitos actually took down his opponent in Sacramento. That was pretty good to see. And honestly, just with the way Pokemon has grown over these past few years, it's not going to stop unless Azul has something to say about it.
Yeah, it's been great to see a lot of players just continue to find that success, build on their performances as late. And we're probably going to see that as well here from this next game that we have. Some players that are up and coming, but of course we know that have had a little bit of success, but maybe a first time on stream for these 2 players.
Maybe, and honestly, it's looking a little likely. Again, we're just waiting on a little bit of setup, but we do have our players sitting down, almost ready to go here. Anything you're predicting for this round, Kyle?
I predict 2 players to shuffle and take as much time as they want. Maybe a bathroom break. You know, whatever you're feeling at this point, I've got plenty of time.
I don't know about that, Kyle.
All right, without further ado, let's go ahead and show you round 6 here in Portland.
All right, 2 players brand new to the stream, but Hugo Fuerte Vieira, his first regional ever.
Let's go.
Up against Terrence Miller, who coming off, like I said, that top 8 in Peoria, but has never been on stream yet. So
Yeah.
first time on stream.
You think he's bitter? I feel like when that's your fun fact, you might be a little salty of the fact that you made top 8 with a very interesting deck, but you know, Community Choice didn't pick you. They didn't want to see the excitement of that Sableye Radiant Charizard. Well, they got to watch you now. Up against Hugo on the other side, very first regional, playing the Goldango that you were predicting here. It's 5-0. What an interesting list too. You were talking earlier about the Melodic and the Palkia V-Star. This could be fireworks.
Fireworks, or maybe, you know, a rainstorm.
I'm down.
And there you see Terrence, local for me from Arizona.
Hi, Terrence.
Definitely a local cup grinder. I believe we were all in San Antonio, and he's just sitting there winning the league cups,
Yeah,
cleaning up the
yep.
weekend.
I remember seeing that tweet as well. So he's playing harder, not smarter, or smarter, not harder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's paying off for him. Obviously, trying to accumulate as many championship points as possible. You're not going to get them if you prize all your VIPs.
Listen, you only need a couple, right?
Well,
two in the
he's
list.
already down a couple.
Meanwhile, for Hugo, a lot of gold there.
Yeah. Do you think he loves gold?
I love gold.
I do too. And maybe first regional, but doesn't mean you can't bling out here with the Goldango deck. Why not?
All right, let's get things going. Round 6 here in Portland Regionals. Hugo's going to start things off with a Manaphy in the active spot and a Gimmighoul on the bench with that Battle VIP pass to start.
Top deck Battle VIP pass.
Top deck?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's pretty good here for this very unique setup deck. Now, it's playing just the 4/4 Golden Go EX along with a 1/1 Palkia, that Radiant Greninja, Manaphy, and a 1/1 Milotic. That's it.
Yep.
You got to rely on all that, but uses the water support to really get the extra mileage out of that Radiant Greninja.
Yeah, see the additional card draw that you receive and immediately trolling into one of those Goldangos. It's going to lead to some future draws, but it's always interesting when you see players playing a deck where your main draw engine is also one of the best ways to attack. Oh boy, that's not what you love to see. Double Worker and the Phoebus going down off the Pokestop.
Yeah, thankfully, it's a card that's pretty good in this matchup, so Terrence is pretty excited to see both of those workers go down.
I mean, all three of them are pretty important. Think about disrupting the hand potentially, judges, and all the different shenanigans that can happen, and they're all gone.
Yeah, I do love this Goldango list where it plays 4 worker, just straight up draw 3, discard a stadium, but Path of the Peak is such a good card against that Pokemon. And Terrence is playing 3 copies of that stadium in this Mew.
No, you never want to discard cards in a deck like this. You don't want to lose resources or shuffle them away. You just want to build a huge hand. And for Hugo, worker makes so much sense there, continuing to build up the hand Pokestop as well, and then of course trolling with the Goldango. You can have 12 cards in this hand by turn 2 and just get rolling.
You see Echoing Horn in Terrence's hand. You think he's going to be nice and put the Phoebus on the bench?
Oh, I'm gonna go with no, but it'd be cute. Doesn't even want to use the Ultra Ball. Going to hold on to that for later on, maybe a resource that could find Mew VMAX on turn 2. Good decision there.
Yeah, did have that Battle VIP pass and a Feather Ball to start things off, get that bench going. And with this Judge here, both players are going to draw 4 cards, but Terrence has those Fusion Strike systems from Genesect V to try to draw a little bit more.
Always a good resource there when you're using a card like Judge. 4 is not a lot, and you do that because it disrupts your opponent. And there's, of course, an opportunity to find more Pokemon to fuel the Fusion Strike system, draw into additional resources, and maybe find one of those 3 Path to the Peak.
All right, first Genesect draws 3, finds that 4 Seal Stone along with the Mew VMAX, so pretty good start here. Has enough resources to go into the next turn feeling confident.
Yeah, considerations here when you see the multiple Ultra Ball and the Power Tablet, obviously it's not a card that you want to discard because you're trying to hit some unique numbers when knocking out Pokemon like the Goldango or the Palkia V-Star that potentially could arise. So you want to hold on to that resource, and that's why we see the Fusion Strike system drawing just one card, but it leads into another Fusion Strike system Genesect there.
Yeah, really just Terrence was going to discard pretty much anything.
That isn't Power Tablet.
That isn't Power Tablet.
Yep.
And now you get to see 4 extra cards now, and that's pretty good here. Not having the Path to the Peak, though, so it's going to have to use that Star Alchemy from that Forest Seal Stone to search that powerful Stadium card.
Yeah. You think he was looking for that off the top 4 there?
Yeah.
Unfortunate to use your V-Star ability right there, but it's just so important to lock that into play. You put your opponent down to just 4 cards, and if their only access is going to be an energy, Radiant Greninja is shut off now.
Well, we do start off with a 3rd worker for Hugo already. Discards that Path to the Peak, draws 3 cards, couple energies, and an Origin Form Palkia V.
Ooh, yeah, the arts are going crazy over here. Why not for Hugo? He's got a lot of drip to show off.
Concealed cards doesn't really help out too much. Just an energy in a battle VIP pass you cannot play. And, oh, I love the stacking of that Golden Go EX, showing off that treasure chest.
Yeah, he's definitely thought about this. That is such a great way to represent this Pokemon. Of course, when you're not in the active spot, you're going to be drawing a little less, but just fuel in the hand right here. We'll take an additional card.
You know, Hugo does not play very many energies, but has drawn a lot of them this turn.
I'm not going to complain. Finding these energies can be a pretty good resource.
Your favorite attack.
There it is, the Rain Splash.
That 20 damage is actually going to matter a lot because of that Box of Disaster. Only triggers the extra damage counters if you have full HP.
Wow. Are we gonna? We can go as far to say that's a misplay from Terrence to not promote the other Mew. That's leaving that Box of Disaster open to be hit for 20 is kind of bad.
Yeah, it's definitely might come in clutch a little bit later, especially Golden Go EX has 280 HP, I believe. 260, 280. Yeah, we'll find out. Math. So you will require some of those power tablets to take those one-hit knockouts on that 2-prize Pokemon later on. But here, Terrence has that choice belt, has the Mew VMAX, so has the knockout on the Origin Form Palkia V. There we see.
Vacuum.
Yep.
No,
Get rid of that box.
That card's not doing much anymore.
Thin the hand out a little bit more, just so you can draw these last couple of cards. Here you see a supporter Penny in the list. Definitely something that has found its way in and out of a deck like Mew VMAX for a while.
Yeah, when you're playing against Pokemon that can't directly take that one-hit knockout, obviously it's going to be very great to save those Pokemon. Maybe also reusing a Fusion Strike system from a Genesect has been a popular strategy from those players to continue to draw cards, but it's a matchup where you're probably going to get knocked out. Goldango loves to take one-hit knockouts, make it rain, but you got a lot of work ahead of you. 310 hit points on the other side.
Now, speaking of a good strategy against this Mew deck, Avery has been such a powerful supporter against this deck throughout the formats that it's been around. Draw 3 cards, but force your opponent to discard down to 3 Pokemon on the bench. And just like that, Terrence is limited in his draw power for the future turns.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. So many cards in his hand. Can you find some more items to juice it up? Sure enough.
Perfect.
Not only finding the retrieval there, but also an energy to toss away, too.
You see the superior energy retrieval in the hand for Goldango. Yeah, 260. Yeah, I was right eventually.
One of your 2 options was correct.
Yes, yes.
All right, how many energies are in the discard pile? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, man, there's 2 energies in hand, too. Ooh. It's getting close.
Are we 1 short?
Yep.
That 1 on the Manaphy?
Yeah.
No!
I mean, the retreat was there. Just promoted the Goldango. Wanted to see the additional card, but unfortunately not finding them in the right order.
Do you just deal a chunk of damage now? And
that feels awful.
Yeah, especially not having another Goldango EX on the bench set up for the future turns. We're just going to have a make it rain for 200 damage here.
Oh. That's like making it sprinkle. What's the point?
That's usually how it rains in Arizona.
Well, Terrence then, very familiar with this, has a target lined up, needs to deal 260 damage, very simple number for the Mew players to hit, with a couple assists from the power tablet. Actually, it's a little more awkward, I suppose, with the 270 mark, or the 280 mark that you would have to hit. You have to use 3 tablets to get the job done.
All right, well, there's the double tablet, 250. Yeah, you're right. You need 3 power tablets to take a knockout on Golden Go.
Yep. Double turbo, great card until it reduces your damage. And unfortunately, you really have to work for knockouts like this. But, I mean, you look at the setup for Hugo. It really is all on this one Goldengo at this point. Not much else going on.
There we see the switch, emptying the handout for Terrence. First Fusion Strike system needs to find another power tablet, take the knockout. Does find Path to the Peak.
Cramomatic potentially could be the resource to help out.
You can also Pokestop.
That's just so crazy it might work.
Cramomatic is going to have to discard either the Ultra Ball or the Lost Vacuum here. Big flip. Looks like it was Tails.
Not big enough. Yeah, I like holding on to the Ultra Ball. Thin down.
What resources do you even have left, right? Like, is there just all items in the deck? Can you just Pokestop freely?
We're getting close to that point. We saw Pow Pad in there, so plenty of other resources to maybe shuffle and find additional disruption.
Well, 6 cards yet again. There is the power tablet and another Path to the Peak to go along with it.
Judge.
Looking like a pretty good turn for Terrence here. Has the knockout lined up already. Just depends on what he wants to do more disruption-wise. There's that Path to the Peak. And Judge is the supporter for the turn, so it's going to shuffle away that Superior Energy Retrieval that's stuck in Hugo's hand and force him to have a lot here.
Yeah, just 4 cards, 5 off of the inclusion of the top deck. You're looking for maybe a potential counter stadium, but even included, you're going to need the energy for the Radiant Greninja, maybe that final worker to get rid of this Path to the Peak and draw additional cards, but you're asking a lot of your deck right here.
Terrence finds another Mew VMAX. Kind of want to save that in hand just in case you need a Psychic Leap that damaged Mew VMAX on the bench, but does have a Pal Pad to shuffle in Iono and that Boss's Orders that was discarded earlier on.
Yeah, Boss's Orders, of course, if you can target down the Gimme Ghoul on the other side, you aren't worried about that Pokemon evolving and becoming a threat on the next turn, so good resource there. And then Iono, you got to start considering maybe this is a game where you might deck out. You used a lot of resources. We're going to need that option. Or if your opponent even draws some additional cards, just want to thin that hand down again. This hand's not it, though.
Nope. Hugo promoted that Gimme Ghoul. Still has that Manaphy on the bench with the energy. Does have the evolution, but it cannot use the coin bonus to draw an extra card here. Does have a Nest Ball for another Gimme Ghoul, but I guess the Golden Go cannot be knocked out again in one hit. 3 power tablets down, so just 1 left for Terrence.
Yeah, math is certainly on Hugo's side at this point. Can buy some additional turns.
Just how many turns do you even have?
Exactly, and I mean, Terrence has 2 prize cards remaining. The damage doesn't go anywhere, which means that Boss's Orders as a follow-up is easily going to remove this Pokemon from play. I think the writing's on the wall, but Hugo wants to see it out.
There's part of me where I actually like playing the escape rope, but yeah, we're just gonna...
I think at this point, just dealing the damage. This Pokemon's basically stuck in the active spot from this point, and you're going to be able to dig for the Boss's Orders, even if it is able to move.
That is true. As soon as that Path to the Peak leaves play, which the 4th worker off the top, Hugo has a little bit of life, but it's pretty much over.
It's so bad. Of course, it's the energy where you can potentially draw into more cards with the Radiant Greninja. just hanging onto a thread. But even if you get the knockout, the return is just waiting there. It has to be a different Pokemon to take the knockout.
And I hate to tell you, Kyle, there is no way to get this Goldengo EX out of the active spot. That 2 retreat.
Oh,
Putting
man.
I guess you have double cross switcher. That is an out.
You're asking so much. Not many cards left. Oh, there's a cross switcher. We have not seen the
coin bonus.
The coin bonus here. 2 cards.
Listen, we got another coin bonus from the Goldengo in the hand.
For 1?
Yeah.
For 1?
For 1.
That's only 1 card.
It's only 1 card. It could be a cross switcher, though. It looks like Hugo is just conceding the game, and Terrence letting him know, do you want to go first or second?
Hey, you know, that's my favorite question to ask my opponents, because it means I won. Terrence Miller, start things off pretty hot there with the Mew VMAX. Such a classic deck, so consistent, and it showed off its power there. Although the math didn't line up beautifully.
Nope.
Knocked out the only threat on the other side from Hugo, and takes that opening game 1 win.
Now looking back at the game, I think Hugo could have sequenced things a little bit differently. That 1 energy on the Manaphy could have brought that up, retreated, then would have had the combination of the retrieval and superior energy retrieval to get enough energy to be able to take the knockout on the Mew VMAX. Just wasn't in the cards. Maybe going into game 2, we'll see that play.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the cards. It was all the cards are right there. Just did not find the right sequence, promoted the wrong Pokemon. It's unfortunate that that's how it plays out, but you really do need to consider every single energy playing a deck like this. And Hugo was fighting, trying to find options. Eventually, the door was closed. Terrence set up everything that they needed with those paths of the peaks, and Hugo just not able to draw out.
All right, looks like both players going to mulligan to start things off.
Just flexing all the gold.
Listen, Hugo may have all the gold on the cards in the deck, but Terrence has the gold on that chain.
Let's go, yeah. Is that zipper gold for Hugo?
It's more like a brass.
Unlucky. Hey, this is certainly an interesting matchup. As you mentioned before, just missing that 1 energy obviously was the big key there. Hugo would have found a 350 damage knockout on that Mew VMAX, and you just line up 2 of those and you close out a game like this. I feel like Hugo has an opportunity here. If you can hold on to those workers, not get unlucky by playing that opening Pokestop, maybe that was the key. Hold that Pokestop, wait until your opponent plays Path, and then you can open up some avenues there.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards for both of these players here. The 1/1 Origin Form Palkia V-Star in the prize cards for Hugo. Meanwhile, Power Tablet and a Path to the Peak in the prizes for Terrence. It's honestly, I think the Palkia being in the prize cards for Hugo is a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean,
we saw that game 1, just those free 2 prizes for Terrence.
Yeah, if you prize 1, you might as well prize both. And sure enough, that is the way that it worked out here. So Hugo's going to be playing with 58 cards that look pretty solid at this point. Nest Ball to open things up, and Radiant Greninja. Saw some Vessels as well.
Yeah, unfortunate having to start the Manaphy yet again with just the small amount of basic Pokemon that you actually have in the deck.
How dare you? Rain Splash was clutch. It could happen again.
But if you Rain Splash turn 2, is that a lot worse than the Rain Splash turn 1?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I feel like Hugo really gets to dictate when that is good or bad, because he doesn't have to evolve into a 2-prize Pokemon until he chooses. And if you just give up that single prize knockout, whatever it may be, then from that point you really get to make this a 7-prize game, and you're only looking for 2 knockouts. That gives you a little bit of time.
Yeah, and honestly, that 20 damage really does matter a lot for Make It Rain. It saves you an extra energy card for those knockouts on Mew VMAX. Meanwhile, Hugo thins out a lot with double Earthen Vessel, finally concealed cards, finds a Gimmighoul, but I think that's it. And honestly, there was a potential he was doing this entire turn without having a Gimmighoul on the bench.
That's a nightmare. If you're not able to find this Pokemon, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Has 1 at least, but you usually want to chain these together, draw multiple cards with the coin bonus. And that makes you start to worry about what else is going on in that hand. Maybe this is susceptible to a path.
Terrence has a pretty stellar start here, though. A couple of basic Pokemon, Nest Ball, and a Battle VIP Pass to go along with him. That is 5 bench Pokemon to start things off. These Fusion Strike systems are going to start drawing cards very fast.
It seems good.
It's all right.
We've seen this so often from Mew VMAX players. Just really, you get to dictate the pace, draw so many cards, set up all these options, play all those tools down, and by the end of turn 1, you've got 10 cards in the discard pile, 20, 30 cards played, whatever it may be, and you just provide a consistent threat of that Mew VMAX with all the hit points and consistent damage.
Now, Terrence's hand was Ultra Ball and Cramomatic. Decided not to play that Cramomatic and just draw 3 cards. Finds the Judge for the turn, so we'll be able to disrupt the hand for Hugo there and find some more cards off these 4 with still 2 Fusion Strike systems to go.
Yeah, the one piece missing there was to find that Forest Seal Stone. The guarantee of Path to the Peak this turn would be great, but of course you get to see additional cards here, Fusion Strike system, maybe another Pokemon as well. We did see Avery was an issue, but hey, you know what? We'll just draw right into the Forest Seal Stone or the Path.
Yeah.
Way to go.
You play 3 of each here, and another Forest Seal Stone to go along with it, and another Battle VIP Pass. And this is why you leave that bench space open, just so you can burn these Battle VIP Passes as you draw into them.
Yeah. Anyone who knows Terrence knows he's a fashionista.
Yep.
Always showing off some really interesting outfits in these tournaments, and sure enough, he's going to accessorize his Pokemon here too.
Cramomatic is found, but doesn't really need much anything else. You have that Feather Ball that you can use to discard. Hey, and we're going to get a heads. This allows Terrence to search his deck for any card, put it in his hand.
Mystery card.
Now, did he grab Hisuian Heavy Ball? No. No, Box of Disaster is the card.
Well, don't put it on the active, right?
We've seen this before.
Have we learned our lesson?
Well, there is that Path to the Peak, and there is the Box of Disaster on the active.
Why are we doing this? I don't understand. I guess if you're worried about the threat of the turn 2 Goldengo attacking, knocking you out, but how does that even happen?
Yeah.
There's a Manaphy with no energy in the active. We haven't seen switching cards.
Well, here is a concealed card. It's going to find a Pokestop and a water after playing Hugo's own stadium to bump that Path to the Peak. And here is Avery.
Brutal.
Terrence is going to have to discard Genesect V and Mew V yet again. We already know there's a Genesect in the prize cards. One thing Hugo is missing, though, is just more Gimme Ghoul.
You start to worry. We haven't seen Goldengo yet, and there it is.
Straight to the discard.
Brutal.
Yeah, there's actually 2 Battle VIP Pass in Hugo's hand. It's not turn 1, Kyle.
Well, this Heavy Ball's not going to find Goldengo either, which means this turn's basically over, which is not ideal. You can find a piece of the Palkia there, but the V-Star is in the prize cards, just mocking you, laughing.
I really don't want to see the bench of this Palkia here. It is just a free 2 prize cards for Terrence to get things going.
100%. It's be very worrisome here if you saw this played. It's just easy prize cards. Thankfully, avoiding that situation.
We do see the water.
That's right. Hey, this is a great way to guarantee that energy's in the discard pile, or a way to retreat this Pokemon later on. The main issue I'm seeing now is this Gimme Ghoul's knocked out. What are we doing next turn, Jeremy?
Oh, no Rain Splash even. So Terrence getting away with the Box of Disaster on the active Pokemon here.
Oh.
Boss's Orders brings up that Gimme Ghoul. And just like you were saying, we're in dire straits here.
Well, yeah, I mean, even not playing the energy, I understand you want to hold on to that for the Radiant Greninja, but there's no retreating. There's nothing from this point. You're just promoting a Manaphy next turn and in the exact same position. If you only draw 1 Gimme Ghoul, it's going to get bossed again.
Which, by the way, Terrence drew into 3 supporters off that Fusion Strike system after using a Lost Vacuum, getting rid of the Judge in hand. There is the Cross Fusion Strike copying that Techno Blast, taking the knockout. And now Terrence is down to 5 prize cards, but it's looking like the game's pretty much sealed up.
Yeah, an embarrassment of riches on the other side here.
Oh, no. Another water off the top as well.
Oh, insult to injury. Yeah, that's not what you want to see. More energies, too. The Ultra Ball.
At least you can discard those Battle VIP pass now. Post stop. But again, you're not bumping a path to the peak here. Worker, Energy, Ultra Ball.
Okay. Well, it's not the ideal way to search out Pokemon. You'd prefer to obviously have the Gimme Ghouls already played down or use that Battle VIP pass on the opening turn, but you at least can get rid of these cards. Place 2 of them down, and you can't boss them both, Jeremy.
That is true. That is true. But you're going to have to sacrifice a lot of cards in your hand to do just that.
Yeah. Now the consideration.
Yeah, the Milotic?
Well, protects your hand.
What hand?
Does it protect your bench? Because that's the worry I have here.
I would love to see Ultra Ball discard the Energy and the Origin Form Palkia. But no, just the one Gimme Ghoul yet again. And Terrence already has the boss's orders in hand.
Yeah, you can see the excitement on the other side. Terrence.
The one thing, he needs to retreat, reset the attack.
Of course.
Do you Pokestop?
That is an available option to see more cards.
Does Terrence still have access to Forest Seal Stone?
Looks like it has not been used, which would be a great benefit. Obviously, can draw more
there's
cards.
The switch.
Those are the 2 best cards to find.
A switch to the Mew, free retreat, resets that Cross Fusion Strike. Boss's orders to take the knockout yet again on the Gimme Ghoul. I might even like playing the Power Tablet here just so you can Psychic Leap.
I mean, at this point, just find another Mew VMAX
True.
and you can just cycle between the 2.
And Featherball does just that.
You will have the 3 tablets for if there ever is.
I don't think it's likely.
Yeah, the Goldango, if it ever becomes a Pokemon, but I don't think that that's going to be the case. Hugo's just trying to space out these resources, didn't want to play down the double Ultra Ball, and it's really showing off. This is a problem at this point. Cannot play when you're just benching one single basic.
And now can even just copy Max Miracle, take the knockout with, just Battle VIP pass drawn for the turn. It's not been a game for Hugo here in this game 2. Down game 1 from a pretty close game, just missing those damage numbers. And here, just missing everything.
Yeah, what's happening on stream here, guys? Run into a lot of issues. Obviously, both players have been playing fantastic to get to this point, 5-0. But you run into situations like this. Sometimes your deck just does not want to work, and especially under the conditions that Terrence places you under, Path to the Peaks, Judges, Ionos, whatever it may be, that has just been enough for to throw Hugo off, and it's just been single Gimme Ghoul threat presented, and Terrence always has the answer.
Now, just a pass of the turn with another Gimme Ghoul. I do believe Terrence is playing just the 2 boss's orders.
Yep.
So both of those gone. Needs Pal Pad here. Oh, that's a 3. That is not going to do it for that Cramomatic.
Well, you see Echoing Horn. That could maybe play down that Palkia if you want to target that for more prize cards later.
With what boss's orders, Kyle?
We'll get there. I'm just looking at more cards to play. Of course, that does open up avenues to where maybe that Pokemon gets evolved next turn, and then you have a threat you don't want to deal with. So
that's in the prize cards, though.
He doesn't know that. Drawing might make sense in this spot. Looks like Pal Pad is going to be found with the Forest Seal Stone.
Again, such a powerful tool card available to this deck. Playing 3 copies of Forest Seal Stone. Only able to use one of them for the game, but you always want to have it. Both those boss's orders go in the deck, and with 3 Fusion Strike systems, I think Terrence might have a good chance of finding another boss's orders.
Nope, you jinxed him. It's over, folks. Yeah, that's 2 additional cards. Ooh, it's not there yet. Double Turbo could be played. You could burn tablets if you chose.
Burn that echoing horn.
Palkia is going to be played down on the bench, and this is not likely going to be a Pokemon you target. Gimmighoul's a big threat.
One tablet is played, and here's the Fusion Strike system for 4. There's the boss's orders. Oh.
Yeah, the decision's made though. This was something that I was interested in. Obviously, if you have access to all of your tablets, this seems like a great play. You can take the knockout on this Pokemon, and even if you see the Goldango on the other side, you'll have the resources to knock it out at only 260 hit points. The issue is the other one is in the prize cards. Terrence needs to find that right now.
Yep. Well, there is the knockout on the Origin Form Palkia, and does find it out of the prize cards. So
feels good.
Feels great for Terrence. Unfortunately for Hugo, usually you see a rags to riches story. This is a riches to rags.
Yeah, this is my crypto career.
Irida is the supporter for Hugo. Does play 2 copies of those in the list. Great supporter to be able to search for that Battle VIP pass, go in second, search for the water Pokemon like Radiant Greninja or the Milotic.
I mean, you need so many cards.
Yes. You can grab Superior Energy Retrieval here. That gets you 200 damage if you have Golden Go. But now we're going to opt with a Super Rod.
Yep, there's not even an answer to the Box of Disaster. So even if you take the knockout here, you just...
The answer was Manaphy, Kyle.
There's nothing left.
You do have double Cross Switcher here, but having promoted the Gimmighoul, you have the other one on the bench, but it was just played. So is this a double Cross Switcher?
This is promote Genesect and hope your opponent doesn't have Pokemon cards.
Yeah, already down 3 double Turbo Energy. The Genesect with the Forest Seal Stone, please. Milo goes to the active spot.
Its favorite place. And yes, that is a pass of the turn. I don't believe the answer's there just yet, but this hand looks like it could be burnt.
And Terrence still has access to at least an escape rope. And already used the switch and has access to Penny as well. So if you can thin down the hand enough.
Worth mentioning, this is not a turn where the win is available as well. So you don't want to overcommit in situations like this. Just taking the single prize card is going to be important. If you can take it on the Gimmighoul, that's almost irrelevant at this point because there's a second one played down. Finally, Hugo was able to find that turn.
Well, Terrence does have Judge available, but that gets rid of 1 out of the Penny. Oh, Penny's in the Lost Zone. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Oh, don't.
Yeah.
don't do that, young man. That's the whole reason for that Milotic there. Well, that's the first time for me on stream seeing the Judge played with that Pokemon out. That's cool.
Like, oh, it's just a one-sided draw 4.
Yeah, that's a bad card. Oh, the Mew found and 2 Ultra Balls in the hand.
Yeah, we're gonna start 3 cards with this first Fusion Strike system. Finds the escape rope here. This will allow Terrence to take a knockout on the Manaphy that was promoted by Hugo. This has been all Mew, all match. Fusion Strike Energy on one of the Genesects. Just thinning the hand out even more without having to discard those resources. Double Pat to the Peak found.
Yeah.
Has the Lost Vacuum in hand, so that's a pretty safe play there. And Cross Fusion Strike copying that Max Miracle yet again for the knockout. Does Hugo even find a Golden Go? Does.
Yep. Well, what do you do against this path?
Not much.
There's a lot of superior energy retrievals in the hand. Doesn't care about the
There's not very many
the
cards
treasure chest anymore.
Yeah.
Oh.
The cuteness has Pass this aside.
It's not even cool anymore. But this is what you have to do. You have that path in play. Obviously, cannot get rid of it. But your opponent may not have the answer just yet. We know they do. And this will be the turn for Terrence to show that off. Then down, check out what is available.
To be fair, I think the only thing available is that last double turbo energy.
I think he's going to find it.
There's only like 6 cards in deck.
Well, this is basically a guarantee at this point. Then we see the Lost Vacuum played down. Play all these cards. Draw all the cards.
Finds the other tablet to go along with it. There's that double turbo energy. Retreat. And with the last power tablet, able to take the last knockout here. And Terrence moving to 6-0 here against Golden Go.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny that he almost doesn't have the knockout to close the game out if he doesn't have the third power tablet there. But it's what it takes. Had to play every resource there. Knew exactly the counts that he was working with. And, I mean, it's pretty cool to take down an interesting deck like this. You don't expect to see this at 5-0, but Terrence obviously has been playing for a while now and was ready for the challenge.
Honestly, I don't really expect to see it at 5-1 either. So Hugo's still doing a great job here in this day one. Needs just a couple more wins or 1 win and a tie to be able to lock up the first ever day 2 at his first ever regionals.
Let's go. Yeah, that's a very interesting story. We're going to have to continue to follow and see if Hugo is able to complete that. Of course, on his own time, we're going to be following some other players too and see how they're doing. And obviously, the cards didn't fall in favor for him. He wasn't able to find the right resources and show off the power of his deck. A little bit of that was here when we saw that Manaphy played.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate sequencing for getting that last energy in the discard with just how the cards were drawn and unable to close it out in that game 1. Terrence able to find those 3 power tablets, take the big knockout, and Hugo just scooping it up.
Yeah, this was a trend that we saw. This Mew VMAX knockout, 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 left and right. Terrence not skipping a beat. And there's just this situation time and time again in game number 2 where it was gimme ghoul, knockout, boss's orders, gimme ghoul. And if you never set up the whole namesake of the deck, you're probably not going to win.
Yeah, Terrence every turn was basically gimme that gimme ghoul.
And he certainly got it.
Yep.
I mean, there were some opportunities. Hugo was trying to line them up, but just couldn't find the right cards. And it seemed like as soon as you got the melodic down, that was the one time you wanted your hand disrupted.
Yeah.
It was like, can I just ignore this ability because I need help? I'm stuck here with all these superior energy retrievals and no way to get rid of this path.
And for the first time on stream, Terrence able to go to 6-0 here. That much closer to locking up a day 2 in Portland Regionals.
Yeah, worked out pretty well there. Obviously, we're going to be looking for maybe some other players playing the Golden Go, and if they can have some success there too, it'd be cool to watch. There's different iterations of the deck too that we're going to be looking at, and sure, this is one of the more interesting lists, playing the melodic and all those other, the Palkia as well, but I mean, we've seen a few different styles. It could maybe find a different way to work. Maybe.
Not when you're playing against Pats of the Peak. It's a little bit hard.
All right, we tried. All right, retire it. We'll find something else. Of course, Jeremy's going to be vouching for Judge Path.
Yeah.
Shocker.
I mean, New Year, same me, right?
Yeah, you have not changed one bit.
I do love a nice bit of disruption. When I get to play the game and my opponent doesn't, oh.
You're mean.
It's peak Pokemon.
No, I want to outsmart my opponent, not watch them cry.
To the peak Pokemon.
No, stop.
Stop, no.
Yeah, I like seeing you at the booth because that means you can't be at the table causing pain to these players.
With 6 rounds down now, we still have plenty of action. 3 more rounds left to go for day 1. And this is where these players are starting to lock up that day 2 in these next few rounds. It'll be interesting to see the undefeateds. Maybe check in on Cal Connor if he can repeat a 9-0.
Calm down there. All right, he's playing against Giratina. If he figured that out, then he deserves to be the undefeated player and go 9-0. That would be wild.
Listen, he played against like 2 Giratina in San Antonio.
How's he doing it?
I don't know.
I gotta see about that coaching. Hold up.
No, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the meta shapes up for day 2, see what decks have more usage. Is Charizard still going to be on top? You know, we'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, it looks like Miraidon or Giratina V-Star is going to be one of the top decks here, potentially the one that will be competing to be 9-0 at this stage. We saw 14, but there were a couple left off there too. So definitely have a potential to see one of those players at 9-0. And I don't know if players were thinking that Miraidon was going to be the deck that did this. It lost a lot of momentum after San Antonio.
Well, someone who still has the option to go 9-0, let's go ahead and hear from Terrence Miller himself. Take it away, Adam.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor. My name is Adam Watson, here with our winner you just saw on stream, Terrence Miller. How you feeling, my friend?
Yeah, good, feeling good.
I mean,
I was a little scared of that matchup, but I got it, you know.
So Golden Go was the matchup that you were fearing. You want to go a little bit more deeper into that for our audience?
I feel like even though they're not dark type, they can one-shot Mew. Like, they have that potential to one-shot the VMAX. So it's like, any deck that could one-shot a VMAX, you're just kind of scared, right? But he kind of drew kind of bad off my judges. He milled double worker off his Pokestop. He did bump Stadium, but he couldn't get energies in discard. So he whiffed game 1, which was solid for me. And game 2, he just never set up, so I just bossed every turn. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fortunate that you kind of ended up in the driver's seat in that best of 3. And you already touched on the threat of your new VMAX getting knocked out, giving up a lot of prizes. And there's potentially a lot of decks out in the field today that can accomplish that feat, but you're sitting here 6-0. How'd you do it?
Judge and Path. And honestly, I like the one little Fusion Strike energy. It's not a secret anymore, right? But it's like, because I played against a bunch of decks with Spirit Tomb. Well, two didn't, but I just draw the Fusion Strike energy. I can still draw, right? Because like, if you're a deck that plays Spirit Tomb, it's like your Mew matchup is so bad that you have to play the Spirit Tomb. So if I could just draw, even if it's just one Genesect, it's pretty good for me. So it's like a little, it's nice. And I knew he wasn't on Spirit Tomb, so I could just always draw, go gas, you know? So that's what I was liking.
And that's cool that you already have the counter to the counter. Yeah. I think that's what Mew has been known for sure, is being so consistent and so adaptable as well. Now, this was your first time playing on the stream. You've been playing tons of regionals as well. Was it what you were expecting it to be once you got up there on the stage, got the headset on?
I mean, I guess. I hope people saw my watch, you know, I don't know. But it feels cool. It was so loud, the white noise. I was like, wow, people are not joking about that. But I mean, I'm not like one to be like nervous or anything in the spotlight. I mean, I'm down with it. So, but I enjoyed the experience. I'm glad. I mean, unfortunate. I mean, Hugo played. He's been playing well all day, right? He's 5-1. Unfortunate, it kind of went like that, but you know, it's cool. Feels nice, I guess.
I mean, I'm glad that, you know, the extra hype, the extra spotlight, and that white noise really didn't get to you. We've seen some players show up at the regionals. They get pulled to be on stream, and it really throws them off their game. But you're here, nice, cool, collected. Any other people you want to give a quick shout out to while I've got you here in front of the big camera for our audience that maybe helped you prepare or is just here hanging out with you today in Portland?
I guess everyone at Arizona Phoenix locals. You know, it's a nice competitive local scene, and it keeps me on my toes. You know, it's like, because I go to locals, like, I try to go like 3 times a week, and they really keep me on my toes and keep me like ready to play. And I guess 2 guys, they like copied my 60, or they wanted to play it. So I was, Mikey and Brandon, they're on my 60. I don't know how they're doing, to be honest with you, but I mean, I think they're both still in it. That's cool. And I guess my girlfriend's here. She's here. It's cool. It's nice. Yeah. Outside of that, I mean, everyone in Phoenix, you know, they know me. You know, I love playing Pokemon, so that's what it's all about. Yeah.
And are you the local Mew player? They're always trying to give you a hard time, or you play whatever you think is going to be good?
I like to play like not the most popular deck, but I like to play a deck that I think is good, right? Like, because I played Sablezard before, and I'll just play like random stuff, but to be honest with you, Paradox is kind of format for me. So I was just like, I'm playing Mew. And my favorite thing is when everybody goes, oh, how's your Charizard matchup? And I'm like, have you played it? Because like, if you played it, you wouldn't think it's free, right? Like, I guess that's what I like about it. Yeah.
That's a really good point. You know, the Charizard matchup is greatly exaggerated, and I really want to thank you once again, Terrence, for the insight We got a lot of your fans and supporters here waiting in the wings, ready to congratulate you on your big win on stream. So I'm going to let you get. Thank you once again. And we're going to send things back over to the casters.
All right, great interview there from Adam. Great to hear from Terrence, man after my own heart, Judge Path. You know, love to see it, love to see it. Moving on to 6-0, trying to make that day 2.
Yeah, just loves playing Pokemon, and of course is known in his local scene. And these are the opportunities that you're looking for. These continue to build on that top 8 that he had and earlier this year, and now new year, same old Terrence getting the job done now with the new VMAX.
No, he's a little better now. It's fine.
He's better?
Yeah.
Oh, man, we got to look out. He's going to get, what, top 4? He's going to win the thing? Okay.
We'll have to see if Mew's able to do that again after its up and downs throughout all these regionals.
It missed the caster prediction, that's for sure.
It did, yeah.
Yep.
Well, speaking of all the ups and downs of these regionals, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule that we have for our upcoming 2024. We are here in Portland, and we have plenty. We're not even halfway through the season, Kyle.
Look at that gloomy 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Dark, gray, sad. Moving into beautiful, bright Portland. Beautiful mountains in the background. And we've got plenty of Pokemon to go. We're going to be in Charlotte soon. 2 weeks afterwards, Knoxville. A few weeks later, we'll see Vancouver and eventually move on to EUIC. It's going to be pretty great. These are some of my favorite venues to go to, and obviously the numbers just increase when we're over on the East Coast. We've seen so many players at Charlotte Regionals before, and who knows what the number will be at maybe a Charlotte or a Knoxville or even Orlando.
Yeah. 2,200 players kind of registered for Charlotte already.
Calm down.
If everyone goes, it's going to be the biggest Pokemon TCG regionals we've had.
Our favorite sentence to say as casters that we have to say like 4 times a year because Pokemon just continues to grow. It's obviously a great problem to have for us. We love to see all the new faces, some old faces coming back into the game. There's just a lot of great players, and I mean we've seen players from other card games starting to transition over too. That's been a new trend that's been very welcomed, and I think they like what we got going on here. We see a lot of great places throughout North America. Obviously, we've got some great events over in the European region, too, and some special events in South America. There's a lot of Pokemon out there.
Yeah, and $10,000 is a little better than winning a gaming system for one of these tournaments here.
Sign me up, yeah. I like cold, hard cash.
And, of course, after EUIC, Orlando, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, then finishing things off with New Orleans right before that World Championships in Honolulu. I am excited for New Orleans. That I'm going to have so many beignets, a lot of gumbo, and a lot of Pokemon.
I'm going to have a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah.
I don't care too much about Cajun food, but sure, I will be very excited about the Pokemon. Obviously, we'll have some new sets played out by then, see a lot of interesting decks potentially come out of the woodworks, and that will all lead to the World Championships for the, 4th time now in Hawaii, but it never gets old. It would be a first for me.
Yeah,
every time that I've wanted to play in Hawaii, I haven't been able to earn the travel reward. But that was a big problem like 20 years ago. It's not a big problem anymore.
Oh, yeah, not at all.
Players are earning money now.
Yeah, I think the 2 times I had Hawaii, it was just short of those invites.
Tough.
Finishing top 8 of the World Championships. Didn't
be
get
better.
that top 4.
Yeah.
Finishing top 16 of Nationals. Needed that top 8 for the invite.
Why don't you just win?
I can't. I'm channeling my best Rahul.
Oh, ooh. The shots have been fired. Yeah, so we of course, we've got a lot of great talent that's just trying to do everything that this man has not accomplished and make it all the way to the finals and close out, win that big championship. Got a lot of players trying to do just that here in Portland. It's going to be round 7 pretty soon. We've got players that will be locking up that 19 points, that 21 points. Who's going to be the undefeated? Call it out.
Me.
Jeremy Challen is going to be your... Unlikely. No,
I'm undefeated right now.
That's true. That's true. You
0-0 is undefeated.
Yeah. I don't think you should be proud of that. All right, I'm going to say it. I think Isaiah Bradner is going to be the 9-0.
Okay.
A
little bias there?
Of course. I mean, I could say John, but I see the control matchup against Cal, and I think that's pretty good. He's going to lose now.
Well, we want to hear from you at home. Who do you think's going to end up being the 9-0? Are we even going to have a 9-0? Be sure to use hashtag #PlayPokemon. Follow us on the channels anytime we go live, YouTube and Twitch. Just be sure to stick around, you know? There's a lot of stuff going on this weekend. We're going to be here, so you know where to find us.
Yeah, we want to see those tweets, see what you're thinking about, which player is going to be undefeated potentially, what decks are you excited to see maybe moving into day 2. We're going to be following along. You guys could check out our Twitters. I'm in a cool sweater vest on my Twitter if you want to check that out. What have you done lately, Jeremy?
Not much. No, not as good as yours.
You got no updates?
No.
All right, well, something to stay tuned for then.
With that, we will be taking a quick break, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have round 7 for y'all.
I got into Pokemon in 2011 when I was just starting in seniors. Honestly, I would just remember playing in a flower shop with my friends. My best friend at the time actually introduced me to Pokemon. And I remember we would go just grind games after school, play, and then actually the store owner ran the league and she told me about this guy that was coaching and stuff like that. So I was able to contact him and he basically taught me how to play.
Former world champion Andrew Estrada. Anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem. It could be him.
Trading card game finals, World Championships 2014.
I'll never forget when I actually won the World Championships in 2014. I was 15 at the time and his first year of Master. I was up against the #1 player in the world, Igor Costa. He was a legend in the game when he was still around.
What? If you told me 5 turns ago that Igor was losing this game, I would have never believed you.
Winning that was just nuts.
That means a red signal onto the Genesect. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's the game. Andrew Estrada is your new world champion.
That was probably one of the best days of my life. I've learned that you can never be really the best unless you want to keep getting better. There's always more, and I find that your practicing reflects on your tournament. If you're just grinding it out last minute, I find that your decks are not ready to go or you're mentally not ready to go, and you really have to have the second nature when you play, especially against good players.
You've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V.
I really like the game. I really like the competitive atmosphere. It's a very social game. It forces people to sort of step out of their character in a way. So it kind of reflects a lot of light on so many different personalities being able to be merged in the room.
Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
What we have.
Mirage Gate. That is super fun. Oh, wow. Punching his ticket to Honolulu.
To be honest, I'm actually retired because I just started my career. So I can't really dedicate as much time to Pokemon anymore. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I'm actually enjoying more to teach and coach. I really like to give back kind of what I've learned over the years, especially to kids in my area. I find that when people come to me, it's sort of a responsibility that I feel okay with undertaking. And it makes me feel great because honestly, watching my students succeed makes me feel better than actually winning myself. Like, even though I feel great, just because I already have worlds, you know, I've been playing for a long time, right? And I just want to see the people I teach that look up to me succeed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back out to the floor. Adam Watson here, and I'm joined by one of our players here at the event, Anthony. And I'm sorry, what was your last name?
Bunpakum.
Okay, Anthony Bunpakum. Welcome, and thank you again for this interview. Let the people at home know exactly who you are.
So I'm a Pokemon TCG player, but I'm primarily a dancer. Pokemon is just my love and hobby on the side, so it's great to be here.
That's pretty cool that you're a dancer. What style of dance do you do?
Yeah, so I'm a hip hop dancer. I do that professionally. I live in Vegas, and that's what I do for gigs. Yeah.
That's super exciting. I mean, we always talk so much about the Pokemon community, how we have all kinds of players here from all walks of life. So the fact that you're able to bring that hip hop dance here out to Portland, play in the regional, and also have some extra fun there. So how is your tournament going so far?
Dude, this tournament has been going fantastic. So I literally have been working through the holidays to here. This was the nice, sweet treat at the end for me to hang out, play some Pokemon, geek out with some friends, and meet some cool people.
That's great that you are able to show up here and meet up with those friends. I hope they're having a great tournament as well. This has been so exciting to be out here on the floor. This is kind of a new setup that we have for our folks who are watching from home to get a better view of, the audience and all the people that we have here. So thank you so much for taking the time. So what deck did you decide to bring as well? You're doing okay in the tournament right now, but what did you decide to actually bring and play?
So I decided to bring the Gardevoir deck. I literally started that deck when it first came out, and since I'm dancing, I was like, you know what? I only have time for one deck, so I'm going to stick to this. We're going to ride it out, and we're going to play this deck until it rotates, and here I am.
I think a lot of players are definitely in the same boat. Just play it until it rotates. You might as well. So good. And is there any advice you want to give to anybody who might be on the fence about showing up to a regional or maybe even appearing on camera for interviews like this?
Yeah, well, first off, you got to remember why you started Pokemon. It's the fun aspect. It's why we first stepped into the craft/game. And that is what carried me through the games. In fact, it was like, wow, I'm blessed to play 9 games of Pokemon today. And here we are just having some fun and meeting new people. So as long as you go back to why you started, you're going to do all right.
Those are fantastic words of wisdom, Anthony. No matter your win record, you're here having fun. And just remember that so many things have to line up to be in this moment, to play the game that we love, no matter the record. And I have them whispering in my ear. Everybody backstage is really excited that you're a hip hop dancer. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know dancers, I think, are pretty well versed in the spotlight. You want to drop some quick moves for the people at home?
Here, let me take the backpack.
Absolutely. All right, break it down for us, Anthony. I like it. I like it. Robot classic, one of my favorites. And the pop.
Hey, let's go out.
Yeah, you got the energy here. Now, we have 2 more things in common for sure. Not just dancing, but also a love of Cubone. So, everybody at home already knows I'm the CEO of Cubone Enjoyers, but what draws you to our perfect little round boy?
Oh man, Cubone, the cutest but deepest Pokemon.
Preach.
Right? He has been through a lot. The lures, the little cry, tear. You know that he's been through a lot, but he's still cute. But you can't mess with the dude, So you can't judge a book by its cover.
Exactly. He keeps going no matter what. That's what our competitors here are doing today, and that is what Anthony's going to be doing here in the tournament and with his hip-hop dance career, which is super awesome. I want to thank you once again for taking the extra time to share a little bit of yourself with the Pokemon community. I hope to see a little bit more of you down the road. Any final thoughts for our audience at home?
I just want to say thank you, and if you are still hesitant on coming through to the regionals, please do. Have fun. Let's geek out together.
Very well put. Let's geek out together. We'll kick things back over to a quick break and then to the desk as we prep for our next round.
That was great. That was like I'm in the Pokemon video game and I ran into one of the dancing trainers there. Yeah, you know, breaking it down, showing us some moves. I like it, and this is the best part of Pokemon is the community, and that so many different people come here. With Pokemon not being their main intention, of course, we see lots of these players every event in the spotlight. Pokemon is more than just a hobby; it's their life essentially. But seeing people balance that too, I mean, everybody can enjoy Pokemon no matter how much you want to incorporate it into your life.
Yeah, we see it a lot. Pokemon is universal language of the people at this event, but everybody's got their own lives after they leave the event. And yeah, people come from all sorts of like diverse, exciting backgrounds. Yeah, you got hip-hop dancers, you got, I'm sure we have like doctors. I know we used to have an actual like rocket scientist, used to work at NASA playing at tournaments. Like, yeah, people from all walks of life show up to these tournaments.
So much behind the cards, so much behind every person. And speaking of behind the cards, all of you have some stories to share. You've been using it on social media, using that hashtag. Okay, man, come on. I was here. I was talking about everybody's stories, and
yeah, what's yours?
You know, Zangoose has won my heart. now, as you know, Rotom is my boy, and he's still my favorite. But you know, there's something about Zangoose that I just, for on occasion, see him every time and then, and he kind of wheels to me sometimes. You know, I think about him, and I see him, and he looks back at me, and I just can't think about anything else besides being with Zangoose. And you know what? I think Zangoose and I, we're almost partners at this point. We're good friends now, and I actually want to give you a shout out for this because you were the one who actually gifted me this. So you know my love of Zangoose, and now this is where we're at.
I know Zangoose is your buddy, so now you can hug your buddy whenever you want. There you go. Another shout out to Katie here. She's hanging out in San Antonio. Usually is behind the scenes here, helping to run the streams. So Katie hanging out in San Antonio. Got a little plushy friend of our own there.
Yeah.
So cheers to you, Katie. Hope you're having a nice, relaxing weekend watching the stream.
Yeah, great Christmas version as well. Love to see the holiday festivities extend into our favorite Pokemon friends, as well as some other social media you guys have been using. A big shout out again to all the production here as well, supporting the stream. We wouldn't be able to showcase all this awesome action without all the help backstage as well.
Yep, love to see it. Yeah, a lot goes into these productions for sure. There we see, teammates got paired up here. Yeah, hate to see it, but usually means somebody's going to get a win, so not always bad. Unless they tie, then they drag each other down. But
yeah, I feel like it depends on the player. I mean, if you hit a good friend, are you playing that out with them, or are you taking the ID?
It really depends on the situation. Yeah, sure. I usually tend to just play it out.
Just be the better player, right? Just
yeah, win. And then, you know, you can talk trash the rest of the weekend, depending on how it goes.
True. That's good enough for me. Hashtag we cooking. You know what? That's facts. I agree with that.
They are at the kitchen.
They are cooking in the Lost Kitchen. So, you know what? That honestly makes sense when it comes down to it here. So, well, we're already through 6 rounds of Swiss, so we're heading out. I can't even. I tried to just like go into it and just deal with this normally, but
I wasn't even going to acknowledge it. I was just going to keep rolling. Well, I'm glad Zangoose gets a little bit more airtime.
He's here, whether you like it or not. He's right here, and he's behind me, isn't he?
Yeah. Okay. I think you can feel.
I hope so.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Zangoose in the field today. I don't think for TCG. Been a while since I've seen a Zangoose card get played in the TCG.
Yeah.
But we do have, you know, lots of different decks at the top tables so far. We are seeing some good showings from the Lost Giratina deck so far. I know John Eng is sitting at 6-0 with that Giratina V-Star. Surprising amount of Mew VMAX at the top. A couple players at 6-0. We just saw Terrence get to 6-0 with Mew VMAX. Feels like one of those tournaments where maybe people, you know, cut their Spiritomb and their Drapion V. Like, who's really going to play Mew again? And people always do. It's always here.
We've been saying that for the last 2 or 3 years now at this point, haven't we?
Yeah.
Mew is going to be soon out the door. But speaking of what we decided, I know none of us chose Mew, but let's take a look at how our predictions went. I just have to say, for these predictions, which we'll show here, I got no respect. Right off the bat, I was told easy predictions.
Yeah.
I was told safe,
boring.
easy, boring. You know what? I'd like to speak to that.
All right.
I think Gardevoir is a deck that is always strong. I mean, it's the strongest hitting one prizer in the format, but it's scared off by some of these future Pokemon, right? Iron Hands EX, that's the big one. We've sort of run into the situation where Charizard's very dominant. People acknowledge Charizard's dominant. And what deck does Charizard do fairly good into? Miraidon, which plays this Iron Hands. And we saw this time Gardevoir players getting rewarded out in the field because you're taking a pretty positive matchup to Giratina V-Star. And then on top of that, the Iron Hands inclusion, which, yes, it's in Lost Box a little bit. We've seen the version emerge with both the ancient and future Pokemon. But Miraidon jumped down 7% in terms of how much it was played over throughout the weekend. And that's a big plus if you're a Gardevoir player.
Yeah, I think Gardevoir scares some people off now. It's a tough deck to play. It's a tough deck to play within the confines of the tournament structure. You know, it's a deck that's slow to set up. You have to play your games all the way out. You rarely know like how games are going to play out until you get deep into it. So it just tends to play a lot of long games, which does sometimes lend itself to ties. And there are some tough matchups out there. I think at first glance, you might look at Charizard. Obviously, Gardevoir EX has a weakness to Darkness type. You might look at it and be like, oh, Charizard must be a bad matchup. But really, that's one of the matchups you like to hit as Gardevoir. Just having that single prize option with the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, being able to get one-hit knockouts on Pokemon EX, that's really the strength of Gardevoir. It's funny, some of its best matchups are actually the Darkness-type decks. You know, like Charizard, Roaring Moon can be another good one.
Yep.
It's really these other weird matchups, like the aggressive Iron Hands. Decks like those, Rapid Strike can be difficult as well sometimes. But yeah, we have seen a bit more Gardevoir at the top tables as well. I think we've seen some already at 5 or 6 wins. So yeah, we'll see if this is another Gardevoir tournament or what happens from here. There's tons of different decks at the top tables so far.
And still 9 more rounds to play, so we still have plenty of Pokemon action, plus Top Cut, and we've seen how things can change up very fast. So we're here in round 7, Kyle. We've played 6 Swiss rounds already. Players this round will be safely locking their spot up into Top Cut. Now, of course, players are at 6-0 so far. Let's take a look at our standings, see how things are sort of have dialed out so far. So 9 players so far at a truly undefeated record, 18 match points. Some names you probably recognize from there. Nicholas Moffitt, player who's been playing Lost Box a lot, now on the Miraidon deck, so has taken a big pivot off. And then you sort of have that style, and then on the other end, John is someone who has been playing this Giratina deck on and off for a while. Played it when it first came out in the 2023 season. Sticking with tried and true, working out so well so far, 6-0.
Yep, we see Stefan Tobacco undefeated so far, kind of an old school player, bringing the Gardevoir EX. You see Lee at 6-0, who had the Miraidon with the Pokemon catchers, still winning out there at 6-0. And then we see Cal there again, bringing the Snorlax control. Started 9-0 not that long ago in the Swiss rounds, and it just keeps on winning with that Snorlax control deck. Took down Isaiah Bradner in the last round in what you would consider a pretty bad matchup for the control deck, the lost Giratina deck, but Cal was able to win against that one. So could this be the time where control deck wins in North America?
That is the question. It's definitely been a really long time since Control took it back. I mean, the last time I could think it got extremely close was 2019 Atlantic City. I know Pidgeot Control got 2nd place at that event. Did fall to Sol Garcia Griego, who won that event.
Yeah, I mean, if you consider like the Mewtwo V Union, that did pretty well last year. Got a regional win. I think Piper won with that one. Yeah, they come in and out, and we've had control decks make it to the top 8 several times. I know they're very polarizing for people who watch and play. A lot of people don't love playing against, Snorlax, and those kinds of decks can be very frustrating, but I do think they present very interesting gameplay scenarios, make you think on a different axis that you might not be used to. So sometimes, it can be slow and boring and frustrating to play against, but on the other hand, it does provide for some kind of exciting moments. You always have those tension-filled moments during those games where you don't know, are you going to break out of the lock? Is your opponent going to shut the door on you? So we'll see if more Snorlax decks pop up. I was watching some of Cal's games throughout the tournament, and you know, he's played against decks that have theoretical counters to it. I've seen him play against stuff with Minior, several other things trying to counter control, and he seems to be a step ahead. Still 6-0.
It's not broke, don't fix it. That seems to be Cal's motto so far, 6-0. But as we keep talking about, still plenty of Pokemon TCG left to play as we get into our 7th round of Swiss. So players locking spots up. Now, of course, all these players too at 5-0-1, still in a very solid position. So lots of great players here as well that are popping up. Some players who had success in seniors. Connor Peterson, of course, 2nd place at Worlds in 2016 and 2018. As well as Bodie Robinson, who was our NAIC champion in 2023. So seniors who have aged up now. I mean, Connor's been in the Masters division for a little over 4 or 5 years now. Coming back to play, I know he's not as active of a player, but located out on the West Coast. So it's awesome to see some of these older school players show up to events and show they still have what it takes.
Definitely. But yeah, like you said, we're only 6 rounds in. There's a lot more tournament left to go. I guess technically none of these players have even made it to day 2 yet. You have to assume pretty much everybody who you're seeing on this screen will get the remaining 1 or 3 match points to advance to day 2. But a lot more wins needed to make it to that top 8 eventually if you want to get there.
Some great matches out in the field. We got Stefan up against Lee Bowie, Nick Moffitt up against John Eng, and then Calvin Connor up against Cotter Peterson. And the match we'll be featuring, though, Hector Ibarra up against Grant Shen. Now, I mean, if you've been following us this season, you know Grant sort of refers to himself as the Chien Pao master, but it's not going to be Chien Pao this time that he's piloting, choosing to play Charizard EX to this event.
Wow, what a betrayal. What do you even say to that? Yeah, should be an interesting matchup. Obviously, these players are doing pretty well in the tournament, should have an excellent match, so can't wait to see what we got going for us.
Well, I think we're ready to throw things down. Let's go down to the table, get into this. Round number 7. Both these players still battling it out to secure themselves a spot. Both 5-0-1 right now, so not quite guaranteed, but this win for either player will lock them up for the 2nd day of competition. That's a matchup we've seen. This is our finals matchup repeated. Charizard versus Giratina V-Star. Now, after we watch this finals match, and as we're getting into this match between both players, are there any keys to really watch out that kind of matter in this matchup, or is it maybe going to be a repeat of what we saw so far in the finals?
I mean, I think when we saw the finals between Grant and Azul at the last regional, you saw it's a very back-and-forth matchup. It can really go either way. There's lots of different defining factors throughout it. Yeah, it's an exciting matchup. You don't really know what's going to happen until you get into the thick of it. So, looking forward to a good one. Hector did say this is his first time on stream, so we'll see if there's any nerves going into this. Grant has played on stream several times at this point, seasoned regional competitor. Yeah, let's hope for a good one.
So Hector will be starting things off, deciding to go first with this Giratina deck now. And this is one of those matchups, though, where we saw Grant Hayes do this with, if you know what your opponent is playing, sometimes forcing Charizard to go first can actually be at your advantage.
Yeah, there's a lot of matchups where there's still questions of, is it better to go first or second? And yes, there you see the CEO of Chien Pao, but today playing Charizard.
Can you even call him the CEO anymore if he just abandons his company to go play a different Pokemon?
Yeah, does that mean he stepped down as the CEO of Chien Pao?
Temporary leave of absence, maybe? Come back to the throne one day.
Yeah, but still playing Rare Candy, so...
Okay, well that's like playing Ultra Ball in a deck, right? Like
what?
Okay, it's not the same, but it's like a core card. And look at the meta. There's like 3 different decks that play Rare Candy.
Yeah, 3 out of like 12. Yeah. I know what you're saying though. Yeah, it's a generic card, but I mean, yeah, there's not that many Stage 2 decks in the format. Even Gardevoir. I mean, I guess you play a couple Rare Candy, but all right, here we go.
Let's see how things play out. Now, Grant will be going second in this matchup. Giratina going first. Big key cards, though, are, of course, those Battle VIP Pass. We stress it every match, but your setup really does matter, not only for the Giratina player, but also for Charizard. both decks have to sort of set their way up a little bit, and lots of the setup will depend on what cards are in the prize cards. And speaking of Battle VIP Pass, 2 of those in the prize cards, as well as one of those Colress's Experiment. Really find those early while you build your hand up, but it's also not too bad to have in the prize cards, because if you grab it out, you have access for it too later.
Yeah, overall, nothing too bad. And, you know, Battle VIP Pass, obviously, you want to draw it in your opening hand, but, you know, let's say you draw one in your opening hand, you actually don't mind having 2 in your prize cards, because, you know, you can't use them after the first turn. So.
Here we go. Round 7 action is starting right now. Hector kicking things off. Does start the Comfey. And a great card right off the bat. Spiritomb hitting the bench. Fettered in Misfortune will shut off this Rotom V from using Instant Charge. Can even follow this up with a Nest Ball. Found off the Flower Selecting. And another choice for me here. Do you value getting another Comfey down, or do you look to get Giratina into play so that you can start to establish that and maybe Abyss Seeking on the next turn?
Well, looks like Hector is going to favor the Comfey here. Get the additional Flower Selecting. Which I think makes a little bit of sense. There's no rush for you to get a Giratina V down on the first turn in this matchup. You're not threatened at all. You're probably going to attack with Cramorant early on. You know, turn 2, you want to start getting Giratina V down. But yeah, I think just establish cards in your Lost Zone, get yourself set up, get ready for a long game.
It's definitely a long match for sure. Now that Rotom V, which usually is a fine Pokemon to start in the active spot, pretty much rendered useless. But hey, look, in those top 13 cards of the deck, 3 of those Battle VIP Pass, and Grant will be more than happy to see that to start things out. And the Rotom can't use that Instant Charge ability, but still fine to have on your bench because, of course, Forest Sealstone, a key card to getting that strong turn 2, double rare candy, Pidgeot, and Charizard in play. Start taking knockouts.
And now, earlier you were talking about what are some of the keys to the matchup. One of the strengths of the Giratina V-Star deck is Path to the Peak. That is one of your ways to fight back against Charizard EX. You know, you rely on Pidgeot EX's Quick Search, you rely on Charizard EX's ability to accelerate energy. So, you know, sometimes we'll see early game Path to the Peak or late game Path to the Peak paired with a hand disruption card like Roxanne, just trying to get your opponent to miss crucial cards at the end of the game. So it really is a back and forth battle. Giratina V-Star is one of the few decks in the format that has an easy way to knock out a Charizard EX in one attack with that Star Requiem. So you always have that at your disposal, but you can only do it once. After that, it becomes much more difficult to knock out a Charizard EX.
And speaking of Charizard EX, the more prize cards you take over on Hector's side, the more you fuel that Burning Darkness attack. So lots of times it's sort of playing around with math to try and damage these Pokemon as much as possible before you go down to 3 or 4 prize cards where your Giratina V-Stars can be knocked out. We will see Arven played. Does grab the second remaining Battle VIP Pass in the deck, plus Forest Sealstone. And we see an excellent board here. Manaphy, Jirachi, and all else that you need. And yeah, no Instant Charge, but besides that, excellent textbook start here for Grant.
Yeah, Jirachi definitely limits the plays from this Lost Zone deck, essentially stopping Sableye from using Lost Mine on your benched Pokemon. Yeah, that makes things more difficult. It feels really bad to have to use 2 of your 5 bench spots on Manaphy and Jirachi. So, you know, Radiant Greninja can hit 2 Pokemon with Moonlight Shuriken. Sableye can hit your bench Pokemon with Lost Mine. And yeah, you have to put down both to block both of those, but it really does cut off a large part of your opponent's strategy.
A really awkward Colress's Experiment there. No way to find any of those Giratina V, and drew into 2 Mirage Gate and 3 energy. So Mirage Gate, a card you'd love to have around for later. We'll have to hit the Lost Zone. This is a big second Flower Selecting. Does find a switch, and I mean, hitting this Rotom usually is okay. You can finish it off later, but with that Jirachi being play, if this Pokemon hits the bench, yeah, you can finish it off with an attack later on, but you can't do that unless you bring it up into the active again, and it's just going to be a pass, not even valuing retreating this Comfey out of the active, saving the energy on this bench Comfey, and saying, look, I'm going to give you essentially a free turn. I have no Giratina V down. I'm not threatening Lost Impact next turn, and we're just going to see Grant get right to it right away, evolving into this Charizard, Infernal Rain, grabbing 3 energy. Grant's already set to take this prize card. Hasn't even played a supporter card yet, so we could see him even go deeper this turn.
Yeah, you can't ask for much more. Turn 2 Rare Candy into a Stage 2. And, I mean, there's so many great things about Charizard EX. High HP, low attack cost, and over the course of the game, you know, it just builds up damage even further. But the fact that it also powers itself up just for simply putting it into play makes this card really the complete package. It just asks so little of you to do so much. You just get it in play, powers itself up. It's so hard to knock out. It even gets the minor benefit of the Terra attribute, where it can't be damaged while it's on the bench. People forget about that one a lot.
That's true. I've seen someone Aqua Storm Charizard before, so it does definitely have some practical use. And we see the Forest Seal Stone attached to the Rotom, using Star Alchemy, grabbing Iono, really saying, look, your start is not that strong. I'm just going to kind of push my aggression in this spot, put you to a lower hand size. I know you don't have Giratina V in that hand, but yeah, I'd rather just put you on lower hand size now. Grant really looking to try and establish Pidgeot, does have it in hand, and there is an Ultra Ball. Could see potentially Charmeleon get grabbed, evolve that up. I mean, Rare Candy's an important resource. Anytime you could sort of shortcut that, leave more in deck, and give yourself more options, later on, it's going to be your friend for sure.
Yep. No Pidgeotto in this list. I think probably not very common these days. But yeah, unable to get that. Only way you can get Pidgeot EX into play is with the Rare Candy. And interesting, we see Ultra Ball away a switch. You know, we don't see switching cards too frequently in this deck, probably paying some respect to some of the Tapu Koko EX, some of the special conditions, and a little bit to the control decks as well, giving yourself a way to switch out.
So it's on Hector now. Grant has taken the prize card, set the stage, said, hey, look, I've got Charizard powered up. I'm ready to get things kicking. We'll see Nest Ball played to start the turn off. So we'll grab this Giratina V, put it onto the bench. But with no Radiant Greninja in play, only one Comfey, and a hand that doesn't really have something like Colress in it, this might be a big flower selecting to see how Hector can play this turn off. Does find Path to the Peak, and that's a great card to slow things down, but how much is it slowing things down when your opponent's got that Charizard already powered up? Yes, you shut off Quick Search, but you're going to need something in combination with that Path to get yourself back on track.
Yeah, the good news for Hector is that Grant has not set up Pidgeot EX yet and doesn't have that strong of a board. Yes, there's an attacker, but until Pidgeot EX comes out, a lot can happen here. And there you do see the Path to the Peak plus the Iono. Get to disrupt the hand and hope that Path to the Peak sticks in there. You do see the Cramorant coming out, so I'm just going to settle for maybe that 2-hit knockout, setting up the first one with the Spit Innocently, and then use Giratina's first attack for the knockout, saving your Star Requiem for later. It's not ideally how you'd want to do it, but in this situation, it works. You just got to kind of hope that your opponent misses at some point. They did clog their bench up with a lot of stuff, so over time they may be vulnerable to repeated hand disruption, things like that. Yeah, it's still anybody's game.
Hector deciding to use this Mirage Gate early, just getting those energy out of the deck, understands Iona could come up at any time. And like you said, Spit Innocently, 110 damage on this Charizard, putting it in range for a Lost Impact the following turn. And this is going to be pretty big here for Grant.
Another one.
What do we see? And a huge 3 cards there. Charizard EX the following turn. Boss's orders to bring up this Giratina. And what now was a nice setup play, no matter how many prizes Hector takes next turn, would not have been in range for this Giratina V-Star to get knocked out. So hitting it for 180 damage, you're putting it in range to be knocked out the following turn. And these are going to be a big 5 cards too. Not only are you hitting this Giratina, but there's nothing like Comfey in play to flower selecting for. So we'll see what these 5 cards warrant. Pretty easy choice there, getting rid of Manaphy and Battle VIP Pass. But do we see a Giratina V-Star?
That's the big thing you're looking for here, and I don't see one yet. This could be a good position for Hector. Grant really didn't do a whole lot on that last turn. Only has 3 cards in hand. If you are able to get a Giratina V-Star this turn, it's a good opportunity to kind of put some aggression back on your opponent, but looks like just going to see a retreat Well, that can't feel very good. Oh, I'm going to counter catcher, bring up the other Charizard EX and try to soften up both of them. All right.
It's a pretty interesting line. And normally you do have that one guaranteed knockout. So, I mean, looking at this play, and obviously things didn't go well for Hector. This is not his ideal line, but how do you feel about this sort of detour that Hector has done in his strategy?
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable. You're basically setting up the same thing. Now you're going to have another fresh Giratina. Hopefully that turns into the V-Star on the next turn. But, yeah, you basically just kind of delayed what was happening before. And also, it's not guaranteed the Grant has the energy. Obviously does here, but there was a chance that he just didn't have one and couldn't attack this turn.
Not much else going on in the hand, though.
Yeah, exactly.
And, I mean, that's not too bad for Hector. Now you've got both these softened up. Also got that second Giratina V on the bench, and this one, yeah, if you take 2 prize cards, you're not in range for a Burning Darkness to take a one-hit knockout, but there is not much going on in this hand. Still no V-Star, no supporter card. Can't play something like a Roxanne. Grant yet to take 3 prize cards. Can't even use that Radiant Greninja's concealed card because of the path to the peak.
There's some supporter there.
It is a Roxanne, but that's not what you're looking for in this spot.
Yeah, can't use that one right now.
Nope. Maybe next turn, but the question here, Kyle, is next turn too late? We are going to at least see one more flower selecting. Now, this is a pretty important choice for Grant. What Pokemon do you bring up into this active spot? Now, there's not a lot going on in this hand, so what is your best choice to keep yourself in a good spot? And, wow, it's going to be the Pidgey.
Yep, just saying all these other things are too important. Don't want to give up 2 prize cards with the Rotom V. Sure, I'm nowhere near getting a Pidgeot EX out. You can take the Pidgey.
And that's just going to be an attachment and a pass back over to Grant.
Well, never mind. There's a rare candy.
And while you can't use Quick Search, this is still plenty fine. Evolve it as Pidgeot EX, and because of that evolution, Pidgeot EX having 0 retreat cost means that Grant's going to be able to just take another prize card this turn, and it begs the question for Hector, is this just too late to be able to come back at this point when Grant is just essentially 2 knockouts away from winning this game?
I think it's still possible. There's been no counter for the path to the peak. Both those Charizard EX are vulnerable. Obviously, it's going to be a tough road ahead, but the game's not quite over. But you do see one of the weaknesses of the Giratina V-Star deck here. You do not typically... Oh, well, I just drew one finally. You do not typically play Ultra Ball in this deck. And if you do, maybe it's like 1, just because it's too costly to discard cards with it. But it means you have no real way to search for your Giratina V-Star besides just drawing into it. Sometimes... you just don't find it. You don't have that many outs to get to it. But now we're going to see Hector start to put up some offense. I think there's a question of whether to play the Roxanne here. But your opponent has shown nothing so far. So, hey, make them prove that they have something.
And gives you a little bit of guaranteed dig next turn. It essentially just acts as a draw 6.
Got bad news. He drew something.
And that's a good something for sure. Professor's Research off of the top, it seems. Or I think actually drew that out of the prize card. So a great grab there for Grant.
The good news, though, for Hector is that there's no Boss's Orders being played this turn. So Grant, I don't believe, can knock out this active Giratina V-Star this turn. Which means, the prize race is still pretty much in Hector's favor. He can just keep getting 2 prize knockouts. And Grant... won't be able to get a prize card this turn. So despite, pretty slow start from Hector, a great one from Grant, things are still not decided here in this game. And in fact, maybe advantage Hector at this point.
Things have turned around excellently here for Hector so far. And Grant did draw into that lost vacuum, but the choice here is, what do you value grabbing off of Quick Search? Would you rather leave that card later on if your opponent's just going to most likely Roxanne path you? We'll see Super Rod get played first. That is a crucial inclusion in this deck, is playing 2 copies of that because there's only 6 fire energy. So getting those back will allow Rare Candy Charizard, plus, of course, a counter to that path to the peak to allow this 3rd Charizard EX to attack. Talk about prize trade. I mean, that's something that is in my mind right now. If this 2nd Charizard goes down, can you even get that 3rd Pokemon in play to deal damage and take some prize cards on this active Giratina V-Star?
Yeah, it's still anybody's game here. If you're Grant, just keep attacking and hope things work out. You could potentially retreat, set up a single prize Pokemon this turn, and force your opponent to have, like a counter catcher, a boss's orders here. But it looks like not going to risk it.
It's so tough because if they have that, you've just pretty much wasted a turn at that point. And from there, just one more lost impact will take the game. You could also Star Requiem, build the board up. You could also leave Star Requiem open as an option for both of these Pokemon. And it will just be another Burning Darkness, 240 damage onto this Giratina. Hector's got a pretty sizable hand. Energy's in the discard pile. Is looking at potentially a Super Rod to bring some of these energy cards back. Could be paired with a Mirage Gate, which we see in hand. And now all of a sudden, with this third Giratina coming into play, you ignore that damaged bench Giratina and set up to essentially use 3 Giratina. We don't see it a lot, but bouncing back and forth when your ability locking your opponent with Path to the Peak is a very solid strategy, working out excellently here for Hector in Game 1.
Yeah, I think the only awkward part here is you need to use Lost Impact here. You cannot waste your Star Requiem here, which means you're going to have to get a lot of energy in play just to be safe to lock up the game for the next turn. So another Mirage Gate, perfect. Get 2 extra energy into play, but you'd really love to leave yourself in a position where, you have the energy in play already, and you just need to use Star Requiem to win the game. Or, leave yourself with just needing 1 energy attachment to win. Because, yeah, if you use your V-Star power attack here and, your opponent gets another Charizard EX out, that means you also need to find, boss's orders to knock out Pidgeot EX to win. So it's really about trying to manage, what gives you the best chance to lock up the game for the next turn.
Hector does still have 2 Jet Energy. That's a card I have my eye on here. If Hector can find those, not necessarily to pivot out, but just to fulfill that cost, does still have 1 basic Psychic Energy in the deck. And if you can get rid of the Psychic Energy on this active Pokemon and that Jet Energy you attach, you leave essentially both Pokemon in range that without a Mirage Gate, you can Star Requiem whatever 2 prize Pokemon comes out. Now, let's see these 6 cards, but no.
There's no energy at all.
Any energy. And
okay, he's just going to go for it.
Wow.
I mean, you do put your opponent at 2 cards with the Roxanne, and there's a Path to the Peak in play. I mean, what are the odds that your opponent does something big this turn? Probably pretty low. But, yeah, you don't feel good about it.
Now, the problem here is with that Path to the Peak, this Arven can't grab all the pieces, the Rare Candy Charizard and the Counter Stadium. You can grab something like the... Oh, wow, just going to play the Iono instead. Just saying, look, I've got to find 3 pretty insane cards here to keep myself in this game. Do we see maybe a Lost Vacuum? No, but did evolve into Charmeleon on that turn, so there's no ability to attack. Having to potentially retreat this Pokemon, but then that begs the question, do you have enough energy cards to pivot this Pokemon out? I mean, Hector's in no position to really want to take knockouts on either of these 1 prize support Pokemon like Manaphy or Jirachi.
Yeah, Grant also drew the Lost City, so can get rid of the Path to the Peak, but may just be trying to figure out, is it worth doing this turn? Decides, yes, I want to go search for a card this turn. And looks like Charmander was the choice.
It's so tough. We will see Level Ball get played. Now, usually it's just better to grab the Pokemon itself, but Grant understands that both cards are technically not live outs to what he wants, so essentially using it as a thin, finding the Charmander off of the Level Ball. I mean, the question still comes that at this point, Hector is just 1 2-prize knockout away or 2 1-prize knockouts away. Grant still has to knock out 2 of these Pokemon. So we'll just be benching this Charmander, retreating, passing the turn over. If Hector can find that boss's orders, we do now see all those energies that weren't drawn being put into the hand due to that Iono. Do we see boss's orders? Another Roxanne. That's still a really solid card to find. The question now comes is Hector's put himself in a little bit of an awkward position here, though. The board is benched, or the bench is essentially locked out here. And Giratina is extremely strong, but one of the hardest parts about this deck is Lost impacting these small Pokemon. It's such a heavy price to pay. And with Hector being a little low on resources here, I think he's just debating, Do I just try and draw cards this turn? Do I try and attack? And this Jet Energy on this Comfey pretty much signals that Hector's in no rush to do anything this turn. Just going to go ahead, attach the Jet Energy, Roxanne, and try and find that one copy or those 2 copies of Boss's Orders still in the deck to close this game out.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're on Hector's side, you're in no rush to take a 1 prize knockout. There's no reason to do that. First of all, it would be really bad because you'd have to Lost Zone 2 of your energy. That's just not a winning strategy at this point. Also, it really doesn't advance you winning by very much. So you have no reason to be the aggressor here. Just sit back, try to sculpt your hand to try to find a way to get Boss's Orders or whatever you need to win the game on the next turn, and say, okay, you got to beat me. Good luck.
Great cards there found. The Giratina V-Star and the Boss's Orders to the following turn. And what does Grant have?
Lost Vacuum, that's pretty good.
Lost Vacuum and Charizard EX.
But also the counter catcher that he's going to have to throw away if he wants to do this.
And that's kind of got to be your only strategy in this position if you're going to make this play. And I mean, how many Fire Energy in the deck, though? Are there 3 Fire Energy? No, I think there's just 2 Fire Energy. If there was,
that's all you need.
But if there was 1 more in the deck, you could just evolve this Charizard, find the second counter catcher out, and then because Hector already used Star Requiem, it would force him to have the Boss's Orders at this point. I mean, I guess that's the same thing both ways, but...
One of the benefits for Grant in this situation is he actually is happy to take a 1 prize knockout. Then Hector can't play counter catcher to get the last 2 prizes to win. So, I mean, yeah, all you can do at this point, get your Charizard out, take a knockout, and then say, okay, do you have boss? And yeah, he does. All right, so.
Showing it, saving some time. That was so back and forth, right?
Yeah, and yeah, it's tough to explain everything that's going on in this matchup. There's so many moving pieces. But yeah, at the end of the day, Hector is able to close it out with the Boss's Orders. But you can see how difficult it is to actually set up winning positions in this matchup. It's very difficult to set up a spot where you are, like checkmating your opponent. There's so many different things that can go wrong. But both players navigating it best they can. And at the end, Hector's just the one who found the Boss's Orders to win. Great game.
Yeah, a great game. Grant was sort of just at the mercy of whatever Iono or Roxanne Hector had to throw, and Hector was at the mercy of his own flower selectings in Chorus, and that's what it comes down to in this matchup. But, I mean, that sort of showed both the plus and negatives of both this deck. I mean, our first round that we featured, round 4, we saw a lot of those downsides of Giratina, the missing V-Stars, and we still saw that in Hector for round number 1, right? Got off to a little bit of a slower start, didn't get those Giratina's Vs down right away, but still applied pressure to the Charizard, was able to get these Giratina Vs down, sort of dance around this Charizard a little bit. Path to Peak, though, the main card at slowing down Quick Search, which if Grant had access to that, this would have been a completely different game.
Yeah, the Spiritomb was also a really big deal. Stopping that Rotom V from using its ability at certain points in the game was a difference maker. I think that is a card you would probably go for anyway when you see you're playing against Charizard, but when your opponent starts with the Rotom V, it makes it a very easy decision for you to go straight for the Spiritomb. I think that ended up disrupting Grant just enough through the course of the game that it led to Hector squeaking out a win there.
Manaphy and the prizes, as well as that Lumineon, both cards that are very valuable in their own right. You see that Chorus and Giratina at the top. We've seen how crucial it is to have all of those Giratinas in your hand. Just scoops up the game, is just going to concede after that start. Are you kidding me?
All right.
It was that bad.
Thrilling game. We're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3, Kyle. Let's go.
Literal easiest win Grant will ever get in his life. Didn't have to do a single thing.
Just started Rotom again, and look, it was so intimidating that Hector was scared. He's like, he saw a ghost.
Is weak to lightning.
That's true. Hey, listen, don't put some disrespect on my man Rotom V-Star, You never know what you're going to see here.
I do respect that play from Hector, playing for wins, not for ties. You could draw that out for a while, let Grant play his turn out, see if you draw something on the next turn. Hopefully you crawl back in the game. He just said, nope, let's move on to the next one. I want to play a real game.
So this is what I got, and I know it's not good enough. Picked up the cards. We're going to game 2. An interesting thing, though, I mean, if you're in Hector's shoes, you now know the matchup well. Do you elect to go second at this point, or do you sort of just do your thing, get your flower selectings going, and don't really care about what Grant's trying to do in this position early game?
Yeah, we do know that Hector has decided to go second, so Grant will go first. I think that makes some sense. You know, this build relies a lot on Arvin to find those early battle VIP passes. So, yeah, you just force your opponent to start with a battle VIP pass in hand. If they don't, they might get off to a rough start. Gives you an advantage. You can attack on the first turn with Cramorant potentially, or even just, you know, Abyss Seeking, whatever you need to do. So yeah, I think that does make sense. You know, conventional wisdom would say you don't want the evolution deck to go first, because, you know, when they go first, then turn 2 they can evolve. But there are some situations where it does make sense to make them go first because they can't play a supporter card.
It's sort of all about understanding what is realistic, right? This Charizard deck, in theory, yes, it can hit turn 2, rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard, and yeah, letting them go first, not great, right? They're gonna sort of get an extra turn on you in terms of what you can do and what you're allowed to do on your first turn, but that doesn't happen all the time. And you see these prize cards have anything else to do. 2 Arvin in the prize cards. I mean, it's still a crucial card. Of course, not as much if you're going first, but see how things go. Grant will be starting things off, and that is the best way you can start your turn off. Does find one of those battle VIP pass.
Yep.
Oh, it opens the Spirit Tomb as well on Hector's side. Wow, that's...
Hector is saying my boy Tomb is coming through. So blocking the Rotom V once again. Could make things awkward for Grant here in game number 3, but battle VIP pass, you hate to see it if you're Hector. You know, you gamble a little bit, saying, you know what, I'm going to make you go first. Maybe you won't draw anything good. You get off to a rough start. But when you let your opponent go first and they play battle VIP pass, it doesn't feel great.
Not at all. It's part of that risk. It's part of that variance. And not paying off so far for Hector. I don't know what else is going on in this hand for Grant. Does have some things to work with for the following turn. That is always sort of risky, playing in the first position up against these Lost Zone decks. Now, we don't see it a lot, but these decks are capable of hitting that turn 1, spit innocently on Cramorant, and while it's not great to take prizes early, sometimes it's worth that trade-off if you're, again, sort of pushing your aggression and trying to capitalize on potentially a slow start from your opponent.
Yeah, we do see some friendly banter here at the table with these players chatting back and forth. And Hector, wow, that was actually a pretty good top deck. His hand was pretty bad. He's got an Iono. We're certainly not going to see a Cramorant attack with this kind of start. He's not going to play Colress's Experiment, but hey, this worked out pretty well. He's going to be able to go with the Abyss Seeking, but yeah, that hand was almost a disaster.
We'll end the turn with just 2 cards in the hand, or 2 cards in the Lost Zone, rather. But this is a very solid start. Who needs Battle VIP pass, Kyle? Just finding 3 perfect Pokemon to put into play and ending the turn off with Abyss Seeking. We'll have a little bit of a tougher choice here now. I think Hector kind of realizing hasn't seen the deck yet. And this is one of the sort of the disadvantages of not doing a deck search on your first turn. Hector not aware that one of those Giratina V-Star are prized, and that is a painful 2 cards hitting the Lost Zone, especially with one of those Giratina V-Star in the prizes.
That's crazy.
Oh, wait, never mind. This is a different game. Never mind. Giratina V-Star isn't in the prize cards of this game. So
yeah.
Regardless, though, Radiant Greninja, now for Grant, you don't even need to put the Manaphy down into play.
Exactly, yeah. It frees up a bench spot for you for the whole game. The bad news for Grant, he can't do anything. Path to the Peak really shut him down. And also, he started with the wrong Charmander. You know, if you start with the other one, you can use the Blazing Destruction and discard the Path to the Peak. But instead, can only do 30 damage, which I think you would prefer to discard a Path to the Peak here. So the, turn 1 Path to the Peak might be paying dividends for Hector here.
30 damage isn't terrible, though, because if there's no switch card and you evolve this up, it does mean that it's technically 1 less prize card you need, and that is a great flower selecting. Finds Colress's Experiment, see more cards into the Lost Zone. This is a little bit tough. I think the easy choice is Cram's definitely going to go away, but I feel like you've got to lock in. Yeah, you've got to lock in the Giratina V-Star and the Colress. So last one is just which energy do you prefer? is playing more Psychic Energy, so that will be the one that goes into the Lost Zone, and just going to go and start attacking, sort of pouncing on Blood in the Water, sees that nothing's going on for Grant, and while you usually want to like wait for Charizard to evolve, then take hits, we're just going to see Cramorant move around, spit innocently, and Hector first want to take prize cards here.
Stadium top deck for Grant.
Yeah, I think already had Lost Vacuum in hand. It is the
Artisan will
Artisan?
not. We can see a call for family from Pidgey. You can see something really awkward here where you call for family for like a Pokemon V, so then you can use the Forest Seal Stone. Yeah, this is a rough one for Grant.
Yeah, even just going to play the Artisan, I think you kind of want to have 3 Pokemon down. You want to get the second Charmander down. You want another Pidgey because this one might just get knocked out. And then you also want the Rotom to use the Forest Seal Stone. So just going to use all these powers at once.
An old call for family.
Whole squad is here. 3 Pokemon coming down, 1 off the Artisan, and 2 off of this call for family. And Hector in a position where Giratina V is evolved up into a V-Star. Another prize card can be taken. But it really is just going to come down to these next couple of turns for Grant. That does have that Forest Seal Stone in hand. We'll need to combine that with a few other cards to be able to come back. But, I mean, if this match has told us anything, Kyle, slow starts, not doing a lot. Nowhere to say that that person is out of this match, so to say.
Yep. Do you see Hector's Lost Zone expanding? Okay, finally moving out of the middle of the battlefield here. Yeah, getting more cards on Lost Zone. We're up to 7 at this point, so Mirage Gate is unlocked. Start to accelerate some energy into play. You have to think Hector is advantaged here. Gonna go ahead 2 prize cards, fully powered Giratina V-Star, ready to roll. We'll see if Grant can do anything about it. There's another Path to the Peak in hand for Hector as well if he would like to go for it. And he does.
Will spit innocently, another prize taken. And this is a big turn for Grant here. Can he find a way to apply some pressure to these bench Giratinas? Does find another rare candy and has that Lost Vacuum from before. So I think the cards are here to at least get this rare candy Pidgeot, rare candy Charizard out. But, I mean, yeah, you're taking this 1 prize knockout, but you're staring down 7 cards in the Lost Zone, a Giratina V-Star on the bench. But, I mean, what else can you really do in this spot? It will be the Pidgeot grabbed first off of the Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, now what do you get here? Looks like he's just going to get Charizard EX and say, all right, good luck. I hope this makes it through the turn. But, yeah, I mean, you could have gone for a riskier route, grab like an Iono and just hope you get into Rare Candy Charizard. Your odds probably aren't very high of that, though. So Grant just going to say, all my cards are on the table here. If you can deal with this, I'm probably going to lose. But I got to take my chance where I can.
So an all-in play here from Grant. Pidgeot quick search, Charizard EX online. It has a 0-card hand to end the turn. We'll take 1 prize card to finish things off. Now, there is a couple Fire Energy in the discard pile, and that is pretty awkward, but can't help it if that's how it is. We also saw the Path to Peak hit the Lost Zone, and that's going to be 1 more card for Hector, so doesn't even necessarily need to play Colress this turn, can just double Flower Selecting. That's sort of a tough choice there, though. Does have the Mirage Gate and the Super Rod.
That's tough. There's 1 Mirage Gate in the Lost Zone already and 1 played.
But there's the Jet Energy. That's exactly what Hector wants to see. Flower Selecting will bring him up to 10 cards in the Lost Zone and can even add some cherries on top by playing this final Path to the Peak in play, shutting off Quick Search, putting Grant at just 1 card with no way to find any pieces, and saying, look, I'm putting all my cards on the table at this point. I'm knocking out your only threat. How do you respond to this?
Yep, and Jet Energy, an important inclusion in these Giratina V-Star decks. Longtime players might remember Warp Energy. It's kind of the inverse of that. Warp Energy used to be attached to your active, and then you get to switch. Jet Energy is attached to a benched Pokemon, and then you can switch that into the active spot. Works beautifully with that Comfey, but yeah, there is the Path to the Peak. 10 cards in the Lost Zone. We'll see Star Requiem and Hector going down to 2 prize cards. Does not have another Giratina V-Star ready to go, but Grant has one card in hand. There's a Path to the Peak in play. What can he even draw?
Not much. Charizard and Vitality Band. And, I mean, what, you just retreat into Jirachi and pass, and there's the boss's orders, closing the game out. A swift game 3 for Hector, going to 6-0-1, locking up a spot in day 2, taking down Charizard. Giratina getting its revenge here at Portland.
Yeah, and games like that are why you look at the Giratina V-Star deck and go, wow, this deck's great.
That's like what we saw with Roaring Moon earlier, right? Like, yeah, this deck's broken. Look at what it just did. He knocked out his Pokemon in one attack.
Yeah.
He played Path. He disrupted his hand. I mean, that's the power of Giratina at its highs.
Yeah, so congratulations to Hector. We'll be making it into day 2 here at the Portland Regional Championships with some solid play there with the Giratina V-Star deck. Yeah, you see the decision to just immediately concede game 2 pays off. He gets to finish the match, gets 3 match points for the win. Now he's moving on.
Great way to start things off. Great way to sort of get yourself through day 1. Now you've locked yourself up a spot for day 2, and still plenty more Pokemon to play. I mean, when you're in that position, right, it's just sort of like a relief off your shoulders. You've still got plenty more Pokemon to play, and you're well aware of that, right? You've still got 8 Swiss rounds left to go, but you now know that, look, I can, once day finishes, I know I'm in day 2, I play more Pokemon tomorrow. Now let me set my eyes on that top 8, that championship trophy, and all that comes with having success in the Pokemon TCG.
And I saw Hector at one point during the match say, yeah, Spiritomb and Path to the Peak, very skilled Pokemon there. It worked out for him. Sometimes just cutting off your opponent's options is all you need to win the game. Spiritomb, kind of the unsung hero of that match, preventing any usage of that Rotom V throughout the entirety of games 1 and 3. So, yeah. Spiritomb, I think, mostly a tech card for, you know, Mew VMAX, but also has uses against these kinds of decks that rely on Lumineon V, Rotom V, things like that. That fettered in Misfortune's ability, paying off big time.
Paying off with a ticket to day 2. Now, Grant's not out of it either.
Oh, yeah.
Played very well. I mean, this is what the matchup sort of comes down to, right? Is you have access to get out of Path to the Peak every turn, then things can go your way. But when Path sticks, when your options are a little bit limited, it's tough. It really is.
Yeah, if you're Grant, I mean, you just shake it off. Not much you can do there. Things just didn't fall your way. That's how it goes sometimes. You hope to not get locked by Path to the Peak in the future rounds. But if you're Hector, that's exactly how you want things to go. Mostly stress-free game 3. You know, game 1 was pretty close, back and forth, but yeah, love to cruise to a victory, and hopefully he can keep the momentum rolling and pick up a few more wins before this first day is over.
Well, things are getting exciting here in Portland as we traverse through our matches. You see that sort of sigh of relief there, the nice look at the camera after taking that match down. And look, I'd be ecstatic too if I got myself into day 2 in a solid position and doing with the powerful deck of Giratina V-Star. There's a lot of Giratina V-Star haters out there. There's lots of people that feel like the deck is high rolly, it misses pieces, inconsistent, and there's nothing that feels better than to prove the haters wrong and show that, hey, my deck's good. Look at it right there. Just won on stream, and I'm undefeated so far. Sure, he's looking to get more wins under his belt at this event.
Prove the haters wrong, at least this round.
Okay, well, the hope is that it's more than just this round, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, we did note that was Hector's first time playing a match on stream. Didn't look like it at all. He seemed pretty comfortable up there. Seemed like he was a regular. Didn't affect him at all, and played very well throughout the course of the match. So, yeah, maybe he's someone we'll see on stream more often moving forward.
These last couple of seasons, ever since we sort of returned from the pandemic, lots of players have been making their name. I mean, a big one, Andrew Hendrick, that was a player that I think if you asked anybody before 2020, nobody knew who Andrew was. And two-time regional champion back-to-back, still super solid placings. Has been playing well in that top 16 race as well. Now, it's of course not as much of a race as it has been in the past. There is no more 2-day structure for World Championships. Things have changed a little bit, but
still a lot to play for.
Still a lot to play for, and being ranked top still matters because, of course, you are still battling out for those stipends, and the more stipends you get, the more events you can travel to, the more prizes you can win, the more championship points, and it sort of just becomes a repeating cycle in that sense.
Yeah, and I mean, the regionals themselves have also become much larger events, increased prizes. Of course, any event, doesn't matter how many championship points you have going into it, if you win a regional championship, you automatically qualify for the World Championships. So it doesn't matter where you are in standings, rankings, how your season's gone to this point. All it takes is one big event to change everything.
Well, Hector is our champion. Lost in the sauce so far. Is our round 7 winner, and I want to hear what he has to say, so let's throw it down to the lounge.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the lounge. My name is Adam Watson, joined by our winner you just saw on stream, Hector Ibarra. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling really good. Grant's a really good player, and we actually go to the same locals, so it's kind of funny that we took a plane all the way from Chicago just to play over here. So, I mean, I was definitely nervous going into it, but Charizard's a pretty good matchup for Giratina, so I felt pretty solid going into it. I've played 4 regionals with Giratina, and I haven't lost to a Charizard yet.
Wow, so you know this matchup backwards and forwards. And from what we've seen, especially on stream today, Giratina has kind of begun to develop a reputation as a camera-shy deck. You've sort of broken the curse. Is there anything special that you need to consider for the Charizard matchup, or is it just Star Requiem thing?
I think a lot of it is the second Cramorant that I'm playing allows me to hit those high HP Pokemon for that 110 chip damage, and then it allows that 280 to be a little bit more effective, so I don't have to constantly stream lost impacts. I'm able to conserve energy a little bit better, and then I'm able to save the Star Requiem for a little bit later in the game, especially, you know, paired with the Path Rock Sand, and that deck doesn't function really well under that. So
yeah, that was really well played. I loved how you always had that finishing threat potential of the Star Requiem, and it paid off beautifully. And speaking of payoffs, the very quick concession, I know everybody at home is asking, you know, what was going through your mind there for the just rapid fire, very quick, frame 1 concession for game 2?
I looked at my hand, and Tina has a reputation, I would say, for being a brick, and sometimes you just have those hands with Giratina where you go, well, it's going to be game 1 because I'm going to scoop this one really quick. I believe my hand was a Cramorant and a bunch of energy, and I go, well, if this isn't a VIP pass or a Colress, I'm going to scoop this up and make Grant go first so that the Arvins and the VIPs aren't as effective, and it worked out really well. I opened 3 Path to the Peak in the 3rd game, so I was like, well, I'll just Path Iono and see what happens. You can't draw out all of them, right? And it ended up sticking, and I was able to take a really big lead game 3.
And so you scooped up really quick as well because it saves tons of time for you to win game through. Did you go into the matchup with the thought process of, I want this win, I don't want any possibility of tying?
Yes, it's the first game I've ever played on stream. I've been playing since Sun and Moon base set, and so I've been eager to get on stream, and I knew I was like, I have to win. So I'm glad I can finally, you know, take a screenshot of the stream and make it my Twitter profile picture, so that'll be cool.
Oh, the classic,
the classic.
Yeah. And you had, you know, a game plan going in, a goal, and a lot of good juju, I suppose, kind of saved up.
I think so. Yesterday was my 25th birthday, so
Happy
I
birthday.
used some of that luck to get on stream and have a pretty good start this weekend. The last regional that was in San Antonio, I finished 7-1-1, so I'm hoping to finish 8-0-1 today and do a little bit better. So, you know, it's all about incremental improvement.
Yeah, I think that so consistently making these day 2s now, sticking with Giratina, getting the experience and just the reps in on that deck really does help. Kyle Sablehouse, as you know, is a really big
Tina fan.
Big Giratina fan.
And it definitely helps. Sorry to interrupt you. It definitely helps that the person I stay with is Dan Hugar, who got top 8 at San Antonio, and we're kind of known as the 2 Tina guys in Chicago. So we're both very loyal to the deck. So we were cooking up last night. We have a couple cards difference because, you know, we couldn't agree on everything, but I think we both came in with really, really solid lists, and I know he's doing very well today as well. He's the man.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, too, because Giratina is such a flexible list with the Lost Zone package being spliced in, and, of course, having a really big skill ceiling when it comes to how adaptable you are to the board state and how many plan C, plan D, plan E that you have in your back pocket.
Oh yeah, you have to have a brain like Alakazam to play this deck, I think, at a high level, because it's one mistake can really just ruin your whole game plan. And I kind of tend to like decks like that, where it's really hard to play, but it's very rewarding to play Giratina. And I think it is that deck of the format, and I think it's the best deck of the format when it works.
I mean, that's definitely the sentiment I hear all the time from the Pokemon community that, X percentage of the time Giratina is unbeatable, and then there's some players that just don't really gravitate towards that. Were you just an early adopter of Giratina, and then you've been sticking with it, and you've been learning the deck, or was there a specific moment, a game, or an opponent that really made you fall in love with the list?
So a lot of players in Chicago are very, very good Lost Box players. We have Tyler Matthews, who is the forefather of a million different Lost Zone decks, and so, picking his brain, Dan Hugar, and a couple other people that live over there, it's just, we always like Lost Zone decks. They do a lot. They have a lot of different routes and game plans and trees and strategies, so you're kind of able to adapt to whatever your opponent's got going on, and just finding a deck that, like Tina, that can kind of beat everything. So you have just a high damage output, you have a nuke button with the V-Star attack, you have a consistent free attacker with Cramorant, and I haven't attacked with Sableye once this event, so maybe I can use him eventually.
Has it just been you haven't needed it, or has there been a lot more Jirachi out?
I think every single one of my opponents has put down Jirachi Manaphy. I was really excited game one because Grant didn't put either of them down, and then he's like, "Oh, well, I've been Jirachi Manaphy pass." I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, you just get robbed at that late game, but you've been so skillfully relying on Giratina. You already said earlier you really like the Charizard matchup. Now that you've locked in day 2, are you worried that maybe without a lot of Charizard out in the field, if they're not able to convert, are you not going to be able to find those good matchups you want?
So I think that since Giratina does have not a really losing matchup across the board aside from Sablezard, I think that as long as I can dodge that deck, I'll be okay, and I can eke out a couple more wins, and hopefully I can end today 8-0-1 and hopefully lock up a top 8 for tomorrow. It'll be my first one. I have a couple 16s, so I'd like to break that threshold and get that 8 finally.
Oh yeah, that would be so
amazing.
Sweet.
Cinderella
Especially,
story.
I know that Kyle Sablehouse has got to be hyping you up right now backstage.
I hope so.
He loves the Giratina. He loves it when players know how to concede early, especially because you had that buffer. And I want to circle back around to that concession, right? You knew that it wasn't going to be a good time. You didn't want to draw out the game at all. Has this been your strategy for every match? I know you said specifically for the stream you wanted to get the win, but do you think now that this is going to be maybe top of mind for your Giratina strategy going forward?
I think that it's important to know when you cannot win the game anymore. It's very important to be able to convert ties into wins, especially at a regional when you're trying to get into the top 8. It's that 1 point can make a big difference. Even now with how large these regionals are, it might be the difference between getting top 16 or top 32 is that 1 or 2 points that you missed out because you got a tie instead of a win. So knowing when, okay, if my opponent hits this combination of cards, I probably can't win the game. To me, if it's like, all right, 7 out of 10 times I can't win this game, I'm scooping it up, going to the next one, and just knowing when to concede early is very, very important.
Having such a deep repertoire of strategies and lines of play for a deck, combined with calculating these percentages and odds of victory, I think that it definitely reinforces your point, Alakazam brain. To play the deck. And so, for somebody who now has really proven Giratina is a true scary deck to play. After, the opening of the Portland Regionals, it was looking a little bit shaky. If somebody wanted to pick up Giratina, what's the first starting advice that you give them?
I would say if you wanted to learn the Charizard matchup, the stream game I just played was really good. I think game 1 was an example of how to play that matchup really well. I also think that there's material on YouTube, I'm sure. There's guides out there on how to play Giratina. I may release one myself, right?
Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah, where can people find your channel?
So it's DefCon TCG, DEFCON TCG, and it's the same thing on Twitter. So, give me a follow.
Nice. Absolutely.
And yeah, I think that if you want to learn Giratina, you have to play a lot of games with it because there's a lot of awkward hands and a lot of awkward prizing and awkward loss zoning. So you flip over a VIP and a Colress. You're like, oh, which one do I take? Do I take the Colress for next turn? Take the VIP to set up. Okay, maybe it's matchup dependent. Maybe it's dependent on how many I prize if I've already done a deck search. So you have to think of a lot of things, a lot of factors going into playing this deck.
Yeah, I'm getting intimidated just listening to all the decisions that you have to make, and just trust, folks. If you want to pick up Giratina, the BDIF, you got to be willing to commit the time and the resources to really learning it backwards and forwards. It's not going to carry you the way some other decks might in the current format.
drink a lot of water, get a lot of sleep, and eat eggs in the morning before regionals.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good one as well.
Lots of
Nutrition,
protein.
lots of protein, lots of rest. We keep hearing that over and over again from our winners on stream, funny enough. If you get rest, you get the W's. That's how it goes. Be healthy, be a winner, etc. So, any final shout-outs you want to give as well to anybody who maybe has your back at home or is here right now supporting you?
Shout out to my mom and my dad. I texted them that I was going to be on stream. I've never been on stream before, so it's really cool. Shout out to my team back at home, Team TGS in Tinley Park, Illinois. I want to thank Frank and Vidmar and everyone there, and all my testing partners and everyone that's texted me and said good job and keep it up. So hopefully I can keep it up.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to you, keeping it up and proving Kyle Sablehouse right. And of course, from us over
Kyle.
here behind the scenes and everyone here at the regionals, I can definitely wish you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
One
thank
more
you,
time,
thank
Hector.
you.
And a big win is a big present to you. And then you have to repay the gift by making day 2 and making a big run, right, with Giratina.
I'm hoping so. If I can end today 801, I only need a couple more tomorrow. So I'm going to lock in and hopefully get there.
Yeah, don't lose that fire. Don't lose that desire to get wins and not ties. Get those points.
Wins and not ties. Beautiful.
And we'll hopefully see you here in the interview lounge a couple more times throughout this weekend, hopefully.
I hope so. I really do hope so.
All right. Thank you for taking the extra time as well. We're going to see you soon, hopefully. We're going to kick things back over to the casters and set up for our next round of competition.
A birthday celebrating in the Lost Zone. Personally, I would like a little bit more brighter venues, but for some people, that's their cup of tea. And congratulations again to Hector, taking the win, going to 6-0-1. And like you said, 2 more wins, putting yourself at 8-0-1. That's a great position to be in if you're looking to make not only day 2, of course, locking that up, but looking to make top 8. And with these events getting larger and larger, you're going to need a more and more impressive record. It's been 11-2-2 now for this season. And we even saw in San Antonio, people were not even safe at 11-2-2 with 35 match points.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who get off to a good start for the first time, get to 6-0-1, they kind of exhale and almost take their foot off the gas. They're like, well, I made it to day 2. I can relax now. Just play my last couple of rounds relaxed. But really, this is the time where you should be pushing to get even more wins. It's great to make it to day 2, but you want to make it there at the top of the leaderboard. You want to give yourself as many advantages as you can. Each win counts big time. So, yeah, just because you're 6-0-1 now doesn't mean you can take it easy. You got to stay on top of your game, stay sharp, do whatever it takes. Win the last 2. That's the important thing. Just keep getting wins.
Winning advice for sure, and I want to hear some of everyone's winning advice that they've been using throughout this week and at home. Use those hashtags, play Pokemon, share your stories, and let us know how things are going down. Well, Kyle, we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss, plenty of more Pokemon TCG action. Players are battling it out to see if they have what it takes to become a regional champion. We'll be right back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
I got into Pokemon through the anime when I was a kid. I saw it when I was very, very young. They say that the Pokemon anime was actually played in my hospital room when I was born, but the one I can really remember is just watching it at my cousin's house. And basically have been ever since just watching the anime, playing the game. Pokemon's been a huge part of my life. So I began competitive in 2009. I was just playing very casually. I didn't know anything about competitive. And then after the 2013 World Championship, watching the live stream, I ended up going, oh, I want to start becoming one of the better players. So I ended up studying a lot and been transitioning ever since. I was able to qualify for the 2014 World Championship, and I've qualified for every World Championship since. I think what drives me to compete is that I'm just a very competitive person in nature. It's always just been a habit of mine. And one thing that I think a lot of people dream of, especially me, is becoming that world champion. And it's something I've come close to several times, actually. 2019 got top 4, and then 2022 top 4 as well. So always been trying to get that world championship title since day one. One thing that I learned is everyone's journey is very different. You'll see a bunch of new players rise up. You'll see a lot of old heads that are still around, and everyone has a different experience with Pokemon.
James Beck back in top 4 of the Pokemon World Championship.
There are a lot of people that I look up to, not only as player, but as a individual. I'm a huge fan of my friends like Emilio Forbes. His play is absolutely immaculate, and Eduardo Cunha, absolutely incredible friend, but also really great at the game. It's 2022 London. Not only did I get top 4, but also one of my best friends in the community actually won that entire event. So it's always been inspiring and something that I just really treasure.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute, and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot, because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone, as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially, is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best, basically, with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really, I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit pokemon.com/play.
Beautiful Portland, the home of the first regional championships of the 2024 calendar year. And what an exciting one it's been so far. 7 Swiss rounds done, but plenty more Pokemon TCG action to come. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic. And wow, we've seen so much already. Plenty more Pokemon TCG action to come, and it has not disappointed here in 2024.
Yeah, it's been a fun tournament so far. I think there's been a ton of people here. You see lots of people laughing, having a good time. I love to see it whenever you go out there. There's stuff to do for everybody. You know, there's Pokemon TCG, video game, Pokemon Go, side events if you're not playing in the main event. Just fun hangout areas. There's some vendors here if you need to pick up cards for your deck, or just some plushies, whatever it be. Yeah, there's tons of stuff to do here at these regional championships.
And they're all over the United States, all over the world, in fact. So use that Pokemon event locator. See if there's a regional near you. Most likely maybe within driving distance. Getting with some friends, go down for a weekend. We can't stress it enough. It's a ton of fun. You're going to have a blast, whether you're trying to be the very best or trying to just have a great time. Regional championships are a great way to explore the Pokemon TCG and see what this game has to offer.
Definitely. Yeah, like you said, new year, 2024. It's first regional of the new year. Ethan, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you have any resolutions for this Pokemon 2024 season?
I want to not choke my Worlds invite again this year. Now, it's a little bit different in Japan. The way that the system works, one of the ways is you have 4 events. You can only go to 4 events. You're maxed out, and your 4 placements are stacked up against everybody else in the country's 4 placements. So I had a really good first and second quarter, and then I played Miraidon, and yeah, you can kind of tell what happened from there. So my resolution is to not let the bag slip out again. So far, off to a good start, but things can change very quickly.
You won some tournament around Thanksgiving, right? Was that
did.
A city league or a different one?
Played good old trusty Gardevoir. As you've seen on my predictions, I'm very faithful to Gardevoir. I've entered a pact with Gardevoir in this case. This is part of the fine text. Yeah, the metagame in Japan is very different. There's lots of different decks. Lots of things are more popular. They don't necessarily look at the results in America as much. They sort of have started to pick up some decks. So, for example, the Peony Miraidon deck. Players from Japan have sort of been picking that up recently, saying, hey, yeah, this is a pretty good way to play Miraidon. That's been seeing some success. There's also some cards that aren't released yet in America, in the TPCI region. Moonlit Hill is a big example of that card. I've been using that card for, I think, 3 or 4 months now in Japan, and it will be coming out soon, so we'll see that coming out. But for now, Gardevoir, still a good deck either or, but it's those little things between formats, cards that are available, cards that are not as available, that really decide how a metagame shifts and warps itself.
Yep. And yeah, it was revealed officially recently that Moonlit Hit will be in that Scarlet and Violet Paldean Fates set coming out in January. So yeah, you'll see it soon.
Well, at that point, is it a little too little too late? We'll figure out here. I mean, of course, we'll have rotation happening at some point going on, so new sets come in, new sets come out. It's an exciting and scary time for deck builders and players, and I'm looking forward to seeing what new cards come out. Of course, I've been enjoying some of that DLC action in Scarlet and Violet, checking out the new Pokemon. Is there any favorite that you've had on your mind since you've been playing through? I don't know how much of the DLC you've played through.
Yeah, played through the most recent stuff, all the way through the Indigo disc, yeah. New Pokemon, I don't know. I got more into like the story and the trainers than the new Pokemon, if I'm being honest. You know, the whole Kieran arc, I don't know how much you've played through everything, but...
Definitely some character development going on there for sure.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, there's some fun new ones. I think Hydrapple might be a fun one for a lot of people. I think at first glance, people don't realize just how many heads are inside of that apple, but there's a lot of heads in there.
Lots indeed.
Of course, yeah. The evolution from now Applin to Diplin to Hydrapple. So it used to just be Flapple and Appleton, and now you got a whole other set of Apple Pokemon to work with. How about you? Do you have any new favorite characters? Yeah.
Ogrepon is a great one.
Oh, yeah.
I love having the different masks and the Terralization. That's great. And the Raging Bolt as well. I'm a big fan of the Johto 3 dogs, as they're called sometimes. Yeah, I mean, look, they're games that I've grown on. They're games you've grown on. We don't need to talk about what my first game was that I played, as that is a topic for a different time. But you know what I do want to talk about? Our standings so far as we progress through this tournament. So I'll push that topic aside as we get back into TCG here. Some undefeated players so far. 7-0. Stefan Tobacco we saw playing. UVMAX looking very solid so far.
I think he's on Gardevoir.
Oh, Gardevoir, my bad. So
different
Stefan's playing
psychic
Gardevoir.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
But yeah, 7-0 with the Gardevoir EX, so your prediction going strong. Terrence, our number 3 player, is the one on Mew VMAX. Yeah, also 7-0. And then Makani with the Arceus Regigigas V-Star, also undefeated at 7-0. And then John Eng there with the Lost Giratina deck. So those are the 4 7-0 players as we head into round number 8. Moving down, we did just see Hector move on to 601, another Giratina V-Star deck. Are there any other names here, you know, in the top 16 that may stand out to you? I think we may have a couple Roaring Moon decks in here as well.
We could. I mean, Connor Peterson, we talked about Connor a little bit. I mean, we played the same year in seniors. I remember playing in that World Championships where Connor played as well, so I have stories from there. Yosha Riley as well, the only Inteleon VMAX we see up at the top tables. That's a deck that continues to exist as long as Charizard's there. It's got a good matchup to Miraidon, and when that's 25% of the field, having solid matchups elsewhere, of course Mew is a little tough, but like Chip said in that video, it's important that you don't have to beat every deck, but if you expect a deck to be low in percent, we saw Mew wasn't even on our meta graphic for day one. It could be a good investment to get yourself into a winning position.
Yeah, and Connor did defeat Cal Connor in that last round, so the Snorlax control deck did take a loss in the last round. But yeah, lots of interesting results so far. I think we're seeing a wide variety of decks at the top tables. You know, we're seeing some, I think we have a couple Qian Pao decks up there at the top tables. Like you said, some Rapid Strike decks. There is a Golden Go EX deck up there at the top of the standings as well. So
they can't massacre it like they did on stream again.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a better showing from that in a future round. 'Cause yeah, did not go well earlier in the day. Turns out Judge plus Path to the Peak. It's not something that Golden Go wants to play against.
We'll keep talking about it. I mean, look, these players, 7-0, they're in a great position right now, but like you said, you can't take your foot off the gas. There's still so much Pokemon TCG to play.
Oh, yeah.
Today, these rounds are so crucial, and even at these records, we're seeing 6-2-1, 7-2-1, 7-1-1. There are tons of good players. Day 2 is a step up from competition when it comes to playing Pokemon at TCG.
All right, let's take a look at some notable matches as we head into round number 8. This is where we start to see who's going to make it into day number 2 and who's going to be left in the wake. But we do have our featured match for round number 8. We're going to have Benny Pell going up against James Musser. We'll have some interesting decks for you there. We'll get into it as we go along. Yeah, we have Makani going up against Stefan, battle of 2 7-0 players. Same for Terrence and John, both 7-0. And then down there, another exciting match between 2 known players, Hunter Butler and Rowan Stabenow at 16 match points, kind of a win and in situation for there as well. So lots of exciting matches as we head into round number 8. Still lots of action left to come here in Portland, but yeah, can't wait to see what's going to happen next.
I'm excited to see our feature match. We'll wait till our players are ready at the table, and then we'll send it down and get into things. There's so much Pokemon still left to play. Lots of really cool decks out in the field. We haven't talked about a lot. Control doing fairly well. Now, Cal Connor is 1 loss, but you even see players who've done well before. Hale Obernolte playing at 5-0-2, so undefeated so far. Still having a chance to make it in. Lots of Charizard, lots of Gardevoir, but that's what's so cool about these formats. The decks are known, people understand them, but there's these little adaptations in how these decks are built. Control's a great example of that keeps the meta fresh and interesting.
Yeah, Hale with a recent top 8 with a different version of that Control deck with Pidgeot EX. Bringing it once again and proving that, hey, it still works. Yeah, I notice a lot of these Control players just keep playing it, and they say, you know what? I still don't think people are going to respect this deck, and when that is true, that deck does really well. Yeah, we're seeing it over and over, and especially when Charizard EX is at the top of the standings, Control is right there to take advantage.
It's got a great matchup, very favorable into it, lots of Pokemon to trap. Control very happy to see matches like that. Well, Kyle, I think we're ready. Got our round 8 action. I'm gearing up to get into some more Pokemon trading card game, high-level action. Let's throw it down to the table, get things kicking and rolling. And speaking of rolling, Hisuian Electrode V is doing a lot of that, paired with its new favorite friend, Cloth and Brooch Bonnet.
There we go. All right, I know a fan favorite here, the Hisuian Electrode V Cloth deck, where you inflict special conditions on your own Pokemon to do extra damage. Going up against the Roaring Moon EX, one of the newer decks from the Paradox Rift expansion that we've seen earlier today. Both these players going to be trying to battle it out to see who makes it into day number 2 here in Portland. Roaring Moon, of course, does have a weakness to Grass type, which that is the type of Hisuian Electrode V. So let's see what happens in this one.
This will be an interesting coin flip. I think both these decks actually would really like to go second to get that turn 1 attack off. Usually one player is okay going second or the other one wants to disrupt by going second, but both players are sort of gearing to go second. Now, Benny is a first-time stream appearancer, so we'll be playing on stream for the first time. Rocking out this Roaring Moon EX deck. This is pretty similar to what we saw round 4. Lots of these decks using high counts of Energy Switch paired with Galarian Moltres V as a way to continue to get these Pokemon powered up, as James Musser as well is a very known Crab Rave enjoyer. And look, what year is this, Kyle? I feel like Crab Rave, am I getting old?
You'll get used to it someday, don't worry.
That makes me feel comforted. Thanks,
Kyle. But yeah, Cloth, of course, a fan favorite. Just a fun Pokemon. And we have seen this deck on streams before. We'll get into the strategy a bit more as we go along. One of the more unique strategies we see in the Pokemon TCG. Normally, you're not trying to put special conditions on your own Pokemon because they have negative effects, but this is an exception.
See the prize cards for both players.
Squawkabilly, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's big. Only playing the 1 copy of Squawkabilly. So that's in the prize cards, unavailable for Benny in this game. James does have some of those spicy seasoned curry in the prize cards. There is one of those, but I think we're going to have a good game here, Kyle, between both these competitors.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, this is not a matchup I am super familiar with, but on paper, if I look at this, you know, Roaring Moon does tend to struggle a lot with the single prize decks. Pairing that with Electrode can knock out Roaring Moon, hit for weakness. Seems like an uphill battle for the Roaring Moon deck, but I will say there are some interesting tech cards in this version of Benny's deck. We'll see if they come into play as we go along.
So it will be Benny starting things off. And look at that huge find in the opening hand. Hisuian Heavy Ball to get the one of Squawkabilly out of the prize cards. And with what was going on in this hand for Benny, that is an excellent find to see in these 7 cards.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice to have a card prized. This is one of those rare cases. Yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball hits, finds Squawkabilly EX, and now we'll see just how many cards Benny plays on this turn.
So no attack happening, no supporter either, but it's plenty fine when your deck is built to just be aggressive regardless of needing to use something like Professor Sada. So we'll see the Pokestop put into play. And Iron Hands EX coming onto the bench. You see James sort of lift his eyebrows up a little bit, maybe not expecting that, even putting the lightning energy on it, trying to threaten potentially an amp you very much on the second turn of the game.
Yep. We're going to see the Pokestop first or the Squawk and Seize. Yep, going to go for that first. I like that decision. Draw your cards, then try to fill your hand up even further with the Pokestop. And looks like it will be a pretty strong start from Benny, but let's be honest. Roaring Moon, weakness to grass. Iron Hands, weakness to fighting. I don't know. Amp you very much does take a 2-prize knockout on a Cloth, but it can get knocked out in return.
That is the question here. If you're Benny, how do you want to play this hand out? Not really much going on. You've got only 1 energy card in the discard pile. You do have that Forest Seal Stone. Do still have access to Pokestop. The wheel has not been spun yet, but it's actually going to be the Battle Pass grabbing nothing, and that is a telltale sign your opponent's off to a great start on turn 1.
Yeah, one thing I'll be interested to see is whether Benny goes for Galarian Moltres V in this matchup. There's a Pokemon that can power itself up, but it is also a weakness to grass types, I believe.
That's true.
So I don't think we're going to see very many small hits in this matchup. I think lots of one-hit knockouts will be exchanged, which should make for a fun match.
Still plenty left to go. We even see that Radiant Greninja can still use concealed cards. Discard that water energy, draw a few more. Pair Nest Ball, though. Could honestly just see this entire hand just get played down. Play the Ultra Ball, get rid of these Nest Ball. You've got your 5 Pokemon in play that you want on the bench. And you restart. Still, Benny got plenty of gas in the tank for this final turn. Can end it off with a restart, but it is going to be that big question for James. It feels like it's so weird in this format that turn 1 could just be the crucial turn here for James. If James can find the turn 1 knockout onto this Roaring Moon, you're essentially beating Roaring Moon in its own game. This deck is built to just push its aggression on other decks. And when you take the first prize cards, lots of times Roaring Moon just can't do anything about it because that's their whole game plan.
Keep in mind, this is Benny's first turn and is going first, and he's still going.
3 more cards here, too. Wow.
This is feeling like a Mew VMAX deck. We see the restart. Did play the Dark Patch just to get an extra card off of the restart. Could have just used Dire Flame Wings, but we just wanted to draw the extra card. And yeah, like you were saying, could see a 2-prize knockout on that Roaring Moon EX. So Benny is just going to switch into the Radiant Greninja and say, okay, if you take a knockout, hopefully it's just 1 prize card.
The most interesting thing is if Escape Rope is played, there's a way to knock out any Pokemon on the bench here for Benny, even though it's all 2 prize cards. So
it's the Electrode.
See what James can put together. Hisuian Electrode coming down. We'll see actually the double Turbo Energy on Cloth. I mean, that makes sense. It's got the 2 energy attack. Hisuian Electrode does have that bonus of having a super strong attack when its special conditions are applied on it and attacks for 0 energy. That's sort of the mechanic of these Hisuian Pokemon. So for James here, it just comes down to how do you want to navigate this turn out? There's an Escape Rope in hand, has some of those spicy Seasoned Curry, Pokestop. So lots of choices. James got to identify first which Pokemon does he want to attack.
Yep, there's 2 main ways to enable this deck strategy. First one is the Spicy Seasoned Curry, an item card that heals damage from your active Pokemon, but also leaves it burned. So that's one way you get a special condition on your active Pokemon. The other one is the Brute Bonnet, which has an ability if it has the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to it. It makes both active Pokemon poisoned. So again, you're trying to put special conditions on your own Pokemon because Clough's Unhinged, Scissors, and then Hisuian Electrode V's Tantrum, Blast do additional damage. They work a little bit differently. Clough just cares about any special condition. The Hisuian Electrode V actually cares about how many special conditions it is affected by. So sometimes, you know, you combine the Spicy Season Curry to make it burned, and then the Brute Bonnet to make it poisoned, and then that's 200 damage for 0 energy.
So Ultra Ball getting played, Squawkabilly EX hitting the battlefield. Squawk and Seize can be used. I think James also has access to the town store, so that can find the Forest Sealstone, and that's a great thing about having a V Pokemon as your main attacker is you have that added consistency. We're actually just going to see the Spicy Season Curry used on this active, so lining up a potential knockout guaranteed onto the Radiant Greninja. And Squawk and Seize, discarding no cards and a great find, Battle VIP Pass. James can start to develop this board, get things like Brute Bonnet into play, Bidoof to have Industrious Incisors available later. Though technically that's not a card maybe that's as important in terms of responding from disruption like it usually does, because I mean, Benny's Roaring Moon deck doesn't play any copies of something like Iono.
It's still nice to be able to draw extra cards, though. So it doesn't hurt to have that down. Yeah, you did mention, you know, there was an escape rope in James's opening hand. Could have played it. The awkward thing is that Iron Hands, it would have required, you know, getting Clough back into the active spot to hit for that fighting weakness. So it would not have, you know, guaranteed a knockout here. So James is deciding it's okay to just take one prize on this Radiant Greninja. And we'll go from here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if you play the escape rope with Town Store, you can technically Forest Sealstone for whatever card you want. So if Iron Hand comes up, you just grab switch card, play the switch card down, play the Curry. So I do wonder here, though, and maybe it was just the development of, do I want to develop my board more? Or do I want to go after these 2 prizes? But maybe there was just a way for James to get ahead. And this is sort of what we talked about in round 4. This 1 prize knockout on Greninja, what is it really going to do? But wow, has the boss's orders in hand.
Yeah, there still wasn't a supporter played yet.
That's true. It feels like so much has already happened this turn, but no boss came after. And James making a smart play, identifying that, yes, Amp You Very Much is very scary. Don't want to deal with that, as we will just see Clough take the knockout. Unhinged Scissors, weakness. Benny's like, wait, what does this do?
And
probably his first Clough of the day, I'm sure of that.
Clough saying, no, Amp You Very Much. I'll take the 2 prize cards.
Clough's last stand. It's happening right now.
Yeah, and if you're Benny, how do you respond to that? You don't really have a good answer, I don't think. All you can do is power up one of your Pokemon V and hope for the best.
And the best part about this for James as well is didn't even have to use the V-Star power. Has Brute Bonnet in play.
Sure.
Still has access to that consistency option. And man, James has done exactly what he wants to. Taking the first prize cards, apply pressure, and with all of these Pokemon being weak to either grass or fighting, it feels like even if you're able to take knockouts and keep pace with what James is pushing in, the amount of work that James needs to do to get these knockouts is almost minimal at this point. The weakness is not extremely relevant because of the way the math works out, but I mean, it's 2 special conditions. It's a Spicy Season Curry, and it's an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and that's a knockout on any Pokemon in Benny's deck.
Yep. And then Benny, you know, went to the town store, but they were all sold out of Pokemon tools. So I had to fail that one. Only one in his deck is the Forest Sealstone. Spins the Pokestop instead. Finds a Nest Ball. Just not great.
Yeah, this hand is just not that good now. There is the bailout, of course, the get out of jail free card almost on that Galarian Moltres V. Star Alchemy has not yet been used.
Yep.
But you really just want to save that, of course, for as long as possible, because the earlier you use it, the less options you're going to have later down the line.
Yeah, now there is one Thornton in this deck, a way to kind of surprise, get an Iron Hands EX out. Kind of the idea is you use Galarian Moltres V to Dire Flame Wings, accumulate energy, and then out of nowhere you can play Thornton and swap it with the Iron Hands EX, and it's instantly charged up. I don't know if we'll see that come into play here. Seems a little difficult to pull off, but that is something to keep in mind in the future.
Does have energy switch. I probably would like to just see that used off of the Galarian Moltres. Usually, it's the same situation where you need 2 special conditions. I mean, Burn would get the knockout with just 1 even. And because of doing 30 damage to yourself because of Aura Burn, you're in an awkward situation. And Penny, I think, is just considering what's next at this point. It will be the V-Star power. Not throwing the towel just yet. It will actually just be the Earthen Vessel grab. So maybe not enough dark energy in the discard pile to use something like that Professor Sada.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a rough situation. I feel like Benny could have picked whatever attacker to go with here, and it still wouldn't have been a very favorable situation. And yep, just says, okay, I'm done here.
Cloth is all it takes. Cloth taking down the world here, Kyle.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. You go, okay, I'm going to use Star Alchemy to search for any card, grab a card, and then just immediately concede. All right, so that will be game 1 to Cloth and Hisuian Electrode V. This does look like a very favorable matchup, but this deck is known for being a little bit inconsistent. It can struggle to set up its combos sometimes, so even in good matchups, you never feel supremely confident about what's coming next.
So an excellent start there for James, putting on display the power of Cloth. What Cloth can do with just its 2 little scissor hands.
It only took 1 attack, and then the opponent just conceded.
You have to respect Cloth's power at that point.
Yeah.
You just gotta respect real, recognize real, right?
You could say that, yeah.
So going into the second game, if you're Benny, chose to go first in that position. Is that the adaptation you need to sort of stick with what happened in game 1? It just felt like Benny didn't necessarily have a bad turn. I would say it was above par turn. It was a pretty solid turn, but no matter what he did, it was just 1 knockout from James, and that took it. What else can you really do in game 2 to adapt as Benny?
I mean, just hope that James draws poorly, I think.
That's never good.
That was a great start from James, right? It was a turn 1 boss's orders, knock out the Iron Hands. That was pretty strong. I don't think that happens on average. So you just got to hope for a couple turns where James isn't able to pull off an attack. Yeah, part of the issue is that, you know, that weakness to grass really makes it easier for Hisuian Electrode V to get big knockouts here. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough. You really just got to power up your attackers. Cross your fingers that, you know, your opponent doesn't do everything they need to do. Because yeah, a severe weakness advantage in this matchup.
Well, we'll see how things play out. I think Benny said that was the 8th different deck that was played against. And we talk about variants in the Pokemon TCG. Usually it's never that true of hitting 8 different decks. I mean, you've got tens of different decks, like usually 30 different decks if you were to count every single archetype in a room, maybe somewhere around that, and hit a different one every time. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, James said, this is the first Roaring Moon I played against today, and Benny said, this is the first Cloth I played against today.
Maybe one's a little bit more of an achievement than the other.
All right, do see a mulligan, no basic Pokemon in the opening hand, so Benny has to shuffle in, draw a new hand of 7 cards, and then James will be able to start the game with, it's actually the second mulligan, so 2 additional cards. You know, when you're staring down a bad matchup like this, and you don't have any hand disruption in your deck, it's a bad feeling. Let's just say that.
It's not great at all. It's bonus cards for James to work with, and like you said, if your win condition is, I hope my opponent doesn't draw anything, every extra card you give them is 1 more card that they have to get out of that. We do see 2 of those Spicy Season Curry in the prizes, and the Grant as well, which can boost some damage. Listen, Grant might be getting itself its first day 2 here, potentially. I'm sure somebody's maybe piloted Grant to a day 2 so far, but here we go. Game number 2, kicking things off. And
that's a nice one.
Yeah, you know what? Can never complain about Battle VIP Pass on turn 1. And Benny will get set up, find these Pokemon out. We didn't see anything like Squawk ability in the prizes, so can pitch the hand away. And I think that might be what we're going to be doing here is not much else going on. Now, there are a few resources really don't like to see go. Of course, those Dark Patch, Energy Switch, especially if Benny wants to rely on something like the Iron Hands again to get powered up. You're going to need those Energy Switch later on to manipulate the energy around your board after you accelerate them into play via the different methods that you have.
Yeah, I think we might see Benny go for Radiant Greninja, try to concealed cards into a way to get a Darkness-type Pokemon to use that Dark Patch. It hurts to throw away that many resources. But we'll see how it works out. Definitely going to grab Squawkabilly EX. It's interesting, when Squawkabilly EX first came out, you know, obviously it's a very strong ability. Reminds you of the Dedenne GX, the Dedenne change, but you can only use it on your first turn. It took a while for this card to see play. You know, it is a low HP Pokemon EX, gives up 2 prize cards. It's a target on the bench, but as we've seen more of these kind of turbo style of decks, there's just so much value in making sure that your first turn is smooth. And so we're seeing it pop up a lot more.
Choosing to get Iron Hands instead.
Okay, yeah.
Putting the Iron Hands on the bench, getting rid of all these energy cards, and we'll see 6 fresh new cards, Squawk and Seize. What else can Benny put together this turn? Wow, 2 more Battle VIP Pass. It's deja vu of game 1, but listen, this is not a deja vu. This is a nightmare deja vu if it's going to go the same way. If James is able to get off to a super strong start. Now, the question comes, what are your choices off of this? I don't even know if you need to play both of these Battle Pass. You've got Earthen Vessel in your hand. I think the big thing here, and maybe one of the weaknesses of Benny not playing something like the Morpeko in this deck, is you're unable to put 2 of those 1 prize Pokemon into play on the first turn, preventing against an aggressive start from James into an escape rope, taking 2 prize cards, even if you promote Radiant Greninja like Benny did in game number 1.
Okay, we see 2 fails on the Battle VIP passes. Just trying to thin out the hand for perhaps a restart from Mew EX. It's interesting, though, because I assume you're going to use concealed cards as well. So if you're going to do that, your hand's going to go back up in size. So maybe, I don't know, there's some merit to kind of waiting to play those Battle VIP passes. Use the concealed cards first, see what you draw, go from there.
Yeah, I think the last 2 cards are 2 Pokemon in play, so you technically go -1 in hand by playing Earthen Vessel to discard an Earthen Vessel and then attaching one of the energy cards. So I think it ends up working out this way to be okay.
Just going to see restart for 2 and then draw back up with the Radiant Greninja after that. Makes sense.
No Dire Flame Wings used yet. Does have Trekking Shoes and an Energy Search. And we'll keep Pokestop as well. Now deciding to concealed cards away this Darkness Energy. I mean, getting these energies in the discard pile is fine. You just don't want to see those cards. Not really a trade that you want, getting rid of those resources. We are still just going to see more firing away.
No, the Thornton.
Let's get rid of the Thornton, though, and cat's out of the bag now. James will have knowledge of that card. It wasn't revealed in game 1. Can maybe navigate a little bit differently, understanding that that card is an option. And I'm sure the gears are turning in his head, thinking, okay, well, if this does go to a game 3, is there something I need to do in that 3rd game to maybe play around that card a little bit differently?
This is an awkward hand for Benny. 2 Nest Balls, which are unplayable, and an Energy Switch. So next turn might be a little rough. May not be able to really do much of anything, but we'll see what happens here. Same decision as last game, going to decide to put up the Radiant Greninja and just pass the turn. Mew EX is a little difficult to knock out. It would require, you know, the full 2 special conditions on the Hisuian Electrode V to get a knockout. And there we do see Pokestop being used right away and does find the Battle VIP pass for James. So huge thing, or huge way to kick things off. We'll see if turn 1 once again ends in a 2 prize knockout for James.
Yeah, I was thinking with like the resistance on Cloth plus burn, if that's enough, but it's 170. Nah, you're 20 damage short, so you're just off of this point. So James has a lot of cards to work with. Of course, did draw those mulligans, so working with 2 extra cards in this situation. I believe already has the Brute Bonnet. We didn't even see that come down in game 1, but that's the consistent way that James applies these special conditions. Uses the Brute Bonnet with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and that allows you to poison your opponent's Pokemon every turn, giving you consistent access to special conditions on your Cloth and Hisuian Electrode.
Yeah, and see lots of cards in hand. Remember, there were 2 mulligans in this game. So James, you got to think will have plenty of options. Hasn't even used the Squawkabilly EX yet. We see the escape rope in hand. It might present already a difficult decision for Benny on which Pokemon to promote. And we'll see just how devastating James's first turn can be. If it's anything like game 1, where he's able to get a 2-prize knockout, well, you're not going to be feeling good if you're Benny.
And this is smart from James as well to just not play any more cards before playing this escape rope, because you want to give Benny as little information as possible off of this. And I don't know if I like bringing the Moltres up. That means Spicy Seasoned Curry would be enough to just take the knockout with the burn. It is going to be.
Well, you only
Roaring
burn
Moon.
your own Pokemon.
Oh, that's true. You do only burn your own Pokemon. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but
so that's still good. But yeah, we see Hisuian Electrode come up right away for a Seal Stone, and that's going to guarantee the knockout onto this active because of the booster energy and the Roaring, or rather the Brute Bonnet in play already. James hasn't even played a supporter card yet. There hasn't been Squawk and Seize yet. This deck is just popping off here right now.
Yeah, it does mean if we see the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, the poison damage will actually finish off the Roaring Moon EX.
True.
You only need the 1 special condition, plus it would be 3 damage counters from the poison.
Speaking of which, Battle VIP Pass, 2 of them being played, and that can grab, like you said, Hisuian Electrode V. Another one can come down, as well as, I think the question here is, yeah, do you value saving your V-Star power doing that and getting down the Hisuian Sneasler? I think the card's actually in hand right now. Or do you want to use your V-Star power and put Bidoof in play? And it seems like valuing the V-Star power is priority number 1 for James. Won't have access to Industrious Incisors next turn, but it's still very solid start. What more can you ask for, right? You're doing what Roaring Moon does, but better in this case. Taking a turn 1, going second, 2-prize knockout. And this is Deja Vu all over again.
And I think we saw James actually decide not to play the Town Store, knowing that Benny plays Forest Sealstone. Just says, you know what, it's not worth giving you the option to go get the Forest Sealstone. So a heads-up play there as well. There you do see Toxic Powder, so both active Pokemon are now poisoned. That activates Hisuian Electrode V's Tantrum Blast attack to do 100 damage, ×2 for weakness. Then the poison would be 1 damage counter, +2 from Radiant Hisuian Sneasler's ability. And that all adds up to a knockout. But there should be 10 damage on that Hisuian Electrode V.
That's true. Both these Pokemon should be poisoned. Not sure the math will necessarily matter too much. Yeah, you're not really... I guess it kind of does matter. If this Electrode will go to 20, so that means that an Aura Burn from Moltres can take the knockout. So, but again, using Moltres and damaging yourself is just... I mean, the Hisuian Sneasler in play doesn't make it matter anymore, but if that were to leave play somehow, you wouldn't need the extra 30 damage on from that, or an extra 20 damage rather from the poison. And just going to see restart, drawing up the hand. Still have access to Pokestop. Did find a copy of that Professor Sada's Vitality. So that will be played down. The question here, how do you want to spread these energies out? And what is your target attack for the turn? It feels like, yeah, even if you Calamity Slash, Calamity Storm, take this knockout, you're pretty much just staring down a return knockout again. And this is what we keep talking about with Roaring Moon. Yes, when it takes those first 2 prizes, it's so strong, but when it does struggle to get set up, when it struggles to initiate the prize trade, you kind of see the deck for what it really is sometimes.
Yeah, this is a rough one. We're going to see the Pokestop.
Ooh.
Yep, that Forest Sealstone, no longer an item card. It is a Pokemon tool, so cannot grab that up the Pokestop. But yeah, I mean, you can respond, get a knockout here, but then what? Your opponent is just going to knock you out right back. Then what do? You're just behind in this race, and it really doesn't take much from the other side. They already have the Brute Bonnet with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, so they can set up attacks every turn. How do you come back? There's no hand disruption.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a way out.
Show me something here. Show me something, Benny. I need to see some sort of miracle way in this case. Now, this will be the knockout because of that poison damage. Does take 30 from the Aura Burn. And yeah, I mean, with the way this works now, you can even just take a knockout with this cloth. It will deal 170 damage plus the poison damage, which is 30, is actually perfect math to knock out this Galarian Moltres V. And now you're staying in the prize race, and you're also putting up a 1 prize Pokemon. What more could you ask for than that?
Yep. I think the only good news for Benny is that you actually don't mind Cloth being here. If you're able to power up Iron Hands EX and use Amp You Very Much to knock out this Cloth, you could potentially steal a win here. It seems very tough, but God, I'm just looking for some way out.
It's tough indeed.
It's tough with a Forest Seal Stone in play. That makes it much more difficult, because now it's just a spicy seasoned curry. That Electrode can just knock anything out. Thanks to, the poison, the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, you can get to 230. Oof, this is rough. Oh, well, that makes it worse too.
Yeah. That's even worse now. Not only are you taking the 2 prize knockout with a 1 prizer, but you're taking out the easiest response that Benny has in this position.
Complete destruction from the Cloth deck. I mean, what else can you say? This is a
domination here. Cloth is putting on a streak at this point. He's taking down all these Pokemon, showing the power of the Crab. The Crab rave might begin soon, Kyle, if this win comes in for James. We'll have to get some dancing crabs up on the stage maybe and throw on a party. I need to hear some of that music. So action's on Benny here. Your back is against the wall. You're staring down this, what seems to be the most powerful Pokemon in the format, in Clove. I mean, what can you do at this point? There's no way to remove these tool cards. Even if you have something like Boss's Orders, it feels like there's just no great Pokemon to pick off. I mean, you could try and target the consistent poison damage, but then your opponent could just bench another Brew Bonnet and attach another Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. And there's also Forest Seal Stone. Your opponent held on to cards and discarded Research. That's not a great sign off that Ultra Ball. So, and as we've talked about, no hand disruption with Iono. So Benny's going to play to all the outs that are possible. This this Galarian Moltres is still powered up, of course. And speaking of Boss's Orders to maybe give a hope, that's gone too. Now there's a Pal Pad in the hand though for Benny, so maybe thin the hand down, restart, and say a prayer. That seems like all you can really do. And not only is it say a prayer to draw into the boss, but then you need to do another one to hope you don't lose the following turn as well.
Yeah, I was trying to think of any possible thing to happen here. The only way I could think of is if Boss's Orders up the Brute Bonnet, which does have a pretty hefty retreat cost. The thing is, I don't think you can attack with Radiant Greninja enough to actually win that way. But yeah, if you could stick that active and continually Moonlight Shuriken your opponent's benched Pokemon, like that is one way out, but this deck is really designed to use Moonlight Shuriken once. With energy switches and things like that. I don't think you can do it twice.
It's going to be tough indeed. There are a bunch of energy switch in the hand. We did also see Thornton as the only supporter card brought back, so maybe valuing going for some sort of an Iron Hands play. Now there is... This is tough here. I got jump scared. I was talking about the game, but I look at the camera and they're just waving up to me.
Thanks for that one, James.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, like Benny was trying to find a Lightning Energy or a Thornton off of this. You can Star Alchemy for one of those, and then you can Thornton into the Iron Hands and use Amp You Very Much. But missing both of those, I don't think it's possible this turn. And we are closing in, I think, on a victory for the Cloth deck.
It's just so tough. No Thornton in sight. No more abilities to be used. I mean, what can you do? We'll see Dark Patch Blade.
Yep.
But it all feels inevitable. I can't even play the Dark Patch. There's not even a dark energy in there.
Brutal.
Yeah, don't know how much of a difference it would have made, but it's just
play the Professor Sada's Vitality, I guess.
And
okay,
here we go. Saying, listen, if you've got it, you've got it.
Let's hope there's no card in your deck that can beat me here.
And there it is, V-Star power on the Hisuian Electrode. There's Boss's Orders in the deck. It can bring up this benched Pokemon like the Galarian Moltres, and with the poison damage will be exactly enough to take the knockout. James Musser advancing to 7-1 with a deck that not many people would expect. Unhinged even. Crab Rave here for James, 7-1 with Claw.
The people love to see it, I'm sure. Cloth Hisuian Electrode V will make it into day 2 thanks to James. I mean, that, I don't know what else to say. That was just a complete dismantling of this Roaring Moon deck. For Benny, I mean, that's not a deck you expect to face when you're bringing this Roaring Moon deck with Iron Hands and all that. Sometimes, you know, you run into Cloth.
That could be something that you could say for anything in life. You could sort of replace Cloth with anything, but I mean, Cloth was the star of the show here for James. Showed what it can do with Unhinged Scissors. Now, this is a card that as soon as Brute Bonnet came out, right? As soon as people saw this card in the Paradox Rift set, they were like, this is the partner for Cloth. Cloth finally has a home in a deck in the standard format, and it was the Cloth show. Cloth really just put on display everything it could do. It unhinged Scissors some more, it unhinged Scissors some more, and it unhinged Scissors some more, and we really saw as well the MVP card in that game number 2. The Hisuian Sneasler, extra poison damage, this Radiant Pokemon that doesn't fit well in a lot of decks. It only fits well in decks surrounding the poison special condition. And this is not only the only special condition deck right now that exists in the format, but it's the best one that we've really seen by far in the last couple of years.
Yeah, the Brute Bonnet also breathed new life into the Hisuian Electrode V. That was another card that, you know, kind of felt like it was somewhat of a gimmick. Like you could pull it off once or twice with various different effects, but now you can consistently get it so that you're hitting for 200 damage. You know, you get the poison, the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, you get up to 230. You hit for weakness on a couple key Pokemon, such as Charizard EX. Yeah, I mean, you can see that this deck has a clear path to beating some of the top decks in the format. If you just hit the right matchups, this deck can go far. But it is a very polarizing deck. It's got some pretty bad matchups, but also some good ones. I would say that is up there with one of the best matchups you could hit.
Yeah, I know Gardevoir is maybe one that not a huge fan. I know that was something that
that
turned people
rough.
off from playing the deck a lot. Any other matchups that come to mind?
So, I mean, it's weird. So Charizard, I think you might look at it and say it's favored, but I've seen some other players play against it intelligently where you can actually attack with Pidgeot EX and it makes things a little bit more awkward. That one I think is not as good as people expect, but yeah, you struggle a lot with like Lost Zone decks sometimes. There's some decks out there that you just don't want to face. But we did see that James was able to defeat a control deck earlier as well. You know, having Pokemon that can attack for 0 energy, I mean, that's good against a control deck. So, hey, maybe you just keep hitting the good matchups and let the good times roll.
Could be that easy sometimes. Some good matchups, some good luck. And that's all you need in Pokemon, combined with some skill. And I mean, James has been playing for a while, so I know he's happy to get on stream for the first time, show what he's got going, and no better way to end it out than coming out with a win. So congratulations to James and his partner for the weekend, Cloth, and his Hisuian Electrode, showing they've got what it takes to be there at the top.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know that this deck exists. They know it's kind of a, you know, like a lowish tier deck, but has the potential to do some big damage at a tournament like this. It's always there. I feel like in the last couple tournaments, we always get one on stream at least once, because there's always somebody playing it and somebody doing decently well. I don't think we've seen any make it to like a top 8, like a big finish at an event, but hey, weird stuff happens in Portland. Maybe we'll see it happen this weekend.
Getting weird this weekend? I'm down for that.
We are in the home of the Squavit, the Miracle last year. So, yeah. Yeah, one thing I did want to mention, Giratina V-Star did win this event last year. It was Arceus Giratina V-Star, so We're seeing a lot of Giratina V-Star decks do well once again here in Portland, so I don't know, maybe Portland is just like the distortion world where Giratina feels at its most powerful.
Yeah, instead of banishing you to the distortion world, I'm banishing you to Portland instead.
Wow.
No disrespect to anybody who's here. It's all fun and games here in Portland. Getting weird. We're having a good time this weekend. And yeah, I mean, talk about evolution of decks. We had Arceus Giratina win the event last time. We're seeing Arceus with Regigigas V-Star doing well so far. So look, adaptations happen, whether we're playing the same format or if we just rotated, right? I mean, we are technically still playing the same format that we played last time, so we're still in the F regulation on, or E regulation on. Will be F coming soon, but for now, Kloff's dominance is here, and I think the headline that I'm going to go with is Kloff's dominance here to stay, or will it fade in the wind?
Yeah, I have to imagine, trying to think of other matchups for that deck, I have to imagine like Rapid Strike would be a horrendous matchup for Kloff. I don't see a good way for you to beat that deck, but who knows? Sometimes just, attacking very quickly can win a lot of matchups. This deck can stumble a bit sometimes because it is very combo-oriented, right? You really don't do anything until you're able to put special conditions on your own Pokemon. Like if you ever miss the Spicy Season Curry or the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule for the Brute Bonnet, your attacks just don't do anything, right? You'll do 10 damage with Kloff, 0 damage with the Hisuian Electrode V. So there are lots of opportunities for you to just flat out fail and do nothing. But sometimes, you just attack turn 1. This is one of the decks that can be extremely aggressive starting from the first turn of the game. And sometimes you just put pressure on people. They draw a bad hand, they stumble. You can win with this kind of deck just by attacking quickly.
Well, I want to hear from the Crab King, James Musser, 7-1 now, nearing a top 8 potential. We'll see how things go, but he's in the lounge with Adam Watson. Let's hear from him right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the next interview segment. My name is Adam Watson, here with our winner we just saw on stream, James Musser. How are you feeling?
I'm very happy. I was considering IDing this round because I just wanted to get in day 2 with Kloff because it's silly. But they said I was gonna be on stream, so I'm like, I gotta play it out. This would be my first time on stream, and yeah, I was able to get some more match points doing that, and I'm 7-1 now, so very good, and I'm very happy with my deck choice, and yeah.
That's great to hear. Another, first-time stream appearance, getting blessed by some good matchups, some good RNG. The Kloff, I know it's a fan favorite. I know there's a lot of people in the audience right now really enjoying seeing that deck on the stream. Were you a longtime believer of this list, or was it just kind of a sillier pick for Portland?
No, I haven't played this for very long, but I was I don't know, I was looking at the results of online tournaments, and I saw Kloff 1-1 and then got top 8 the night after, and I'm like, okay, is this a real deck? Because I thought it was a meme, because it inherently looks like a meme. It kind of looks like a joke deck. But I started trying it out a bit. I just started playing ladder games with it, and I just realized how the deck is extremely consistent. You set up turn 1 attack going second so much, and you hit half the format, maybe even more for weakness in various ways. So yeah, I just kind of went working with it from there, and kind of refined the list to have a better shot in its suboptimal matchups, and got it to the point where I feel like it's just pretty solid into the entire meta.
Okay, so it wasn't just this being a good meta for the deck. You also did some science, did some tweaks, and it's been working out. Do you think that the meta, however, has continuously shifted to be in Kloff's favor, or has it just been too underrated up until this point?
Yeah. I think Gardevoir, Gardevoir is. I've hit one Gardevoir today, and I 2-0'd it. I think it's that's a concerning matchup. But I think Gardevoir falling out of popularity, and I think Gardevoir is really not very good right now. I've been playing nothing but Gardevoir for since whenever Scarlet and Violet dropped this year. It's all I've been playing. But I just feel it's so you can't play it right now. So I just felt like other people would probably come to the same conclusion, and Gardevoir would be less popular. And so I think that allows for Kloff to kind of more reliably hit the matchups it wants to hit.
That's very well put. Was Gardevoir the deck that maybe you were thinking about bringing instead of Cloth, but then it fell off and you had to make a quick last-minute change? Or what was the process before you eventually landed on that deck, besides just looking at online tournament results?
I think I figured out I was like 90% certain I was going to play Cloth like 2 weeks ago. Like, I don't really, I like to just like take a deck and just play that and play nothing else and just learn that. Like, that's what I do with Gardevoir. I probably played like 2,000 games with Gardevoir, but I don't think it's good enough to play right now. And I think it's like too unreliable, but I just really like how Cloth, like, you never miss like that turn 1 attack with like your Forest Stones and all that stuff. You just so consistently set up and you're always playing the game. You don't have like games where like you lose because you just didn't get to play, which I hated about Gardevoir.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. And even in the match we saw on stream, it seemed like you were always one step ahead. You were getting those knockouts and getting established way before your opponents had any chance to disrupt or put up a fighting chance. Has that been the consistent outcome of a lot of your matches today, or is that just normally what we'd see if you're ever up against Roaring Moon?
I would say so, yes. I think that's the deck's like main strategy is like, I think by far and away you have the best early game of like any deck in the format. Like you're either hitting for, you can hit for like 200, 230 with Grant, I guess. You can like 230 turn 1 with a one prizer, which hits a ton of relevant weakness, or you can hit like 230 turn 1 with Electrode, which hits like half the format for weakness. And you know, you have like, you can judge alongside it. You can just, you know, play a bunch of battle passes, set up your board, get Bidoof down, and yeah, it's just, you have such a good early game, and it's all about like capitalizing on how much more you can do in the first 2 or 3 turns than like other decks can do.
And having that momentum, I think, in this current metagame is very key. We've got a lot of decks, you know, like Roaring Moon, like Miraidon, that want to get down and just kind of start hitting. So I love the choice here. And since you've won on stream with a fan favorite deck, I think that you've certainly locked in the position of Portland's People's Champ. Where can our people at home find a little bit more of you?
You can follow me on Twitter. My Twitter username is Shining Arcana, like the Gardevoir's ability. So yeah, you should follow me. I post bangers.
All right, follow Shining Arcana for more Cloth decks, some Cloth and Hisuian Electrode V tips. That's really awesome. And is there any other final shout outs to maybe people here that you're hanging out with or helped you test the deck, or maybe somebody rooting for you from home here for Portland Regionals?
I'd like to shout out Luke Gajerd, who was basically the only person who like believed in the deck and played it with me. He's rooming with me and played the same Cloth list. I think he's still in contention for day 2, but he hit some very bad random matchups. Shout out to all my group chats. They'll know who they are. And I'd like to shout out Cloth, Electrode, Bibarrel, and Brewbonnet.
Very well put, and congratulations once again, James. This was such a fun deck to see on stream, and this dominant performance maybe signals that we're going to be seeing a lot more of the deck in the future. Hopefully your day 2 goes very well, and we'll have to see how it all shakes out. But thank you, and we're going to kick things back over to the casters and prepare for our next round of competition.
Well, still so much more to come. One more round here in day number 1, and you know what? I'm gonna speak for everybody here. Shout out to Cloth.
Yeah, and of course the Hisuian Electrode plushie. Love to see that as well. Yeah, dominant performance. Yeah, we'll see how far Cloth can go in this tournament. You keep hitting good matchups, keep attacking turn 1. Hey, sky's the limit.
Would you say the world is Cloth's oyster, maybe?
Maybe. I don't know about that.
Well, we'll keep the metaphorical stuff for a little bit later on to go. Of course, you at home have been checking out the action. Of course, we've been following some of the players we've had our eyes on to see how they've been performing this weekend in Portland. Let's take a look at our players to watch and see how things have been panning out for our 3, of course. Our 3 players, of course, regional champion last time, Landon Kettler. One, as we talked about, with that Arceus V-Star Giratina V-Star deck.
Yep.
How's he doing so far?
Looks like Landon so far, we take a look at our players to watch. is, I think, still battling it out in this round. Currently still in the mix at 4-1-2 with the Rapid Strike deck. Started off pretty strong, but then, you know, had some rough matches in the recent rounds. But, you know, a couple wins can still make it to day 2. Alexander Flatos, unfortunately, did not follow up the previous winning performance. I think brought Chien Pao to this tournament and did have a poor run at this one and had to drop around 2 and 4, something like that. So it wasn't his weekend to follow up, but Grant Manley, a player that we see consistently make it to day 2 and top 8 at these regional championships. He's here again, 7-1 with the Charizard EX once again. We keep asking, is this finally going to be the time when Grant wins one? We'll see again.
I want to see him get one so badly. He's been working so hard for the last couple of seasons, especially since after we returned from the pandemic. He's been working hard. I know Azul always mentions him. He's a great mind in that group, always thinking up new ideas. And he's just that one player in the group, I think, who just hasn't had that huge regional success.
Yeah.
Of course, Caleb has his regional championships. Azul now a 6-time regional champion.
Yeah.
Grant's made it to the finals before. He's gotten far. He's made top 4s, top 8s, but never sort of always the bridesmaid, never the bride type thing, or the groomsman, never the groom, looking for that regional championship. And it's going to happen anywhere. It's going to happen anytime. I think this weekend might be it.
Yeah, and at the last Portland Regional Championships, of course, in the top 4, it was Grant against Landon, a match for the ages. The Squavit bringing the miracle cards for Landon to bring him into the finals with that Arceus Giratina deck. And we'll see if Grant can follow up his last Portland Regionals performance, go a step further. I don't know. Feels like if he can just... one of his biggest roadblocks is Azul, who he said has won 6 regional championships. Feels like a lot of the time the person who gets in the way is Azul. I don't think Grant has ever defeated Azul in a top cut match before. It's dating back to 6-7 years at this point. Maybe this is the time where he makes it and Azul doesn't, and Grant finally takes home a win, but still a long way to go. Got to 7 wins, great start. Win 7 out of your first 8, but still many wins to go before you make it to the top 8. But he's definitely a player we're going to follow throughout the course of the weekend.
Crucial round 9, players battling it out to not only secure themselves a spot in day 2, but get themselves closer to a higher match point record and hopefully becoming a Portland Regional Champion. Round number 9 of Swiss is coming up. Don't you go anywhere.
So I started playing Pokemon at the end of 2017, beginning of 2017 area. I really got into it because my locals in Florida were so welcoming and nice, and they really taught me, you know, the ins and outs of the game. My first competitive event was St. Louis Regionals, where I actually ended up getting top 16. I lost my Witted in the top 8, but for my first event, you know, I was super happy that I got a few boxes and just had a great time. My favorite Pokemon is probably Lugia, since I played it all last year. I did great with it last year, and I don't know, I always enjoyed watching it in the TV shows. I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a super awesome friend and a great person. My gym would probably be the colorless type, since colorless Pokemon, you know, Lugia, it's my favorite Pokemon, so I think I'd be a colorless type gym leader. The one trainer I would probably battle is Azul, since I've never beat him before, but would be super happy if I could. My favorite part about Pokemon events is just my friends. Obviously playing Pokemon is super fun, I enjoy it a lot, but hanging out with your friends, you know, you can't really beat that. My go-to event snack is probably just chips and a drink. That's usually what I have throughout the whole event. I usually don't eat lunch because nerves, you know, but then I make sure I have a big dinner afterwards. Yeah, if I won the World Championship, I'd probably make a call to my parents first to start. You know, they've supported me ever since I started playing the game and just been a great supporting role.
I do not think I am Team Rocket.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you like return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to Portland, Oregon, home of the regional championships here this weekend. I am Jeremy Jallin, joined yet again with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and we've been bringing a lot of Pokemon action for y'all at home today. We still have one more round to go, our round 9, where players finally get to decide if they make it into day 2 or not.
We got Cloth.
Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah, obviously we've heard a lot about all the different decks that are viable in this this current meta, and of course it's upwards of, what, 10, 12, 15 decks that you could be playing at this point. That is one of the decks.
It is definitely one of the decks, yes. Speaking of one of the decks, we saw earlier on today's stream, Joe Turntine lose pretty in unexciting fashion with that Arceus V-Star, Regigigas V-Star deck, but there is that deck 8-0 now.
Yep.
Also, John Ang 8-0 with Lost Zone Giratina.
I picked the wrong one.
You did.
Yep.
Yeah.
I cursed Isaiah Bradner. I think he's lost the last 2 since I said anything, so oh man, I shouldn't have said his name again. Oh no. Oh, he's gone.
He's out of contention now.
He doesn't even get to play the next regional. That's how bad it is. No, it's all on John Ang now, 8-0 with the Lost Zone Tina, and I think he found his new best friend. He was an early iteration Tina guy, and then he decided he hated it. I think he likes it again.
It ebbs and flows.
Yeah,
ebbs and flows. For those of you at home watching and all of you playing in the tournament today, be sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to feature some of your tweets that you post for throughout the weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those. And oh boy, I know that family.
Oh yeah. I didn't actually think this was going to go on stream, but I still do wish you all a happy holiday season. Hope everyone had fun. This is what I was doing when I was not at a Pokemon event. That is my wife being held across. Of course, 6-time regional champion Ryan and his wife Anna there as well. We had fun.
Yeah, where's the sweater vest now, huh?
I still have it. I did want to burn it, but I couldn't. It's still there somewhere. There were 11 pictures. I've only released 4 to the public. We'll see if you guys get the rest later.
Is there like a stretch goal that people need to hit before you start releasing more pictures?
Yeah. I think we're at around 150 likes right now. We'll see. We'll see. if there's a lot of interaction, we might get a couple more out there.
Maybe if John goes 9-0.
There we go. That's what I need. I need Tina to win this event.
Win something. I don't know.
Hey, come on now. Tina's a good deck. It won Portland last year with a different friend, of course.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Arceus.
I want that to be my friend. That looks delicious.
The Mythicals finished making their dessert. Who knew they loved chocolate so much? Yeah, that's looking pretty good right there.
Sign me up. Yep, that is that's it. That's the tweet. That looks great. Whoa, that's a cool hat. Let's go.
Yeah, my friend Christian, that's the one who did the Cramorant artwork.
Okay.
But is having a blast watching me cast the regional championships. And
what about me?
No.
Okay, fair. Everyone's got their favorites. So you can be wrong. You can have the wrong favorite.
No, yeah. Some local shop there. They're great. Yeah.
I mean, you got a lot of great representation right now. You had one of your buddies on just last round, and then, of course, we've seen Terrence Miller finding success playing that Mew VMAX deck. So I'm sure they got a lot to be excited about.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, not about cloth, but watching the stream with my man.
What is this name? Number 1 Azul GG fan?
Well, I don't know how well Azul's doing in this tournament. I know he was on, 4-2-1, maybe going into round 8, so we'll have to see how things have shaped up for our regional champion from San Antonio.
Yep. Love, obviously, look at the dedication to Pokemon with all the cards.
I mean, honestly, that's all of our...
Every TCG player's desk looks like that. You're absolutely right.
Honestly, that's a little bit too clean.
True that.
Let's see if we have any more tweets. Be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Feature them. Hanging out with this dude for his birthday and missing Portland Regionals. Good luck to our friends who made the journey. Hey, pretty good decision to miss a tournament for a birthday, if anything.
Maybe have your birthday at Portland Regionals and
next
bring that chocolate that we saw earlier. That'd be. I think we could have a pretty good collab going right here. Did get word Azul 4-1-2 still. We don't have round 8 finished just yet, so maybe a number 1 Azul GG fan will have something to root for.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions we did earlier on in the day and see how they're shaping up. Little Giratina V-Star doing very well for us.
I think you and I deserve a fist bump right there, man. Let's go.
I don't know about Kyogre, but
hey, calm down. I've got my buddy Nelson Chua on a winning in with Kyogre. Maybe he could get the job done for me.
Meanwhile, Rapid Strike Urshifu and Charizard EX for Skarzik there. Doing pretty good. I mean, there's still a little bit of Charizard in the field, but not as much Rapid Strike as we kind of would have expected.
I think a lot of them are on that winning in area. I think Rahul Reddy was one of those players who's looking to find that last victory to close out, and we'll see if a few others are able to make the run. Gardevoir? What's going on with Gardevoir?
Yeah, well, Stefan Tobacco,
okay.
7-1, just losing last round with Gardevoir EX, and still playing pretty much kind of a list that we saw at LAIC, that Scream Tail and all that.
Yeah.
Still doing pretty well. And Puka's Roaring Moon, it has been featured on stream.
Let's be fair. Puka's winning right now because of how many times we've seen these cards on stream.
That is true.
We've seen a ton of them on stream. Now, are we going to win the tournament? Oh, yeah. It's Tina time. Come on.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see how things shape up for our predictions, but we're sitting pretty good.
Pidgeot is weak. That's a lame pick from both of you. You and Heggy need to do better. That's a bailout button pick. You know that.
It's because I did not want to start the new year picking Roaring Moon again just for it to disappoint me.
You didn't want a loss early on? You got to take risks. Look at Skarzik. He threw down the Urshifu just hoping. Me too. Aquastorm has not been prevalent as of late, but I'm trying. Come on. Do better.
I'll try.
Next time.
Next
Pick Cloth.
Yeah.
You could have clothed it up.
I could have. It's just my bad there. I'm sorry to everyone. I let you down with half of my pick.
Yep, to be expected. That's how things go.
gonna make me cry.
You know what's gonna make
bully
me cry?
hour?
The amount of hair that I had in that picture. Remember the good old days where I looked like Lysander?
Oh yeah, that was great.
No more.
Now you look like youngster Joey.
Calm down. I brought my good shorts.
Do you have your Rattata?
No, I left him at home.
No.
He is he's what, top 1%?
Yep.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
We are still waiting for round 8 to
Yeah.
finish here. So
if you haven't realized, still a lot to come here. Obviously, still waiting to see what's going on with Azul.
Yeah.
It's winning in, maybe.
Yeah,
we'll see.
The tournament's running behind because of Azul. That's what's going on.
I don't think that's true,
No,
but we'll
that's
see.
not at
There
all.
is an extension out there right now, but to be expected with the way that we play these Swiss rounds here at these giant Pokemon events. Got to give all these players an opportunity to play a full 50 minutes. Sometimes stuff happens.
Full 20 minutes or so. Anyway, with that, we're going to take a quick break. Hopefully when we come back, we'll have round 9 for you, so don't go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2016 US National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokemon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flare's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn and had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that?
Uh-oh.
Bring up
Oh my
Vileplume,
goodness.
and that's the whole game!
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back yet again, Pokemon fans, to Portland, Oregon, home of the Regional Championships. Here to start off the 2024 new year. New year, same old Pokemon, same old casters. Jeremy Jallin, Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and it's been long enough. We have pairings finally.
Yes.
So eventually we'll have a match here.
We've been cursed, you know. It's tough out here. Obviously, waiting for those pairings to go up so that we can pick our final match of day 1 here. And I mean, there's a lot of good ones to pick from. I've seen a lot, but that's not our call. That's yours.
Yours. Yeah. Remember, round 9 is community choice, so be sure to vote on Twitch when the poll is up to see which of these players you want to see fight for the win and in, trying to make day 2. I know there's a ton of names.
Names, indeed.
Yeah.
8 of them.
Yeah, this is the round where people are locking in that day 2. A lot of players at the top have already locked it in, trying to get more match points to get a little cushion to try and make that top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously we have a few 8-0 players that are trying to continue to push forward, find potentially 27 match points. It feels crazy, but Makani Tran and John Eng have the ability to do just that. That should be an interesting matchup as well with the Arceus with the Regigigas inclusion against the Lost Tina. I think historically Lost Tina's done very well against all of the Arceus builds, but maybe Makani's got some tricks.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Going 8-0, you have to have something.
Something's working.
Bodie Robinson, Paul Abarca sitting at 3rd and 4th. Going down the list, Sam Huff, 701. That is a name that has come back into the game after playing for a while back in the day. Going down, Nicholas Moffitt, 7-1. Steph Tobacco, 7-1. Raymond Liu, 7-1. Terrence Miller, 7-1. We've got a lot of 7-1s.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great place to be right now. You have an opportunity to continue, find some more points, get to 24, and then maybe day 2 looks a little less daunting. And these are a lot of players who have already been in positions like this. We've seen Lee Boy, Vance Kelly, Grant Manley, all these players just want to continue on these great runs that they've had.
Yeah, these players are, again, trying to make it all the way to win this tournament this weekend, get that auto invite to Honolulu. A lot of these players also already just have their invite in general, potentially. Vance Kelly definitely has that invite for sure.
I'm going to say yes. Vance Kelly certainly has that locked up. But yeah, we do have the poll live right now. You can vote here on Twitch and let us know which of these 4 matches you want to see. Got looks like tables between 50 and 66. So it's going to be probably one of those win and in situations, which is what we always love to see.
Yeah, these players are trying to make their weekend worth it here, trying to make it into day 2, keep on keeping on in the tournament, trying to keep your hopes alive. And the further you go, the more championship points you get, the more prize money you get. And we'll have to see if these players can actually pull it together.
The more friends you make along the way, all sorts of great things.
I mean, that's what Pokemon does, right?
That's right.
Make friends.
Well, it looks like the poll is just about locked up at this point. You guys know what you like.
Yeah, we still won't spoil it, but y'all can see it on Twitch chat most likely.
Well, that's good for us. It means
Yeah.
that we're going to get to go into some gameplay even sooner. A lot of great players, a lot of great names, a lot of great decks. What is it going to be? I mean, who's going to be your 9-0?
I want the Tina,
Has
but
to
I'm
be.
also just an Arceus boy at heart.
Stop, dude. Judge Pathers, all the same.
Yep. I'm sorry. It's just easy to do, you know?
Can't even look at you.
He's not looking at me right now.
You,
Not at all.
You had an opportunity, man. You even chose it as your feature, and you still can't give it to Tina.
Here is the 4 options.
Oh, wow.
Y'all have for the poll here. Caden Romero up against Azul Garcia Griego, Kevin Clemente versus Hunter Butler, Frank Luciano up against Rowan Stavno, and Jared Grimes up against Reagan Retzlaff.
Yeah. I mean, there's some good ones here.
Yeah.
I think in particular, it's fun to see Jared Grimes and Reagan Retzlaff, the Chin Pow mirror.
Yeah, the deck that has just fallen off the metagame. And for some reason, they're like, yeah, we're going to bring it for this event. It's going to do well. And now you're facing down just a mere match to win it in.
Absolute fireworks. Yeah, that's great. Of course, it'd be great to see Rowan once more. Hunter Butler is one of the more innovative players that we've seen up against Mr. Lake of Rage himself. And then I think I know what you guys chose.
Yeah.
Is that Azul GG's name on a graphic?
Let's go ahead and reveal the winner of the poll here. And it's no doubt. It's Caden versus Azul here. When you have your regional champion from the last regionals that we had ending the 2023 year.
Hey, I don't want to hear it. I think all the votes were for Caden. You know? He's just carrying Azul on his back. Once more to the stream.
That's probably just wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll have to ask all the people in Twitch chat and let them know.
All right. It looks like our players are starting to finally get somewhat set up, get situated. It's going to be a pretty close one here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we won't spoil anything just yet, but we got to look at the paper, see the matchup. Azul's going to be working.
Yeah. And he's not playing worker.
Oh, all right. You know what? I
You
don't
wanna
need
leave?
this. I don't need this right now.
Do you want me to leave?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm gone.
The solo cast would be difficult, but I'm up for the challenge.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah, this will be fun. Of course, we always love seeing Azul on stream. He's got a great following with not only the podcast, but the streaming community that he has following him. All you rats, what's going on?
Yeah, one of the best players in the game right now, just coming off a huge victory in San Antonio. The largest regionals we've had.
Yeah, in history.
In history.
That is already old.
And of course, doing it with Charizard. Be interested to see what he ended up deciding for, or any new tech options. And yeah, you just see some of the players here. It's been a pretty good day so far. Just what, 6:50, almost 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
Not bad.
we're making great time.
Yeah,
that's I'm all about that. Unfortunately for us, we've had a lot of quick matches here on stream, so hopefully we have a good one in store here. You see the venue slowly starting to close out there, and as it goes, we've already seen the culmination of the juniors and seniors playing, having a good time, some side events and whatnot, and these are some of the later tables.
Yeah.
we're down on the other side now, where we've got a lot of winning in opportunities.
Yeah, again, the tournament is Swiss. For those of you that don't really know, you basically just play 9 rounds, and then at the end of the 9 rounds, if you have a good enough record, you go into day 2. So in theory, you can play out the entire regional, especially if you're first regional, get that practice in. But most of the time when players are kind of out of the threshold for championship points, the top 256, 512, starts to get kind of maybe I'm just going to go take an early dinner.
Yeah, maybe you don't like the deck that you're playing anymore, or you're just not enjoying that part of it. There's still plenty of side events to compete in. There's what you can play some gym challenge stuff. There's all sorts of great things going on here at the venue. So a lot of players checking that out, or you go and check out the stream. We've got a great representation here. A lot of players watching to see who is going to make it into the the winning circle for round 9. And I'm sure Azul's got a couple fans looking out.
Well, we know his #1 fan.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that guy got everything he wanted. He's got to clean his desk.
Yeah.
Get ready for that trophy.
Again, you can also just do so bad in the trading card game that you just decide you want to start playing video game. And
I didn't know you play video games.
I don't.
Oh, well, I don't know what you're talking about then.
Rude.
I mean, we've had players that were excellent at both games.
Oh,
who
yes.
just could not decide what to play.
One of the most famous ones, Sejun Park, playing every single Pokemon game imaginable.
Just loves Pokemon. I love Pokemon too. Let's watch some round 9 action. Shall
Really?
we?
Finally?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Eventually. All right. Round 9 ready for y'all here. Caden Romero up against Azul Garcia. Griego. Gardevoir EX up against Charizard EX. 2 of the top decks that we saw entering this format in LAIC. Charizard has definitely proven its worth time and time again in these regional tournaments, though. Gardevoir has to do a little bit of work, but at least this matchup, it's pretty back and forth.
Yeah, we've seen some interesting interactions between these two decks, and of course everyone immediately starts to consider, oh, weakness, that's always going to be a problem, but ultimately there's some really good prize exchanges when you are playing this single prize strategy, typically with the Gardevoir focused on that, working in the Cresselia too. Looks like top 4 in Portland in juniors, so maybe closer to local here, as we haven't seen too much of Caden previously, but obviously been playing the game for quite a while.
Yeah, in Masters now, so that's at least 5 years, 6 years at.
There you go. Yeah, great math. And there's this guy. He has a podcast.
I wonder who is the person he does the podcast.
Yeah,
with.
the guy on the computer right now who typed that. We see you, Chip.
This is a win-in for both players. They're sitting at 5-1-2. So even with a win, you're at 20 match points, which is a lot better than 19. It's one more even.
It is one more.
Yeah.
Well, results in the prize cards, along with that Radiant Greninja. Maybe a little bit of awkwardness there. Vitality Band, never actually seen that card be good. It doesn't take knockouts and win tournaments. So.
Especially when you don't see it.
Yeah, so it's probably good that it's in the prize cards.
And then that Mew to go along the prize cards as well. That is one way for Azul and this Charizard deck to really help the early game find those items that you need, that Battle VIP Pass, the rare candies. Speaking of Battle VIP Pass, Caden's going to start things off in our winning in round 9, starting with that Ralts and that powerful item card.
Yep. Get to get that opening search, check things out. And yeah, you can see a little bit of technology there. The Deoxys line is in this list. That's something that we weren't always expecting. We did see that shown at San Antonio, finally got its Limitless page.
Yep.
So maybe some additional players saying, hey, you know what, that's pretty good.
And with this Battle VIP Pass, it's going to be Mew as the first option. Most likely a Ralts here, especially with that Radiant Greninja and the prize cards. And another one. A couple more friends are going to join the bench here.
Yeah, obviously, fantastic start to see both of those. Get plenty of Pokemon down. Azul knows he's got his work cut out for him. This is going to be a long one. And Caden's thinking about getting that Deoxys down pretty early now.
Again, just taking a look through the deck, checking those prize cards. Looks at least the Ralts is going to be the choice. Maybe not that Deoxys, so decides against it.
Surprise.
Now, without Radiant Greninja, you have lost a lot of your early game draw power with that concealed cards. Gonna depend on what's in the hand for the next few turns. Some level balls, maybe, Corellias for refinement, but there's energy. Gonna be able to retreat for that Mew and Mysterious Tail.
Yeah, that was the big piece here, to continue to find some item cards. Mysterious Tail is going to be helpful in doing just that. Maybe this will lead to some future Pokemon. That level ball would be a nice one to find. Lead into that Corellia on the following turn. That's just the name of the game. You're just looking for consistency at this point. And load up those refinements, start drawing, and sure, you're not going to be taking those early knockouts against Azul, but it leads into situations where you will have someone to attack against those giant hit points on the Charizard.
Yeah, and with Deoxys V-Star, it is actually a way to take a big knockout maybe on something like a Charizard EX, but you are giving up a 2-prizer in the active spot compared to something like that Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
Yeah, I've seen players lean away from the forward Sealstone strategy, and that's a turn.
All right, that's definitely a turn. Azul just draws, attaches that fire energy, and does a heat tackle. And now Caden just needs to do 50 damage to take the knockout here, but unless you actually have a very good hand with Gardevoir, you don't really see it too often.
It is tricky. Of course, you think maybe Cresselia in situations like this, Curlia could potentially draw into that rare candy Gardevoir EX, and then you can lean into some other things, but maybe the card that you'd have to use to get there would be Iono. You don't want to give Azul a new hand.
Not at all. We do have an energy attachment on the Deoxys V, it looks like. And there is that Iono, and Azul breathing a sigh of relief, at least for now.
It's a little curious. Of course, maybe if you can attack with the Deoxys, then you'll have an option. But maybe the energy attachment to the Mew would lead into a retreat for Cresselia. You'd have more energies in the discard pile. And if you find Rare Candy Gardevoir, you're likely to find a way to win this game. But it looks like the pieces are not all there.
Now we do still have a refinement available, I believe. Fog Crystal is going to thin the deck out for an energy. So if Caden refinements into Rare Candy Deoxys V-Star, I think that does it.
Okay. We like that. I mean, depends who you're rooting for. I want to see cool stuff happen.
I want to see a game, maybe.
There's potential for 2 more of those. Calm down.
All right, well, there's a potential for another turn, at least for Azul here. As
We'll see.
Nothing much in that hand as of yet.
Mysterious Tail could be the bailout. If it finds a rare candy, that maybe leads to something.
There's no rare candy.
There's nothing.
Just another battle VIP pass you can't use.
That is refinement fodder.
There's already one in hand. Yeah, this is kind of an awkward series of draws for Caden here. Does play 3 rare candy, which is a little on the higher end for a lot of these Gardevoir decks.
Nope.
Azul making sure Caden's not going back in, kind of signals that this turn's going to be pretty much over.
That is great news for Azul. It means he's going to be sticking around. He does have a brand new hand and found a rare candy. Does he have anything to do with it? I don't think so.
No. Does have another Charmander. You can go ahead and play that down so you not lose. I think there's an Arven. Yeah, it does look like there's an Arven in hand. So Azul at least has a supporter for this turn. It's definitely very scary turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not finding the basic Pokemon can lead to disaster for this deck. You need to have access to the evolutions in these earlier stages of the game. Turn 2, turn 3, find that Pidgeot, lean into the Charizard and start to get a little more aggressive. But in these turns now, you're going to start seeing supporters for ways to set up Pokemon. And instead of having the bosses to target down Pokemon like that Refinement Curlia, you're just playing a lot slower, trying to find any setup in order to make this game last a few more turns.
Azul eyeing down Charmander, potentially Manaphy, but no, it's going to be that Charmander with the level ball here. Get another one down on the bench as often as you can. Arven here will be able to search the deck for an item and a tool. Looks like Ultra Ball is going to be the choice here. You can grab that for a Seal Stone, maybe. No, just the Ultra Ball. Azul is playing the one-of switch in this Charizard list now. Trying to surprise a few people.
It can be helpful.
Especially in something like a Snorlax matchup.
Yeah, we have
Doesn't help too
seen
much, but
we have seen that that is not a matchup that you want to face, but certainly can be one of those nice ways to assist yourself, especially when you're only playing 6 fire energies.
Yeah.
It can be difficult to retreat.
And just like that, Azul went from Energy Pass to Rare Candy Charizard EX, take a knockout on the Mew. And Caden's going to have to put together a pretty solid turn to try to take a knockout. Might start things off with a refinement here. Has 2 Psychic Energies in the discard already.
All right, yeah, we see Battle VIP Pass is going to lead into an Ultra Ball for an additional refinement, but we're running into that problem once more. If these Pokemon were not evolved on the second turn of the game, and now you don't have those evolutions available. Certainly you could use the other Gardevoir, Shining Arcana, continue to draw and build up this hand, but ultimately missing those rare candies leads to a lot slower of a setup.
All right, I think I got to do some math here, Kyle. So the V-Star Power Star Force from Deoxys V-Star is 1 Psychic for 60 times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon.
Okay.
So there's
3
3
more
already.
energies.
That's 180, so 3 more.
Yes.
All right, we're good.
I mean, you're over here doing finger math for that, and I'm like, come on, man. that's a basic multiplication table.
No, I only do calculus.
Okay. Go ahead, flex.
All right, Caden is 1 energy short, though. Needs an energy off this Iono just to take the knockout.
Yep. It's not just the energy, but there is the energy, and ooh, there's a lot going on there. Ultra Ball as well, but how do you incorporate that? I guess you can always throw away the Psychic Energy, deal some additional damage to the Deoxys. But yes, thinking against that, and I understand it's tough when you only have 6 cards in hand and you're trying to work out not only the refinement, but then the discard for the refinement too. It feels like you're losing a lot of value.
I mean, you can always Ultra Ball for the Gardevoir, Rare Candy the Gardevoir, just Shining Arcana. You don't have to discard stuff then.
But I want to evolve these ones.
If they're even available. Caden does find that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, has the Rare Candy in hand, has an energy attachment for a turn in that reversal energy as well, although he's going to be going ahead. But if Azul has something like Rare Candy Charizard, Boss's Orders, take the knockout on Gardevoir EX, then you can actually respond.
Well, we will see the Shining Arcana play down, and the hand's not great, but a knockout is a knockout. We certainly take those. This is going to be Deoxys helping out a lot here with a big KO on the Charizard. Not much left for Azul. What's in the hand? Because it's just Charmanders right now.
Boss's Orders off the top, but does have Lumineon V, so you can go ahead and use Luminous Sign to search for a supporter, most likely Arven. Does Arven even get you there? No? Maybe just Professor's Research? Iono?
I think there is a Charizard in hand, so you're just looking for the rare candy at this point.
You have 4 Seal Stone too now.
And now we just see the issue of Azul does not have any Pidgey. Nothing to fall back on, anything to continue after this Charizard is potentially knocked out. Of course, it's going to be very difficult to knock out this Pokemon. 330 hit points, already used the Deoxys. But, I mean, we've seen crazier things.
Now, we do see the reversal energy in Caden's hand. Would you have attached that last turn? Because we know there wasn't an energy attachment for turn.
That's a good point. Yeah, you could either play that down or you could just discard it potentially with like a refinement previously. It's not a card that really helped out in this situation.
No, it helps out right now. Like Azul's going to take the
we're
knockout.
At 5. You're right. Yeah, that'd be very big, especially if this was a list that plays 2, and it does. So having the double reversal, that certainly could lead to big knockouts against that Charizard.
Especially that Charmander sitting on the bench with 2 energy, ready to Ember for 40 damage. But there is the return knockout from Azul, going down to 3 prize cards here. And what looked like a very dire turn 1 has turned into somewhat favorable for Azul here. Still just playing right off the top. 2 cards found off the Shining Arcana, Artisan, and a Fog Crystal. There's one thing that Caden's really missing, though, and that's just the number of Curlia on the bench to refinement all these psychic energies to the discard.
All right, we know there's 4 Psychic in the discard at this point. You can discard 1 more with the refinement that you could have with this Curlia, but afterwards you're looking for, I mean, it's difficult to find them in the discard pile at this point. You'd need the Ultra Ball to assist. You'd have to use a supporter towards that effect, and that's a lot to ask for.
Now, I can't remember if it was in the hand before Caden played the Iona or after, but there was a copy of Luxurious Cape.
Fancy.
That is a way to kind of boost up some damage from that Scream Tail to be able to take a knockout on something like that Charizard EX, or even that Lumineon V on the bench. Caden thinning out a little bit more. Worker to discard the own Arzone.
Yeah, you know, at this point, if you can avoid Pidgey, you might as well. And wow, look at this. Ultra Ball double discard of the Psychic
Who needs
Energies.
refinement at all?
Exactly what you're looking for at this point of the game.
It's 6 Psychics in the discard now. And I think with the 6 and then the reversal.
Yep, that's math.
That
you
is
did
math,
it.
Yeah.
You found the math. That lines up very nicely, 330 on the nose.
That would hurt.
Yeah, that's why they tell you to punch the sharks there.
I don't know if Charizard's a shark per se, but
it's the best I got.
Okay. There is a big Psychic Embrace and 120 damage on the Gardevoir in the active spot. It's not paralyzed. It's just used that Shining Arcana.
It's just tired. It's round 9. Let's take a little nap. I don't blame it.
And just like that, 2 turns, 2 big knockouts on clean Charizard EXs.
Yeah, see, Caden playing down a lot of additional resources considering potential Iono.
And there is 3 copies of that card in Azul's list.
Does not want to have these resources back in the deck. Understandable. You have the resources to close out here. You've already taken 4 prize cards. And there is the Lumineon target that you could work on later on.
Yeah, Azul probably wants to find Manaphy right about now. Does have the Artizone in hand. But that is a way to get around that Scream Tail that's just sitting there on the bench, waiting to scream at you.
It's dangerous.
Ah!
Is that what it sounds like?
Yeah.
That's okay. Good to know.
But it gets increasingly louder for each damage that gets put on it.
We'll wait to see if the damage is placed there. I will let you take the finishing knockout. It's all yours, Jeremy.
Thanks. Now Azul did find another Charmander with Artizone, really just playing out as much as possible, trying to navigate this turn. Does have Iono. Vitality Band is the choice right now. You don't need it to take the knockout, but you don't really need it at all.
Yeah, you don't care to see this later on. Okay. Plenty of prize cards have been taken. Azul might not care about the placement of that at this point. Charmander can get the job done against this Gardevoir, but you need a little more help. Maybe the hand disruption could be beneficial, but I mean, there was no Manaphy.
No Manaphy. Now, Caden does need the Luxurious Cape to be able to take the knockout on Lumineon V. A lot of Gardevoir lists have been dropping that tool card, so maybe Azul's just not expecting it right now, but if the Charmander goes down in the active spot and you don't have a response, you're still losing in the first place.
Right.
And wow, there's the cape in hand.
It's in hand.
And Caden just has it. He's just going through the motion now.
Take it away, Jeremy.
Luxurious Cape on the Scream Tail. There's going to be a ton of energy. And knockout on Lumineon V. And just like that, Caden Romero up game 1 against the San Antonio Regional Champion.
Bravo. Bravo to everyone. Everyone who's sticking around watching this final match that we have here of day number 1. We hear you out in the crowd watching these 2 great players go at it. Caden taking game number 1 here in 17 minutes. Still plenty of time for 2 great potential games if Azul is trying to make the comeback here. And I mean, that was not pretty for Azul. No Pidgey, was able to find the rare Candy Charizard and start to attack at this early stage of the game, but this Deoxys is something different.
Put in work with that Star Force, V-Star power, and takes the big one-hit KO. We saw another one-hit KO with that reversal energy, and here is that Screamtail cleaning things up for Katie.
That's all that she wrote at that point, and I mean, that Ultra Ball for the 2 Psychic Energies, that was huge.
It was very much needed, or else Caden was not taking that knockout there.
It was, it didn't seem likely, and that is an issue that we see with Gardevoir players. When you aren't able to incorporate those Curlias in the early stages, you just don't see the discards. We didn't see Cresselia, we didn't see any of the usual shenanigans for a deck like this. He's not even playing Cresselia in this list. That's something that we're gonna have to look for in game 2.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how these Gardevoir lists have been swapping in and out these tech Pokemon. We've seen Zacian V kind of fall down to the wayside for a little bit, then being brought back in, and then now you're seeing this Deoxys V-Star line put in a ton of work, especially here in this matchup. Just another way to take a big knockout, and it's a 2-prize Pokemon, so if your opponent takes a knockout, your reversal energy is alive again.
Ooh, Deoxys in the prize cards, full Pidgeot line with the rare candy down as well. And Azul's going to start things off for us. Hey, there it is.
That's much better. Got to flip those V-Star markers back face up. Azul's going to be able to start this turn 1 here with this Battle VIP pass. Can go ahead and find a Rotom V, maybe something like another Charmander, and eventually end the turn with an instant charge.
Thankfully, finds that Pidgey this time around, and the fact that we saw the Charmander moved over makes me think maybe there's a little more going on in this hand, but we'll see. Well, shucks. He just wanted to see it. He's just happy it's here.
Like, thanks for not being prized.
This could have been so much worse. Yeah, this is certainly a solid start. You don't need much in the opening. You find these Pokemon. There's not that imminent threat from Gardevoir like you would against, half the format, taking opening turn knockouts. Let's just draw cards.
Instant charge ends your turn, but you get to draw 3 cards. Pretty good trade-off when you don't even get to attack turn 1. Caden going to start things off with a Fog Crystal. And honestly, this is such a powerful item for Psychic Pokemon ever since it got released. Being able to search for a basic Pokemon or a Psychic Energy, very versatile in what you're trying to do here, especially in a deck like Gardevoir.
Yeah, and so often you're looking for that additional Psychic Energy, or you're trying to thin down in points like this. You can discard that with the Curlia, whatever it may be. It is tricky also to just have the Psychic Energy in the opening hand too. So we've seen players have to search for that to then retreat to the Mew. Looks like this time it's going to be the other way around, but Caden doesn't care. As long as he's able to draw into the right cards, use that Mysterious Tail, you're more likely to run into that Battle VIP pass.
And it's really the name of the game right now for Pokemon is with a lot of these decks. Can you get Battle VIP pass turn 1?
And if you can't, at least get 2 Ralts down so that you can move into your Mirage Step and just play the thin bench style.
Which is a route to victory that we've seen a lot of times with this Gardevoir deck. Going with the Mirage Step route allows you to just get behind in prizes, trigger those counter catchers, those reversal energies. And we're going to see an Iona here first before Mysterious Tail. And that's going to shuffle away Azul's hand that just got stacked up with those extra cards.
Yeah, I like seeing this. Of course, you can get the 6 cards in hand, then add an additional card with the Mysterious Tail. Most likely, you're going to see an item card here, and it just gives you more resources to work with on the next turn.
Here is that Mysterious Tail. Do we see a Battle VIP pass? Ooh, the only item!
That's an easy decision then, I suppose.
Now we can go ahead and find something like Radiant Greninja. You do have a Ralts prized.
And you do have that information as well about the Deoxys line. It's not going to be something that you can set up in the early stages and go for that aggressive route one more time. This would be the slower approach. And maybe this does mean that you lean more into the Mirage Step style. Just play down 2 Ralts, have that Radiant Greninja. And
has a Ralts in hand too.
You know what? you can do whatever you want at this point, Caden. Those are all great cards.
Does find that Radiant Greninja to go along with the Ralts. And does have a reversal energy in hand, but I'm not sure if you really want to concealed cards that away.
Doesn't seem worth it at this point. You're already retreated, so no attachment going on here. This is probably just to have the Radiant Greninja down for the following turn. You will likely see those refinements and start to draw into some more resources here.
Now here's the real thing. Do you bench the Ralts or just pass? You're kind of just playing into the Mirage Step route here by not benching the Ralts.
Yeah, I like this. And just play the slower game. You have plenty of time. You only see the one Charmander here, so it looks like Azul does have a little more work before he can commit to start taking knockouts.
Going to start things off with a level ball. Can find another Charmander, most likely. But the real interesting thing is what's in the hand. There's an Artizone, a Collapse Stadium, there's an Ultra Ball, Energy, and I think Countercatcher?
Yeah, this is not the best hand to work with. Obviously, did see the Ultra Ball, which means that you can go for the Lumineon and then find the Arven, maybe find a way to get at this Pidgeot or Charizard, whatever you're going for in this early stage, but it's an ugly bench.
Yeah, it's going to have to be by way of 4 Sealstone. So Lumineon V fetches the Arven. Arven will be able to grab Rare Candy and 4 Sealstone. 4 Sealstone will be able to go ahead and grab that Charizard EX. I guess you can go Pidgeot, but I like attacking this turn.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's some risk that comes along with it if you don't have the additional Charmander, so I love seeing the Artizon here. That means you will be able to place down an additional Pokemon. If something crazy happens, you do see the knockout with reversal shenanigans and all the Psychics, then you're going to be safe. But yeah, this is definitely the way to go here.
There is the Rare Candy Charizard EX. Infernal Rain searches the deck for 3 fire energies. Attach them to your Pokemon any way you like. Going to go ahead and put that extra energy on the Charmander on the bench. Again, Azul is only playing 6 fire energy in this Charizard list compared to the 7 that he won San Antonio with. Does have an extra Super Rod to go along with it, though. And there is a Burning Darkness taking the knockout. Now Caden has the ability to Mirage Step if he wants, but it's going to have to use a reversal energy here.
Yeah,
it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, obviously it's not what you're looking for, but just the fact that you have access to this attack is something to be grateful for at this point. It means that you will have those additional Curlias. You can take a look with the Ultra Ball, just guarantee that they're all there. You have to also find the Mirage Step to make this all work, but I think he's going to be pleasantly ready to go.
Yeah.
All of them lined up.
An embarrassment of riches. Again, the only bad part about this is having to use that reversal energy because you know this Curlia is getting knocked out next turn.
Yep.
But there is that Mirage Step. Search your deck for 3 Curlia, put them on your bench. No Ralts needed.
It doesn't matter how bad your hand is at a point like this. You have access to 6 additional draws. Any Psychic Energy turns that into 8 additional draws with the Radiant Greninja. Sure, Azul will have a lot of momentum on his side. Being able to take this knockout, take those 2 prize cards to really, before we start to get into those interactions back and forth. But Caden's familiar with that. That's something that's pretty casual in a Gardevoir matchup. The one issue now being you're going to lose one of those reversal energies, which can be a big piece.
Collapse Stadium here is going to allow Azul to get rid of one of those Pokemon V sitting on the bench, not really doing much anymore. Lumineon V goes to the discard. Radiant Greninja goes for Caden. And there's that Burning Darkness taking the knockout. Azul going down to 4 prize cards here in game 2. But Caden now can finally start doing something. Has access to 3 refinements, has a Rare Candy in hand, and a Psychic Energy to draw.
This is where things start to get moving. You have that Psychic Energy. If you can continue to chain those together, would be ideal. This is not it.
I've got a couple pairs, you know.
This is not poker. We're in trouble. A lot of good resources likely to fall. Would have loved to see maybe that Shining Arcana Gardevoir in an instance like this. Rare Candy, draw additional resources, and maybe find some more. But This hand's just not going anywhere. Maybe Iono, something like that would help out.
How about a Screamtail Lost Vacuum?
No. Jeremy, you're not listening. I want energies. I want Pokemon. Not those ones.
Screamtail hits the discard with another Refinement. How about all of your rare candies?
That's so bad. The ordering of this is wildly unfortunate because, yes, you can bring back some resources with this Super Rod, but you're going to Iono all the rare candies to the bottom, and then you draw and you can't rare candy this active Pokemon. It means once more another turn where you're just not getting anything done.
Super Rod here is going to shuffle back that Deoxys V-Star, Screamtail, and a Ralts. And we're going to see an Iono here, and Caden is desperately trying to find something to do.
I mean, he's doing something. It's just not very good. But this is what you have to do at this point. You have that Iono. You understand you're going to lose these resources. You can deal 10 whole damage if you want.
That's not a lot.
It's a 33rd of the way there.
That is math. Azul does only get 4 cards, but it looks like there's an Arven sitting in that hand. Meanwhile, Caden draws into the Screamtail that was shuffled back in with Super Rod.
Finds all of the level ball, which would search out his Curlias that he already has. I believe he did shuffle back in the Mirage Step, so could have access to that evolution. I may be misremembering that.
Yeah, did not shuffle back the Mirage Step.
Well, boo.
But did find the Ralts that was shuffled back in.
Collapse Stadium still out, so this Pokemon can't be played down on the bench just yet. Would be nice to have the reload of this Ralts when you're likely going to lose one next turn.
Again, just multiple level ball don't really do much when all of your Curlia are in play. Energy on the bench Curlia. And you can evolve into the Gardevoir EX, but that's just not doing anything here. Just a pass of the turn, Azul's going to be able to go up 3 prizes to 6 after an attack. And now Azul's just trying to get a Pidgeot EX set up.
Ooh, yeah. And this energy placement is kind of dangerous. You understand that Azul already wants to knock out a Curlia. Don't give him any more reason by throwing an energy there. He's going to take it away.
Yeah, I'd much rather prefer the Teleportation Burst, deal 10. Bring up the Ralts without an energy. But with that, boss's orders, Azul is going to apply a lot of pressure on Caden to try to figure out something to do better.
Yeah, there's just not much that you need to accomplish at this point. If you had access to the Pidgeot, of course, you would prioritize that so that you have some late game resources available, can continue to chain together these Charizards, but you have the Charmeleon, you have the energies lined up for this Charizard, you just continue to take knockouts and apply that pressure. Every single prize card gets you one step closer to closing the door against Caden. This really is the pivotal turn here for Caden. You need to at least take a knockout, maybe on a Pokemon like that Rotom if you can, but we're running out of time with these prize cards exchanging.
A double level ball play defines a Manaphy. Again, just thinning the deck out as much as possible before these refinements start trying to draw into the cards you need. And Manaphy is most likely getting discarded here. There we go. Iono is a pretty big find here, along with that Super Rod, but I do believe that's the last one.
Yeah, we'd have to see the commitment of some of these Pokemon to evolve. So you'd likely use Refinement first and then play down this Gardevoir, or you feel comfortable evolving the active Pokemon, which doesn't feel great, but at least you can get this Pokemon locked into play before you use the Iono.
It's so rough having to attach the reversal energy to that Curlia instead of something like a Ralts and hoping for a rare candy Gardevoir. But again, that's just more cards you're trying to hit off this Iono.
You know, you shuffle those to the bottom of the deck, and
there was a bunch of level balls being played, you know.
Yeah, but maybe they just wanted to go back home.
This hand is not it. Does find a rare candy, has that Shining Arcana Gardevoir.
just in time to not evolve that the right one, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Do you rare candy hope to draw into another Gardevoir?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. Well, we do have access to a Shining Arcana here.
Ooh.
Ultra Ball.
Whoa. That was pretty good. Ultra Ball. That's going to lead to a lot more Psychic Energies in the discard pile.
Ooh, and there is 2 in hand. Okay. This is what Caden has been trying to do this entire game, too. It's something he did game 1. And that's taken this big knockout on Charizard EX. And with this Ultra Ball, can also grab the second Gardevoir, Rare Candy to it, get a couple more cards in hand. And I do believe there's 6 Psychic in the discard now.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed, and it's crazy that once more we're in that situation where the Ultra Ball double Psychic Energy is found with 0 Curlia in play, no other way to discard, finds it off the top 2 there. It's ridiculous, and we love it.
Psychic Embrace, 2 energy on the active Gardevoir EX so you can retreat it, and now we get to charge up the Shining Arcana Gardevoir for a big Brainwave for knockout. Now Azul does have an energy on that Charmeleon lined up, so just an energy in hand can take a knockout. And there we see that second Shining Arcana getting rare candied.
Yeah, might as well at this point can continue to find some additional cards. Maybe you find another energy
Super
and you can
Rod,
play
maybe?
it down.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
And there still needs to be some damage on that Gardevoir in the active spot.
Yeah. He used 2 of them.
Oh, yeah, no.
That was attached, but this
Yeah.
was from Shining Arcana, not from yeah. Not Brainwave.
Okay, I think they were just clarifying all the energy attachments. Again, there still needs to be damage on the active Gardevoir. There we go.
Yep, energy placement there. That last Psychic Energy was not the attachment for the turn. That was the Shining Arcana effect, finding that Psychic Energy, placing it down. Then the knockout from Brainwave happens. Charizard falls. And somehow the prize cards exchanging. It's getting a little bit closer. Azul still with 3 remaining to close out this game, but I mean, look at what you have to do in this situation to continue to fight. Has to play down the Luminion once more to find that Arven. This is the danger when you don't have that pitch out. Of course, you have to. You need to put that pressure on early. You have to find that Charizard, but so unfortunate that you just haven't been able to find the right pieces when you get Iono'd.
Yeah. And ooh.
Whoa.
Big card here. That Technical Machine Devolution could come in handy maybe to clean up some of those Pokemon that are heavily damaged. But again, another one that's pretty good at cleaning up heavily damaged Pokemon. That Charmander in the active.
Yeah, rawr.
And it actually uses the Devolution here. That rare candy is going to come back to bite Caden. Now, the Gardevoir does go into the hand.
All right, damage still needs to go back onto that Curlia.
Yep, 40 damage.
Okay, I'll go first.
There we go. That's going to be game 2 there. Caden says, you know what? I needed all those. I don't think I can win this game. And Azul is going to take game number 2 here. We got enough time for game 3. This is going to be a good one.
We finally do, Kyle.
Woohoo! This is history in the making.
Again.
14 minutes. Let's go.
Well, who knows if it's enough time.
Calm down. All right? Let me have 1 minute of happiness.
Well, here's that game 2. Azul starts off early yet again with a turn 2 knockout. This time on the Mew with the collapsed stadium, getting rid of Luminion, getting rid of Radiant Greninja. Mirage Step from Caden, able to keep him alive for a little bit, but again, just not finding the right combination of cards. Azul able to just take knockout after knockout, and then here's that Technical Machine Devolution to clean things up for game 2 and force a game 3. 14 minutes to go. Azul and Caden both need a win.
I
It'll be
agree.
interesting to see if they have some sort of agreement going on, or we're just playing it out.
Yep. Hopefully we don't have to come to that. Obviously, we still have 13 minutes of gameplay, and then, yeah, that +3 turns to work with. This is a matchup where you expect to see the 6 prize cards taken, especially in the 3 turns that we have available. There are going to be EXs in play. That's just kind of the nature of how these decks play out, so I expect to see a fun one here. Hopefully, we have the hands to work with it, too.
I can put him out.
A little interesting start for Azul here. It does have Rotom V, Luminion V, and a Charmander.
Yeah, this is
really debating about what to start with.
Not your favorite decision to make. Obviously, the pressure that you put on yourself when you play that Charmander into the active position, if you don't find an additional one, going to be in a world of pain. The Rotom would be able to absorb maybe potential damage or just make Caden second guess going for an aggressive start, but it's going to be the case. And this is a Mirage Step game. That's 2 Ralts. That's a refinement.
That is indeed rough prizes to go into this game 3, especially with Caden starting with double Battle VIP pass.
he's gonna go, oh yeah, oh.
All right, well, we got a Ralts and a Radiant Greninja. I'm gonna eye down another Ralts here. And
The
maybe
only,
the Mew.
the only other Ralts.
And again, if you just go for your other kind of like tech Pokemon in the matchup, something like that Deoxys V, or even just the Mew, you're filling up your bench a little too much, especially starting that Jirachi in the active, which is not going to do anything in this match.
It's okay. He prized one of the refinement Curlias. he wasn't going to find anything good anyways.
Oh, Kyle. All right. 3 Pokemon found. Probably going to hold off.
I say just go for 4. It's you need bench spaces to open up. You need Azul to just attack into this this Jirachi. Let's just get some stuff. We got to see some cards. It's gonna be ugly.
Yeah,
we know this. We also have 11 minutes to close out against one of the best players in the world. Let's give ourselves opportunities to draw into the right things.
Well, yeah, I can definitely see that. Now, I do believe there's an energy in Caden's hand. Can retreat for the Mew, get a Mysterious Tail off. There's no threat of a knockout on Azul's side of the board on turn 1. But this is not how you kind of want to draw up a game 3. Going to start things off with the concealed cards.
Ooh.
I believe this is the first concealed cards of the match.
Yeah, it just hasn't worked out. It's been in play.
Yeah.
It just hasn't found the right resources. This works out here. Multiple Psychic Energy to the discard pile. Mew being played down. I like the sequencing here. Play that Fog Crystal, thin out a bit. Then you can draw up with Mysterious Tail. Let's get aggressive.
I like getting aggressive.
B-E, aggressive.
What are we, cheerleaders now?
Yeah, Wancho was.
Oh.
Why can't I cheerlead?
That is true. All right, Mysterious Tail looking at the top 6 cards, trying to find an item card. Already has plenty of uses for Battle VIP Pass. I don't know if you really want to take that one.
Yeah,
I guess Counter Catchers isn't really doing anything for you either.
You got to be more specific. Looking for an item card?
I guess you do take the Battle VIP Pass. You have Ultra Ball in hand. At least some easy discards for next turn.
There you go. Yep, it's just a resource you don't mind throwing away with the Curlia if you do end up finding the evolutions and you want to play those down. And you could thin out and look for more stuff, but at this point, you know, there's no good basic Pokemon left.
I was just about to ask you, what do you like about benching the Deoxys V here? And I love it that Caden actually benched it. Just apply as much pressure as possible on Azul. And all right, drawing for a Steel Stone when you have both your Pokemon V in hand.
Sign me up.
It's pretty good. Minion V is going to open up the deck for Azul here. Be able to search for that Arven, such a powerful supporter, especially in this Charizard EX deck. This gets you the card you need every time, and that's Rare Candy.
Yep, not the greatest, of course, as you see when you're not going to be able to Rare Candy into anything on this turn, but to have
Battle
those
VIP
resources, it's going to be nice for later on. You have that Battle VIP Pass, flood the board, flood the bench, get all those Pokemon in play. You know, likely, if you play Rotom, you draw those additional cards. There's going to be an Iono on the other side. Is it worth it?
Potentially.
I mean, those cards stink. To have those on the bench when you're up against Screamtail and you could run into a world of pain, I don't know if I even want to play the Rotom in a situation like this. It just depends on if the hand is good enough. And I mean, you had to Luminion for the Arven. Maybe you do need a little more help.
Well, Battle VIP Pass is going to find a Charmander and a Pidgey here for Azul. Taking a look at the hand. Again, there is that Forest Seal Stone. You got Energy, that Vitality Band searched out with Arven.
There's Ultra Ball for next turn, so maybe there are enough resources where you don't think about playing down the rotom, drawing the additional cards, and forcing the Iono from your opponent. Or just get a bunch of Pokemon. That's fine too.
Down to 8 minutes here in game 3.
Where did the time go? I was excited. We had 14 minutes.
It went to shuffling.
And they're gone. But I do like the consideration here for the Manaphy. We've seen that so often the door was open for the Screamtail to take some additional prize cards. You avoid that. You force your opponent to attack into active. Maybe some damage is just dealt into a Charizard and not going to take a knockout.
Not playing down the Forest Seal Stone to end the turn here. I guess you can always search it out with another Arven. And looking at the list, there is a Lost Vacuum for Caden.
Yeah, it's a fine consideration. The worst case scenario is your opponent Ionos you, which means that you're likely going to run into some pretty solid cards. Maybe find any of those supporters that you were looking for on the opening turn previous to the Luminion. And Caden with the MVP there, that Ultra Ball.
Oh, it has been putting in so much work for him this match. Now finds the first Kirlia. Does have not much else in hand. I know there's that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Still has access to Mysterious Tail from the Mew in the active spot, but this is a turn where, unfortunately, you're going to have to kind of hold the brakes a little bit.
Yep, you're waiting for your opponent to start taking prize cards, and you've unfortunately accomplished most of what you can do already this game, which with only the 2 Ralts to work with, you're not left with much.
Level Ball will be able to find another Kirlia, though, for Caden. There's some more draw power here.
That's the commitment. So not going to wait for Mirage Step. Try to open up for that 1 extra bench space with the Kirlia, but I understand that as well. But imagine the danger that you walk into if we see on the other side that Rare Candy Charizard Boss's orders from Azul.
Well, we see Rare Candy Charizard.
Yeah, if you're playing with just 1 Kirlia for this game, you lose.
Mysterious Tail is going to go ahead and look at the top 6 here. Finds potentially another Level Ball, Counter Catcher maybe. Does opt for the Level Ball just to thin out a little bit more. But again, I feel like I know where the time has gone, and it's been Caden's turns.
Yeah, there's a lot happening, but it's not turning into a relevant board state. And sure, Caden's doing everything that he needs to. You're drawing cards. You're getting those Psychic Energies into the discard pile, and this leads to a big turn for Deoxys V-Star eventually, and that's really all that you can ask for, is just to have that answer to the Charizard and hopefully not see a second Charizard waiting on the bench for you.
Taking a look through the discard now, there's 5 Psychic Energies. Not too bad to start things off here.
It's more than we've had for quite a while.
It always more Kirlias that
always takes that Ultra Ball to get to that spot, and I do like the attachment here onto the Deoxys, maybe preserving some of those hit points, give you an opportunity to stick around a little longer.
All right, well, Azul just drew into another Ultra Ball.
Calm down.
And this hand is very much going to be Ultra Ball for that Pidgeot EX, Rare Candy Pidgeot, quick search for another Rare Candy Charizard EX.
Ooh.
Could be pretty good.
Boss's orders?
No. I think there's an Iono.
Ooh.
I mean, you can always search for the boss's orders, but then you're not getting Charizard out and play.
There's Counter Catcher. Can you steal a prize card real quick? I don't think you're allowed to complain at this point. This is the first Pidgeot that we've seen.
Yeah.
And it is definitely going to be welcomed with open arms. Another Rare Candy to follow along.
Open wings?
Sure. You can have your open wings, Jeremy. It's, you can put a lot of pressure on, but taking a knockout against this Mew, it's not the Pokemon you'd love to knock out. You know that there's potentially a Deoxys V-Star waiting to take a knockout on you immediately afterwards.
Yep. And this is what Azul is debating here.
This is tough.
Do you... It's also taking a lot of time. Rare Candy the bench here.
Yeah, this is ultimately a consideration to that. Just you don't want to walk into giving up those easy prize cards and taking a knockout that isn't going to matter. Sure, taking prize cards is helpful, but you walk into a dangerous situation.
Oh, no. We're just going to have 30 damage from Charmander here. Or maybe there's a Charmeleon in the hand.
There's an Iono in the hand. Maybe you draw into it.
Maybe. I would be able to take a knockout on something like the Mew, just deal 70 damage. 6 cards for both players in this game 3. No knockouts just yet. And there is an Ultra Ball.
Ultra Ball found. Playing to the outs.
And with this Ultra Ball, Azul can find that Charmeleon, take the knockout with just a 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot.
I've never attacked with this Pokemon.
So you've never played against, like, Mimikyu?
I mean, sure I have, but anytime I see it online, I just run away. I'm not wasting my time.
Well, there is that Heat Tackle, 70 damage, 20 to yourself. It's going to force Caden to just take a single prize off an attack if he doesn't have something like a Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher.
Yep. Asking a lot. I think we have 5 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, 2 additional in hand, though.
Counter Catcher in hand as well.
3 energies could go to the discard pile this turn with Concealed, Double Refinement. Plenty of energies to work with.
And right now it doesn't have the Deoxys V-Star just yet. Azul remembering to take a prize card after a little bit. Okay, another level ball to thin out, but all these actions that Caden has been doing, thinning out, shuffling the deck in between each one, it takes up a lot of time. Just over a minute left to go, and it's going to be, I guess, possible if Caden is able to take a 2 prize knockout on this turn before time it's called.
Right, and that's for Caden, and on the other side for Azul.
I don't think it's possible.
Caden would be able to play around it by just not playing down those multiple Pokemon, but yeah, it gets tricky for sure. You need your opponent to play the game in order for Charizard to be effective.
Well, here is the first refinement. Time is running down. Shining Arcana in the active spot. We do see a reversal energy with a Counter Catcher. If you have access to that Gardevoir EX, you can bring up that Charizard EX, take a knockout. But then you also just leave the Charmeleon with 2 energy in play.
I mean,
this is getting close.
Yeah, you have to.
12 seconds.
The timing of this is not going to work out.
It is.
Caden, it's not good.
No. Is there the Cape in hand as well? No? Just benches that.
Mana Fiend play too. It's not great.
Counter Catcher on that Charizard EX. And here we see the Iono, but looks like time has run out, so we'll get word if our timer was actually on point or not. Usually is.
Way to go, guys. Still looking for the Gardevoir EX to accelerate these.
There's
Ultra
an Ultra
Ball.
Ball.
You knew it was going to be Ultra Ball, right?
Yeah. Still has access to Shining Arcana and another refinement as well.
Oh,
so
there it is.
Right off the top, finds another reversal energy for the future turn that Caden's going to have.
The one final turn left.
Refinement finds the Luxurious Cape. And what's looking like a pretty good setup now for how awkward it has been. Caden has just run out of time here to try to close this thing out the normal way.
You cursed us. You said it.
No, I didn't.
Well, I mean, you just brought up a great point.
Yeah.
That 13 minutes wasn't going to be enough time for us.
Especially for a Gardevoir deck.
but it's your fault.
Okay.
It has to be.
Ultra Ball's going to thin out a little bit more.
Look how many actions Caden still had to play out. I mean, you don't have to, but certainly at this point, why not? Everything ready to go here. And I mean, if you look at this board, you can tell that Caden definitely prized some rolls. This isn't the greatest, but this is what you got here.
I mean, it's still a pretty great board in this situation. You have your knockouts lined up with cards like this Gardevoir, the Deoxys, and then that Screamtail.
Yeah, exactly. You can't ask for much more, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, with the knockout, Caden goes down to 4 prize cards. Azul is turn 1.
Yeah, it's very important that we remember this as we move forward. Azul's going to be looking to find those last prizes on turn 3. Means Charmander is going to be a very important bench in this situation. It's likely you're taking a knockout with the Charmeleon or Charizard, and you're going to need that additional resource to Rare Candy into Charizard and take another knockout later on. I mean, even if you can take a knockout with Charmander here, you're in an okay spot, but maybe you could target down Pokemon like that Gardevoir EX or something.
Listen, there's a route where something like the Luxurious Cape adds an extra prize card. No, that's not really going to do it.
Not seeing it.
Like, does it still add the extra prize card if it's attached to a rule box Pokemon?
I don't want to get into that.
Quick search here from Azul is going to find a Charizard EX. Most likely, it's what he's eyeing down. Has a couple of Arven and a Boss's Orders in hand. But again, a few Boss's Orders around this Gardevoir. It still has all the energy to take a knockout on a Radiant or on that Charizard EX. And with both players playing it out, it does look like they have some sort of agreement going on here.
You would certainly hope so. Looks really tricky for Azul to find a way I mean, he obviously can stay in the game,
but he's definitely going to be down in prizes.
Yeah, and Caden, if he's able to work in the Deoxys, take a knockout on Pokemon like that Charizard, which seems likely if the Gardevoir EX sticks around, he's going to be able to go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Sure, Azul would be able to follow that up with the additional Charizard, take a knockout, and tie up the game, but then the gentleman's agreement gets really weird, where you have to just assume what was going to happen later on.
Well, it looks like Arven finds 4 Sealstone.
Not going back in, right? Yep.
Azul's talking through his plays, trying to figure out what's the best route.
Yep, there's counter catcher. So I think the route is going to be you counter catch the Gardevoir, you have the knockout lined up on this Pokemon. You accept the fact that the Gardevoir is going to one-shot the Charizard, and then you're trying to find Rare Candy, Charizard, Boss's Orders to win the game against the Deoxys. Because that's the way that you'll take 4 prize cards, go down to 1. Caden only has 2 remaining. So counter catcher really was pretty clutch there in that situation. And it still leaves plenty of opportunities for Azul to find one of those 3 Boss's Orders remaining. You are asking a lot, maybe into potential Iono situations.
Well, I think that's why he found the 4 Sealstone. Go ahead and put that on something like that Rotom. That way, if Iono comes down and there's no lost vacuum, you have access to that Boss's Orders right away.
Yeah, the hand right now does not have the resources. Maybe the prize cards can help. Adds fire energy. But it's not there yet. Boss's Orders is in hand for Sealstone. Oh, and the Pidgeot as well. That would be able to put it all together. But maybe a card like that Lost Vacuum could be pivotal.
Gardevoir does need a reset. Hasn't used its ability at all. It's not paralyzed.
It's tired.
Sleep's the other way, Kyle. Okay?
If you were paralyzed, would you not just go to sleep? That's like, this is boring. I can't move. Of course I'm going to bed.
Energy attachment for the Deoxys V-Star on the bench. He's looking to eye down something to remove with Lost Vacuum.
This is the best turn that Caden has. You have the Lost Vacuum, you remove the 4 Sealstone, you have the Iono, you drop Azul down to 3 cards, and hopefully doesn't find any of the resources to find Rare Candy, Charizard, and the Boss's Orders. You know that he'll have 1 with the Pidgeot, but you're asking for a lot from those top 4 cards that Azul would see with the top deck.
Really debating about this Lost Vacuum, but it's obviously the Curlia.
I don't care about any of these cards as long as you don't throw away the Iono or the Boss.
Or the Cape.
Sure.
Yeah. That's how you need to close things out.
We'll just win with Deoxys. Who cares? Do something.
Again, this is turn 2 of time now. Caden's last turn.
Shining Arcana. I haven't used it.
And Shining Arcana here finds another Psychic Energy.
Ooh.
That's
helpful.
That is helpful.
I mean, you just want an additional Pokemon to attack with. If things go awry, you could say this Pokemon could have got the job done, maybe knocked out one of those remaining 2 prize Pokemon that will be on the bench. You just need one more energy to threaten. I mean, you already have knockout, I suppose, on Pokemon like that Lumineon now. So
yeah, but all your energy's gone.
You just have to flash.
You got rid of the Super Rod.
Jeremy, we don't need anything.
I know.
Okay. the awkward part of this
we need
is
a turn.
Yeah, exactly. you need a turn. You want to play Iono to mess with Azul's hand, but then you put Boss's Orders on the bottom of your deck, which would be the way that you show your opponent that you would have won the game next turn.
And honestly, depending on their agreement, I feel like just holding it is fine, like not playing the Iono. Luxurious Cape here can stop that Charmander from just taking a knockout. Force Azul to have a lot. We do see the Iono here.
But at this point now, Azul taking the knockout on the Gardevoir. That's just going to put him ahead in the prize exchange now?
Yeah.
I don't like that at all. I mean, you're playing around the fact that Charmander would take a prize and tie things up, so that means maybe they weren't expecting the Gentleman's. This is certainly an interesting closeout here. Azul with effectively one final turn to try to take 2 prize cards, it looks like. What resources does he have left? Just Iono down to 3.
I think there was a Super Rod in hand.
Ooh,
and
these are
2
not
Iono.
good.
Do you Super Rod first and then Iono?
I think you draw a card first.
Nah, maybe. Rare Candy. Oh, that just...
I mean,
does it, right?
Yeah. You can search out the Charizard. You have the Super Rod to guarantee that everything's there.
So it also just depends on...
The Gentleman's.
The Gentleman's, yeah. If
Exactly.
it's prizes or board state. Board state, looks like Caden would have it with that Deoxys V-Star. If it's prizes, Azul has it.
Yes. I don't want to make that decision for them. I don't get to make that decision, and thank goodness, because it is a very awkward place to be in. But ultimately, as Azul, I think you just. I mean, well, it really just depends now. Yeah, we don't have any insight to add. It's going to be up to them.
And I think Azul's kind of realizing that now. Like, yeah, if I attack with this Charizard, I am going to get knocked out.
Right.
Well, to be fair, is he going to get knocked out? That's 180, 2 energies on the Charizard, so 300. Needs one more Psychic Energy.
Yeah, would have to show
and
the energy.
This is why I was talking about the Super Rod. You can Super Rod the energies back in the deck.
Wow, your energy point is relevant again for the fringe scenario where the guys haven't extended their gentleman's agreement.
I've got 120.
This is a way to close out our round 9 for sure. Super Rod back, 2 Fire Energies and a Charizard EX. Azul's going to have that quick search, find another Charizard EX that's hiding in the deck. Does have Rare Candy, can Infernal Rain, charge up. Take the knockout, take 2 prizes, go down to 1 prize card.
Maybe put 2 Fire Energies on there.
Just completely give it to him.
Yeah. Don't do it.
Again, a simple boss's orders off the top would do it for Caden if there was one more turn. There's the counter catcher.
Countercatcher's in hand to the front. Wow.
So now we're back to the scenario of what kind of gentleman's this
All right.
is.
What have you guys decided? We won't know either.
Yeah,
really.
we have no idea.
It's not like they just like raise the other guy's hand and say woohoo. They just shake hands and go, yeah. Oh, yeah, we haven't seen the supporter yet.
Okay.
All right. Fancy.
Azul gets 3, Caden gets
And we
2.
and we just saw boss's orders shuffled to the bottom 2 with the Iona, so it's not like it's
Yeah.
going to be drawn here.
Double rare candy.
candy. Oh, man.
Okay.
What kind of gentlemen do we have? Does he get to look at his top deck? Make a decision, guys.
Please. I want to go home.
The game is over.
The game is technically over.
Technically, it is over. That was turn 3. The game does not get to continue from here, but Caden is going to look at a card. He has 3 rare candies. He now can say, I was unable to win this game, and likely the concession would follow.
Yep.
He says you got it.
Caden just conceded, and Azul Garcia Griego stays alive in this tournament, moving on to day 2 with a 6-1-2 record.
That was so sweaty. Wow. There was so much happening there, and of course, Caden is going to show that not only did he have the boss in the previous hand he Iono'd, he had the counter catcher in the hand that Azul Iono'd, and then he drew into all 3 rare candies when he needed to win the game. Oh, wild, wild situation there, but I do appreciate the fact that they understand this is one of those situations where you do need to have that talk before you go into the game, and it's gonna work out. Caden with the concession, Azul moves on, and not only is he moving on with a win here, but you said 6-1-2?
Yeah.
So that's an additional match point. That's going to be very big in day 2.
Well, here's that game 2. Azul able to get a turn 1 knockout, clear up that Mirage step, just go down to 4 prize cards super early. Again, Caden not having much of anything else. Azul has the boss's orders on the Curlia, takes the knockout yet again, going down to 3, and with that TM Devolution, able to steal this game yet again. And on this game 3, this is where it really got sweaty.
Yeah, not only are you working with the amount of time that you have, you're up against a player of Azul's caliber, but you have 2 Ralts on the prize cards. You finally find all the resources to take this big knockout, close out on one of those Charizards, but time runs out. And we see the counter catcher there from both players. Azul making quick work of that Gardevoir EX, really limiting the potential from Caden to find additional knockouts outside of this Gardevoir, which will take a knockout on that second Charizard. But at this point, Azul had everything he needed. He took the knockout, gets the additional prize because of the cape, and there's 3 rare candies on a turn that wasn't technically allowed to happen.
Yeah.
But go ahead and look. Who cares?
And just like that, Azul trying to repeat regionals, trying to make it to that 7 mark that Michael Permont holds alone atop the players here.
Yep. It's a pretty great place to be. I'm sure that Pram would have liked to add a little bit extra to there to have a cushion. It's getting close in that race.
Yeah. It is definitely close for sure, and close just in the race for championship points, these Worlds invites. Azul trying to make it 3 Worlds invites with just championship points.
He doesn't have the 600 invite
which is
yet.
Insane.
Well, it's because he doesn't play his locals.
Yeah.
He needs to get out there. Don't do as he does with the you don't watch and do that. That's not it. You got to go out there and play your local events. Not everyone can just win all these majors.
All right, well, let's go ahead and talk to Skarzig and our winner of this round 9, Azul Garcia Griego.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor. Adam Watson here with our winner, Azul Garcia Griego. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling okay. I made a couple mistakes in that one, but managed to just barely scrape by.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you acknowledge the mistakes, you know that they're there, you can hopefully make those adjustments for day 2. So tell me about the Charizard pick. I thought that a lot of players would have it in their sights to target it for this tournament, but you don't seem afraid of that. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, so Charizard's still really good. It's one of those decks where it's like it's gonna be good kind of no matter what, kind of like Gardevoir. Like it's got some rough matchups, but if you show up with Gardevoir, it's like not gonna be that big of a deal. Same thing with Charizard. A little bit more, the meta is a little bit more hostile for it at this one than San Antonio for sure. I kind of didn't want to play Charizard, but it was impossible to convince the other guys to play Excalibur, so I went with Charizard again.
Ooh, Excalibur. Yeah, that's a hard sell. I think the winds of the discussion have certainly turned against that deck.
Yeah.
And the Charizard, you've already put in the reps in the training, so you might as well bring it, try to run it back. And maybe do you want to dig a little bit more into maybe some of the things you wanted to clean up from that best of 3 or any special plays you wanted to give an additional shout out to that some of our viewers at home might have missed?
I mean, like that game 1, there was like that play on turn 3 where I could have heat tackle KO'd the Mew. Instead, I chose the Candy Charizard. And I could have played a Resurgence, tried to like set up a little bit more. The reason I didn't really love the idea of that play is just because I would have had to get Manaphy to play against a potential Deoxys like board wipe situation. But it was probably the correct play to just be more aggressive and like set up my board, force the 1 Prizer to trade that, because I would only have 1 Prizer on board on that turn. So it would have forced, if the Gardevoir player wants to draw a Prizer, they have to KO a 1 Prizer. So, and then there was a play where I like could have counter catcher KO'd Guard EX instead of KO'd the I don't even know what I KO'd instead, to be honest. It was rough. I could have been better.
Yeah, I understand that match was definitely a grind. There's always so many actions to take, so many avenues to explore versus Gardevoir. And you know from experience that matchup is always going to be a little rough, or do you think that it is Charizard favored in the long run?
No, it's pretty tough. I actually think the TMD Evolution, I was seeing a lot of plays and openings for the TMD Evolution against my opponent there that I hadn't really like fully thought out. So I think the TMD Evolution is a little bit better in that matchup than I had initially thought, which is cool to have that tool there. But the matchup, yeah, teching for the matchup. We're not really teching for the matchup again, just like San Antonio. So it's a tough matchup. It's definitely fairly unfavorable. I think the fact that Kaden was playing the Deoxys, I mean, that's kind of in our favor. The Deoxys is great into Charizard. I mean, it's a cool tool. With him not having the Zation, he almost felt like he was forced to kind of utilize it to be able to take those big KOs more aggressively. And almost clutched up for him in the end there in the game 3. But I guess that like leans a little bit towards helping me out as well. Like if the Gardevoir player has the Deoxys and I can get a good TMD Evolution play, it's like manageable, but it's tough.
I understand. And when you have this deck that you weren't 100% convinced on bringing, you kind of brought it in solidarity with your testing group, you're barely squeaking in here to day number 2. Are you confident for your day 2 run, or are you just going to try to see where the cards fall?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I don't think the meta's like too wild out there, so just hopefully dodge the Guardies or hope they brick, I guess, is kind of my strat.
Yeah, if all the Gardevoirs get countered and they do the heavy lifting for you, clear that path to victory. I mean, it's a nice strategy. It's worked before for a lot of other decks. And I guess I just want to give you another chance to give a quick shout out to anybody else before we let you go and prepare for the next day of competition.
Yeah, I mean, of course, shout out to my team, CGC, and Caleb, Grant, and G Shen, who's with us on this one again. So yeah, just shout out the team. I don't think Caleb made it. Caleb went to the hotel room early, but I think everyone else is in day 2. So we got most of the squad in day 2.
Well, that's good to hear that, you know, the agreement did pay off, that, you know, Charizard is still a pretty fine deck, still a big chunk of the meta going forward. And thank you once again for taking the extra time to share your thoughts with the people at home. I hope to see more of you tomorrow. So we're going to kick things back over to the casters, and then we'll wrap up the show shortly to prepare for day 2. So don't go anywhere, folks.
It is always great to listen to Azul talk just about Pokemon, and just a well of knowledge.
Yeah, I like that he wanted to play Excalibur. That's fun. That's certainly one of those interesting choices that we've seen a lot of players have to shy away from. It doesn't seem like it lines up in the meta anymore, but there's a few players still riding.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, there was a mirror match with 17
true.
points, so hopefully they figured that out. We saw at least one of them make day 2.
All right, let's remind everyone that is watching what these players are playing for this weekend for this regional championships and every regional championships throughout this entire 2024 season. Ton of money, $10,000 for first place, going all the way down to top 32 with $1,000. You got your booster packs and your championship points as well. Can't forget about that.
Yeah, it's what everyone's eyeing up there. You're trying to get those championship points. Go to Honolulu and maybe bring a couple bands with you. Look at all that money you could win there. It's pretty phenomenal how far we've come as a community as a whole, and the way that these tournaments are now structured. It's definitely taking care of the players.
Yeah. Meanwhile, be sure to check out the Twitch channel, see what's coming up next, and all the weekly schedule that we have following this regionals.
Yeah, so we always got some great things going along there. It's like we're going to give you some good action Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. A bunch of different Pokemon-related things going on. So we'll have to check that out. Season 3.
Yeah, Season 3. Ooh,
let's go.
Okay. Johto Journeys. I'm a fan.
I'll have to become a fan.
Yeah.
I'll give it a shot.
And that 2022 NA Regionals and AOS Finals for Pokemon Unite. I always love watching Pokemon Unite. It is so exciting, and I really can't wait for them to join the circuit again soon.
Yeah, and the casters, electric. So fun to see how excited they get about their game, the passion that goes along with all of the different games that we see across all the different outlets that we have for Pokemon. It definitely it rides high.
All right, well, that does it for round 9. We just saw Azul win after a long 3 games. Let's go ahead and take it down to the lounge and have Skarzig and them close out the show.
Hello once again, everyone. Adam Watson here in the lounge. I'm joined by Kyle Sukovich and Ethan Heggie. We're going to close out the show and just wrap up what we saw in today's competition. First 9 rounds of Swiss done. Anything jump out to you, Kyle? Anything in particular you thought was really fun?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of 9 rounds, we have one undefeated player, John Eng, with lost Giratina V-Star. So Giratina V-Star leading the charge at the end of day 1. But I think at the top, we have lots of different decks. So it's been a fun tournament so far.
Yeah, any names jumping out at you, Ethan?
We saw Nicholas Moffitt, somebody who played Lost Box for a lot of the season, pivot over to a different deck, playing Miraidon EX at 8-1. So with all this Charizard in the field, say myself and maybe some others included, be a little bit surprised to see Miraidon at 8-1 going 3rd seed potentially into the next day of competition.
Yeah, Miraidon is that deck that rewards the ever faithful, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say 2 names stand out to me. Vance Kelly, the reigning world champion here at 8-1, still playing Mew VMAX. And then Grant Manley, 8-1. Again, has been on a great streak of making top 8 at regional championships, made top 4 in Portland last season, and so looking to run it back.
Yeah, and you can see from the names here, you can pretty much extrapolate who's already locked in for day 2, and these are the players that we are going to continue to keep our eyes on for the next day of competition. It's going to be outstanding. A lot of decks, I think, that were pretty predicted were going to perform well in the metagame, but some, that we did predict, myself especially, ended up not showing up, but that's okay. I mean, we had Li Bui on the stream earlier, and again, I love that we had so many first-time stream participants really showing up today.
I think your Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX did pay off, actually. There's a couple at the top tables.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I think you're doing all right.
Yeah, we got to keep it under wraps, right? Save the dessert for last, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, Gardevoir's still doing well as well. I mean, we saw a whole mix of decks. I think that's what really made it interesting, right? It's not only the decks that we expected, but we saw a few surprises. We saw Cloth do pretty well. We saw Roaring Moon go up and down. Lots of different decks going in, and makes me excited for tomorrow, Adam, where we'll be crowning ourselves the first regional champion of 2024. And who could it be? That's the big question in my mind.
Absolutely. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for day number 2. We've got 11:45 a.m. Pacific time, 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. So do not miss that. Show up early, hang out in the chat. Make sure you get ready for all the community votes, and just hanging out with the Pokemon fans that are there, waiting for the stream to begin, and for our opening show where we're going to kind of go over what our expectations are for the next day of competition as well. I'm super excited. I mean, the NA regional schedule is still getting underway, as you said, Ethan. This weekend will be our first regional champion of 2024, but we've got many more events coming up, folks. Charlotte right around the corner, Knoxville right after that, and then Vancouver. It's back-to-back Pokemon action, and it's going to be a struggle, I think, for the players to keep up with the shifting metagame and try to incorporate these tournament results.
Yeah, and it feels like we've had a lot of events already. We've had a lot of Pokemon TCG this season. We're not even halfway through the season. Look at how many events we have left on the calendar. That's just, North America, including Worlds, some ICs in there, but there's still so many tournaments left to be played this season.
Yeah, this is the road to Worlds for sure. But make sure if there's a regional going on near you, we've got so many players. This is their first regional, their first time playing on stream. They're having a blast going 5-0. And if you're on the fence and there's a regional near you, do not hesitate. Jump in and have some fun. Play some games against some new opponents and just enjoy the vibes with other fans of Pokemon. Wouldn't you agree, Ethan?
Oh, absolutely. Whether it's here in Portland, at our international championships coming up in Europe or back in North America, or at local events as well. Pokemon's here for everybody. There's an event for you. And I'm just excited to see how this event and the rest of the 2024 season pans out.
Very well put. And for you diehards that are still in the audience watching us close out the show, make sure you follow that channel, the Twitch chat, the Twitch channel from where you are watching right now. Use those socials, #PlayPokemon as well. Pokemon is all over the place. I'm pretty sure you can link up with us on any social media platform that you love and use the most. And we want to hear from you as well. Use that hashtag, tweet at us for sure, so we have a lot more content and fan love to showcase to the world. I want to thank you all for tuning in for all of today's competition. We've still got one more day to go. That's going to be it from us, so we'll see you next time.
Mm-hmm.